Breaking news. Loner Box, your favorite dipshit, is live. Breaking news. Breaking news. Breaking news. Hey, how's it going? How are we doing? Are we winning? Absolute omni shambles. Oh, that word. I haven't heard that one in a while. Thanks for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Wow. What are we breaking? News. Breaking news. Man. Fucking hell. Ooh. Ooh. What about indie? Man, I'm pissed off. All right, fuck. I was supposed to. This is the second day I was supposed to get my haircut, and the fucking Ubers, for some reason, they've just decided that at this time of day or like earlier, they're just going to take like 10 minutes to respond to a call, and then there's only a driver like fucking 20 minutes away. I'm like, what the fuck you doing? Shit. It's okay. I'll just walk next time. I'll just go for a chug. Hair looks good. It's just curl cream today. Trying that because it's a bit too uncontrollable right now. Whew. It's funny. When I was in America, I was with Kyla and Nick for a bit, and we were meeting a bunch of their friends, and I think she was probably posting a bunch of the pictures on her Instagram that I found out about later. And there were these people, these like fucking big swole dudes coming around me and being like, "Yeah, you know what, dude? You know what you should do? You need to get more like you're kind of swole, but like no one can see it because you wear big clothes, and like you need to show you're swole. And also, you should do some funky shit with your hair. We're gonna take you to a barber, dude. We're taking you to a fucking barber. And also, we're gonna get you some jewelry." It's like, what? I was just sitting there like, "What? Yeah. How many viewers do you get? I don't know, like 900, 1,000." And they're like, "Oh yeah, let's make that 9,000, bitch." And they're like, "Fucking," they didn't say bitch. And ever since that happened, there's been this like fucking little debate going on in my own social circle about whether or not I'm okay for feeling like that's kind of intrusive. I don't know. Like I know it's all in good in it's all well intentioned and shit. But when people talk to me like that, I'm just like, "Ugh." I get giga autistic. And I want to dress even more scrappy and look even more weird. Because I think if you look too good, okay, and I could look too good, okay, then it doesn't make your opponents as angry, I don't think. There was, I haven't uploaded in a while, so I was reading comments. And there was where the fuck was it? There was this fucking guy just doing like the standard takes, like the standard fucking dipshit assumptions, but oh, mysteriously bearish position on the peace plan. Almost like this guy never believes the Palestinians are capable of peace, and his employer. I spoke about Hamas, not Palestinians, but okay. Isn't this a video where I said the PA were actually capable, but Israel was ignoring that at their peril? Oh well, didn't watch the video, retard. His employers, his employers need him to keep everyone's expectations low. Hate this triangle-faced little bit. What the triangle-faced, bro? I've never heard that attack in my entire life. I thought my face was like an oval. I thought I was too oval. Triangle. The fuck am I a triangle? Triangle. What's going on? It's because of the beard. The beard wouldn't make a triangle. A triangle's like, you know, you got that kind of gaunt cheeks. Maybe if I don't know, man. Maybe if I fucking maybe if I lost a bit more weight, then I would look like a triangle. I don't fucking know, man. People are weird, okay? People are absolutely insane. I don't know how to handle this. I thought you had an egghead. Well, yeah. Like, if someone in school didn't like me, they'd be like, "Oh, you're an egghead," and I'd be like, "Whoa, oh shit, crossing the line there." Fuck me. I've never heard triangle before. How can you be an egg and a triangle? That's crazy. What the fuck? pyramid head. You pyramid head cunt. You disgusting pyramid fuck. Who knows? People be mad. And my conclusion is basically that if I put more effort into my looks, people like that will be less angry with me. And I don't like that. I don't like that. What did Mr. Finkelstein say about Kaya?
I hope your viewers will hear this.
Yes.
Your listeners. There is not one single frame of Hamas committing rape or sexual violence.
Wow.
Bear in mind, there's not only just an absence of any digital evidence, which would take.
Even that's not true, because there was that video of those guys who were tossing that girl around and her fucking dress was falling off. But also, I don't know. Does it? I'm sure it does not count as sexual violence if someone's being. If you see that girl in the back of the truck who's like stripped against her will, and the guy's just like holding her by her hair. Is that not sexual violence? I don't know. Fuck me. I love this. There's not one frame. It's like these. They want to see rape pornography. If there's no pornography, they're not happy. It's so fucking stupid. How many how many conflicts have happened where you get like full fucking footage of it going? It's so stupid. It's so fucking dumb.
7 months to go through of all the various technological paraphernalia, CCTV, traffic cameras, body cam, dash cam, GoPro. Not one of rape, not one of sexual violence, not one frame.
This also suggests that if you strip someone against their will, or even if they're dead, that's not sexual violence. Just so you know. So all those fucking IDF guys who forced the women to take their niqabs off and leave them fucking naked in a room for prolonged periods, that's not sexual violence. You know, that's just a different thing, apparently, according to Mr. Jinglestein. Mr. I've read 8 billion human rights reports, fucking loser. Ugh.
Yeah, she's a little lady. She's tiny. She thinks she's tiny.
Well, I'm glad she's not in the apartment above mine in my building.
Yeah, she'd be stomping around.
Well, no, she wouldn't. It would be me or her.
Okay. Well,
Too bad, ape. He's going to get the dog deported. Dog protection services. Well, we know. It's not really... That's so good, man. I warned you that you will never win against me. You should have Googled my name, Norman Finkelstein, or gone to YouTube and entered my name. Now it's too late. He's going to deport the dog back to Tibet or wherever the fuck that Mastiff breed is from. Too bad, apes. Well, he kind of gave the game away there, didn't they? Ouch.
For the people of Gaza, Donald Trump's attempts to engineer a ceasefire have brought little relief from the misery that is their daily existence. This week,
wait, that's Gaza? Where the fuck in Gaza is this? Which city was it where they didn't actually go as hard? What is this? It's in the western. Is this Gaza City or just parts of Gaza City? That's Kfar Qasim in Gaza. Is that a? Am I being trolled? What? It wouldn't be the first place that has the same name as someone in chat. I'll have you find. Retard. Kfar Qasim is not in. You tell him. You tell that fucking idiot.
for the
Blue
people
name.
of Gaza,
Twat.
Donald Trump's attempts to engineer a ceasefire have brought little relief from the misery that is their daily existence.
You read somewhere the north is a ghost town. North and Gaza City are different. I think they're actually different districts. There's like northern Gaza and there's Gaza City. North Gaza is like Erez Crossing and what, Beit Lahia? Is that? Hang on. What's in North Gaza? I think it is Jabalia. Is that? Yeah, Beit Lahia, Beit Hanun, Jabalia. Yeah. That's North Gaza.
Distance. This week, like most weeks, multiple Israeli airstrikes.
Gaza City's in the north. It's in the northern part, but it's not in the. There's like a district. There's like North Gaza, and then there's Gaza City. There's a different governorates. Yeah. Am I wrong? There's North Gaza, there's Gaza City, there's Deir al-Balah, there's Khan Yunis, and then there's Rafah. Am I wrong? Gaza governorates map. Yeah, we did it, okay? We know our Gaza geography, okay? And I would know that, okay? Because this is where my IDF handlers give me the target map.
Targets across the strip. More people injured, more people dead, despite a 20-point agreement.
Took you too long.
Brokered last October.
Uh-oh.
And Trump's announcement that Hamas has agreed to a complete disarmament has failed to generate much optimism here.
God willing, they will find a solution for us. Hamas will surrender their weapons and Gaza will return to how it was before October the 7th.
I don't have confidence in the occupying forces. The occupation puts obstacles in the way every day. You cannot negotiate while they're confronting you.
Trump's announcement was first aired with aplomb on his social media site, Truth Social. The deal was historic, a critical step, Hamas signing up to a detailed roadmap on disarmament. Yet, in a cabinet meeting at Camp David, he was sounding more restrained.
Most people said that would be a deal that would be undoable. Now, will it go through its ups and downs? It's a very complex situation over there. The people are very complex and difficult, but that will be it's a great breakthrough. Nobody thought that would be possible, to disarm Hamas.
Disarmament is a key part of Trump's plan. Without it, the introduction of a new government won't work, nor will reconstruction start in the battered territory. And we now have details of how the plan is supposed to work. An inventory will be made of heavy weapons, military production sites, depots of weapons and tunnels within Gaza. A new Palestinian administration will then enter the Strip and start to assume its responsibilities. The disarmament of weapons will be completed in a gradual, sequential, and time-bound manner. And this is crucial. It's all linked to an Israeli withdrawal in phases from the Strip. But it is the withdrawal.
When they say, like, as far as I could tell from that list, they didn't really say what comes first or what comes when, right? So they didn't say Israel withdraws here, then this, or this happens, then Israel withdraws here. They didn't really do that, did they?
All of Israeli forces that may represent
Rafah is going to be the pilot zone. So what? They're going to rebuild it and bring in the Board of Peace? I don't know why they couldn't have. I don't know why they couldn't have done that earlier. Surely there's like some part of Gaza where they can clear the rubble and just start building shit, right? And then people can move in, and then they can have their new police force and all that shit there. And they dealt with the tunnels and all that shit. Is this good or is it all talk? I'll refer you back to Michael Clark from yesterday, okay? Our grand spiritual leader.
President.
Here we are. I'll refer you back to this comment.
From the yellow line when Hamas undergoes a genuine disarmament. And I'm joined now by our defence and security analyst, Michael Clark. Professor, is this a big move toward peace in Gaza?
Not really, Mari. I mean, we should be grateful that those words have been...
Not really. Look at his fucking face. He's just so miserable. Look at...
Professor, is this a big move?
Look at that's oh, for fuck's sake, another peace deal, eh?
Peace in Gaza.
Not really, Mari. I mean, we should be grateful that
Well, And you know what? If you want to know why, there's a whole ass video by YouTuber Learnerbox Live. He'll tell you what's what, okay? So if you want to know why this new announcement from Hamas and Trump is probably not going to amount to anything special anytime soon, go right there and come back and tell me your comments.
Biggest problem here. Currently in control of 60% of Gaza, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has shown little to no enthusiasm for such a withdrawal. And with a national election scheduled in October, such a move could alienate key supporters. The fact is, neither side has shown much enthusiasm for Donald Trump's big announcement. An Israeli official said there would be no withdrawal from Gaza until they got genuine disarmament. Well, Hamas said there would be no disarmament until Israel withdraws. And clearly, a substantial gulf remains between the two. So Trump's deal is starting to look more aspirational than actual. But in Gaza, the reality of life looks the same. Amid the fear and the rubble, there's no declaration of success here. John Sparks, Sky News in Jerusalem.
Part of the reason those of us in the...
I was told to look at this. Crystal ball and...
establishment struggle.
Rep Adam Smith. Is there a rep called Adam Smith?
To beat Donald Trump is we were having to defend policies like open borders. Okay, and Trump walked right into that. All right. So the notion that there is just the establishment that led to Trump losing, I think, is a misplaced fact.
I think the establishment is a big part of the reason why Trump was able to win in 2024, not just the electoral vote, of course, also the popular vote.
Wait, is this supposed to be them talking? This is Anna talking over.
Gave Trump his power.
This is clips.
Ability of carrying out. Didn't respond to anything Trump is doing in his second term, Democrats. Just let him hang himself. And
is it here? Oh, 40. Oh,
all right, guys, we are now joined in studio by Representative Adam Smith. He is a Democrat. He is from Washington. He is the top Democrat, in fact, on the House Armed Services Committee. And your team actually reached out saying you wanted to have a conversation about the future of the Democratic Party and your ideas therein. So very excited to have that convo. Welcome.
Yeah, good to be on. Thanks for the chance.
Of course. So before we get into all of that, you are at the center of a bunch of very impactful votes as the ranking member on the House Armed Services Committee. So if you don't mind, I wanted to start by talking to you a little bit about the NDAA, that's the National Defense Authorization Act. Section 224 has been of a lot of interest to our audience. This is what would effectively partially merge the U.S. military with the Israeli military. You were originally in support of it. You changed your position on it. I just wanted to know about your thought process here.
Merge the U.S. military with the Israeli military. What it does is it talks about co-development programs.
Yeah, so we can actually put element 1 up on the screen while it's discussing because it has some of this.
I mean, the Pentagon has 1,000 different development programs that they're put together for procurement of, I don't know, everything from the F-35 to a radio. And when you do that, you develop a program of record and the Pentagon works on it. We have, over the course of the last decade, had 3 programs that we co-developed with the Israeli military around drones, around missile defense, counter drones. And so the point of those programs was for the two militaries to work together to develop them. Okay. Now, neither controls the other.
This guy knows what's what. Oh my God. And his voice is so powerful.
In terms of how they use them. So those were just co-development programs. And this section 224, when it came up in the committee, said, let's have one person overlook all 3 of those programs, and let's explore the possibility of more co-development programs.
Right. So it says to expand and accelerate bilateral defense technology research, development, testing, evaluation, integration, and industrial cooperation, that goes on to spell out what all that means.
Right, and it didn't create any new program. And by the way, missile defense was the big thing that we had there, and it just, so that was the point of it. And mostly, I see this as a benefit to the U.S. military, particularly when you're talking about missile defense. The Israeli military is really good at it. They can help us develop those systems so that we have a better system. I think it's an incredible exaggeration to say that.
What the actual fuck am I listening to? Why am I listening to this Democrat who is giving a coherent explanation that's short and concise about the benefits of America's military connections with Israel? Oh, that's fucking, dude, that's a fucking grown-up is in the room. What the fuck? This is weird. And he's called Adam Smith. What's going on? I'm dreaming. This is weird. I'm drugs. I had drugs, too many drugs. What the fuck?
Would merge the U.S. military because
wait, they used the word merge, and they were like, "Interesting that you try to deny the Zionist-occupied government when you wish to merge the militaries."
Of thousands, literally thousands of programs, we would have 3, 4, maybe 5 or 6 that we were co-developing with the IDF.
But you've changed your position now, correct? You oppose it. So what are your concerns? Because I'll tell you the concerns, from me personally, I think shared a lot by our audience.
Genocide, apartheid.
Is
bombs.
You are well aware there is a reckoning happening with regard to the U.S. relationship 100%. With Israel, especially in the Democratic Party. Yeah. And so what appears from the outside is that while votes are increasingly becoming difficult for Israel to win in terms of overt aid being granted, this would be a way to secure the Israel-U.S. relationship without having that transparency and that democratic accountability that would come from a vote. So that's the concern, is that it would make the Israeli-U.S. military relationship more entrenched in a way that lacks any sort of democratic accountability.
Yeah, no, I don't agree with that at all. I mean, we're talking about...
What are your concerns then?
Sorry, 2 different questions here. Yeah. My concern is I don't support the Netanyahu government, and I certainly don't support what Ben-Gvir and Smotrich are doing. And that's been, I think, the real challenge for me, is Israel has a right to exist. Israel is threatened profoundly by Hamas, Hezbollah, Iran. So how do we help them defend themselves? Well, at the same time, they've got a government that's frankly out of control, particularly in the West Bank. I associate myself with Rahm Emanuel's speech in Tel Aviv last week, where he said Netanyahu has decided that he is going to be able to defeat all of his adversaries. So whether you're talking Lebanon, Gaza...
I can't wait till that fucking Eisenkot dude becomes the Prime Minister of Israel, and we just have to hear fucking Dahya doctrine for the next 4 years. That'll be great. What? Netanyahu got replaced? What? By Mr. Dahya doctrine? That thing that I know all about that makes... Fuck's sake. Oh no. We might actually have to do a video on the Dahya doctrine and just what it means and what it doesn't mean. That's crazy.
The West Bank, Iran, it's perpetual war all the time. And then with Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, you've got people who really do want to drive all of the Palestinians out of Gaza and the West Bank, and they're in the government. Okay? So the basic idea of the program when it was first presented to me, like I said, it's co-development programs. And
listen, we'll get to that for the Israeli elections. Literally all I know about Eisenkot is fucking Dahya doctrine. And I remember reading about it, and it's like, when people bring it up, they usually assume that. So Dahya is it's a district, it's like a neighborhood in southern Beirut, which is mostly Shia, and it's where Hezbollah's headquarters are. There's this little place I think it's called the Forum, or no, that's in Gaza. There's like an area that's kind of like sealed off almost, and there are security guards if you want to go into it. And this is kind of where the main Hezbollah compounds are, and they rent out all these these flats. And Nasrallah's bunker was underneath one of these buildings. It's where Al-Manar gets their headquarters from. So, and it's also where apparently they store rockets. So, the Dahya doctrine came from the 2006 Lebanon War, where Eisenkot, I think he was a general at that time, and he was quoted, I think it was in The Guardian, he was quoted in the Western press by basically saying something about, let me find the exact quote. Yeah, well, it's on Wiki, we can just go with this. So he says, what happened in Dahia and Beirut in 2006 will happen in every village from which shots will be fired in the direction of Israel. We will wield disproportionate power and cause immense damage and destruction. From our perspective, these are military bases. This isn't a suggestion. It's a plan that has already been authorized. Every one of the Shiite villages is a military site with headquarters, an intelligence center, and a communication center. Dozens of rockets are buried in houses, basements, attics, and the village is run by Hezbollah men. In each village, according to its size, there are dozens of active members and local residents, and alongside them, fighters from outside and everything prepared and planned. Okay, like, but he was quoted in the press. I think he was actually even quoted in South Africa's genocide case. Wait, was he? The 80-something pages, their statement on December 2023. Did they mention the Dahia Doctrine here? Oh, no, it was Goldstone Report they went as far back as, not Dahia. Well, people will take this and they'll say that the Dahia Doctrine is this idea that Israel picks and chooses these villages so they can just completely fucking flatten them. And then if they're being very creative, they'll say that you're bombing these areas so you can go in and fucking ethnically cleanse them and control them, right? Other people will say that it's like basically their doctrine, which is that they have an enemy like Hamas or Hezbollah and everywhere else. And what they'll do is they'll just hit civilian infrastructure. They'll just target civilians so that they can pressure the civilian population against the leaders. What they seem to forget to mention is that he's literally saying here in this, and also in further, he's written in Hebrew about this quite a bit as well. He's basically saying that, one, Israel's responds with disproportionate power, not disproportionate in the legal sense. He's claiming disproportionate in the sense of if you attack us with like 10 rockets, then we're going to blow up like 10 sites of or 20 sites of yours, like that kind of thing. Like to respond with overwhelming force to get them to back down, which is actually quite a normal military strategy for people who are getting attacked. But they seem to forget that he's quite clearly saying that this is based on the fact that, or at least their claim that Hezbollah and these armed groups use these villages as military sites, that they use them to hide weapons or to launch attacks, and they have control over these areas. And it's funny because Dahia is actually like the perfect example of this. Dahia has areas that have been more or less sealed off by Hezbollah, where you actually have to go through a security guard to get into the area, to even just to move around. And there are these buildings where, again, there are guards, like Hezbollah guards, up and down the entrances of these buildings. It's interesting that he mentions Dahia because in 2006, when Dahia was struck, their targets were Nasrallah's compound and the Al-Manar headquarters. What people who mention Dahia don't mention is that there were warnings given before those strikes. And between the warning and the strike was anything between 18 and 24 hours. So they gave a warning, and then at the very least 18 hours later, then they struck. Which is just a very odd thing to suggest if you're saying the Dahia Doctrine is just about targeting civilians and all that shit. And yeah, their targets, and even Nasrallah in 2006 admitted this. He came on TV after the strikes took place, because he survived, and laughed at them for saying, yeah, you tried to kill me, you didn't get me. Now look over to the fucking sea, there's going to be a missile that's going to get fired to one of the Israeli boats, the Israeli ships that fired on us. And he did. And he like completely humiliated the chief of staff of the IDF, or the defense minister. But yeah, that'll be a whole different story if Eisenkot actually becomes prime minister.
Missile defense, something we could definitely learn from Israel on, and it's a program. You can decide whether or not to do co-development programs. And by the way, if we decide in Congress that we don't like that program, we can vote it down. It's not outside of the democratic process. We don't have to vote and approve every single program of record that the Pentagon develops.
But if the warnings happen and everyone flees, isn't it just destruction of civilian buildings? Well, no. I mean, it depends on what you're targeting. If you're doing it just to target soldiers who are running around with light weapons, then yeah. But I mean, I imagine when they're doing this, they're going after... The point of the warning is that you give enough time for humans to move, but not enough time for infrastructure to move, not enough time to move heavy weapons or rocket launchers or tunnels and compounds and things like that, right?
I don't agree with that aspect of it, but a couple of constituents in particular reached out to me and
Or
explained...
you do it to try and flush out militants so you can catch them with a drone or something, I don't know.
That, look, at this point, voting for anything that integrates the U.S. and the Israeli government further, given where the Netanyahu government is at, is just a statement we don't want to make right now. And I agreed with that. And that's what caused me to change my mind on that particular issue.
So you've said you would vote against that on the House floor.
I would vote to remove it from the bill, yes.
So you are ranking member, House Armed Services. That makes you one of the four most important people in D.C. in terms of what ends up in the NDAA. And for our audience...
Except for the fact that I'm in the minority.
You're in the minority, of course.
And I don't control...
Sure.
They can't really fire stuff from Beirut anyway, so why not intercept it on the way to the south? What, and blow up a road or a bridge? Or blow up a car that's next to the person? And also have a target that's harder to hit? I don't know why you would prefer that option. That doesn't make sense to me.
Sure, yes.
All the while risking them getting away, right? all the while risking missing the target, and then they actually get to fire a big-ass rocket at you, like a long-range one.
Majority does by any stretch of the imagination.
But what I wanted to know is if you would use that position when it comes to conference, which is when and this is for our audience, I know obviously you know this, when the Senate version is merged with the House version and any difference are reconciled.
I will advocate for the removal of that provision.
And if it's not removed, will you refuse to sign off on the conference report?
I don't know that I would go that far. It depends on what else is in the bill. I mean, look, the bill itself has the massive problem that it's continuing to fund the war in Iran, which is an utter disaster. So I am probably not going to vote, well, almost certainly not going to vote for the bill as it comes off the House floor now, just in and of itself, regardless of that particular section. Just because of that one section, I don't know that I would vote against the entire bill.
Well, that was actually the other thing I wanted to ask you about is why are Democrats considering supporting an NDAA at all while Trump is prosecuting a disastrous, illegal, unconstitutional war, which to your credit, you've been very vocally outspoken against?
Yeah, well, there's a couple of layers to that. First of all, and this is where we get into some of those divisions within the Democratic Party. I believe that we do need to have a Department of Defense. We need to support our troops. We have national security threats that we have.
I mean, the Department of War
have to be prepared to deal with. All right. So,
do people disagree with that?
Well, there are somebody. Look, the Democratic Socialists of America, in their platform, is defund the Department of Defense. It's in their platform.
Have any of the candidates?
Yeah, but we don't really talk about that, you know. Yeah, but they're not really going to do that. It's the same as the Trump defense. Oh, they'll never do that though. He keeps talking about how he wants to invade Greenland, but he's not going to do it. Right? He's not going to. Come on.
That you're aware of held that position or advocated that position?
I
see lots of people advocate for cutting the Pentagon, which I would agree with. That you may agree with as well. I don't know. I haven't heard anyone advocating for getting rid of it. At least nobody who's elected to office.
Yeah, no, they've. But it's part of the DSA platform, okay? And also a broader part.
Do you agree with everything, single word of the Democratic Party platform?
It's not about agreeing with it. It's about whether or not you would expect the party to follow through with it, or whether you'd expect them to at least push in that direction, no?
Do not. Okay.
Okay.
So, yes, but...
so should we be held to whatever views are theoretically in some policy position paper, or should we deal with the reality of what your positions are?
Why would they put it in there in the first place? But aside from that particular point, there's the larger question of the role the U.S. plays in the world. And this is where I do disagree with the DSA. I mean, their general position is that the U.S. is responsible for most of the conflict in the world. And I've heard these arguments about whether you're talking about Iran, North Korea, Russia, China, that everything they're doing is merely in reaction to us. And I don't agree with that. I think we've done some bad things without any question, but I do think we face threats that we need to be in a position to deter. So I'm not, going to say that we shouldn't ever have a National Defense Authorizing Act. The second piece of this I'm curious.
Well, I'm
curious what people think about this.
Just to pause on that point for 1 second. The argument I'm making, and I think other
on IRI last night, we were listening to a slew of voters call in to talk about how much the DSA is making them not want to vote Democrat. It's so people just seem to forget that there are I don't know. People just seem to forget that Americans are not that they're not that left wing. They're just not. Just because some people in fucking New York are who support Mamdani and shit. God. Yeah, it's fucking dangerous. Yeah.
Other people is not that we should never have a National Defense Authorization Act. It's that in this moment, Democrats, as you know, have precious little leverage that they can use as Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the White House. Trump is prosecuting what is an illegal war. There was a war powers resolution that was passed through the House and the Senate
by the way,
that he is in violation of.
Just to be clear, it's a bigger part of the problem. Even if this war was legal, it would still be a disastrous, stupid, terrible, horrible idea.
We 100% agree on that. But it is also illegal.
Yeah.
So why not use this moment when they would dearly like Democratic votes?
I'm not disagreeing with you on that at all. Yeah.
So you think so you won't support an NDA and you don't think the rest of the Democratic Party?
There will probably be some who will and some who won't. I mean, and again, how do we use...
The Dems should put the DSA down before something bad like the Spartacist uprising happens. Dude, you need to relax, okay? Have you seen these people? Thank God they are not as organized. Like, we've only got one organized fucking nutter group in the country, and it's just MAGA, okay? Two would be too much. Fuck. The DSA Proud Boys, those people, no, thank God actually that's the case as well, because these fucking DSA revolutionaries and all that, they're not going to do the same shit as the Proud Boys and go and storm a fucking building to try and overturn an election or anything else like that, or try to coup somewhere or try to have a revolution, because again, they've all got stuff to lose. They've got university degrees and they're gonna move out of their parents' fucking home at some point to get a real job. Fuck that.
That leverage in an effective way. And keep in mind also the National Defense Authorizing Act doesn't actually fund anything. It's not the appropriations bill, it's the authorizing bill, which is the other point I've been trying to get to. Congress needs to exercise oversight of the Department of Defense. We've got a provision in the bill that would bring back collective bargaining for all DoD employees, which we got put into the bill. We've got a variety of different things that fence Secretary Hegseth's budgets if he doesn't, begin to turn over more information. It's us exercising our oversight.
Yep.
If we pull back from that and don't do anything, that winds up with the executive branch having all the control and all the authority if we just don't pass anything. So there are some things in this bill that exercise oversight of the Pentagon. We step back from that. Trump just goes and does what he wants to do without any congressional oversight. So that's the balance. Because I think the mistake when you say leverage, the notion is if we say we won't vote for it, the Republicans will therefore give us this, 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 and this.
Well, it'll put some pressure on them.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of this,
sure, it will, but they may not. But it may not result in that. So yes.
But it may be worth a try. The Iran war is already very unpopular,
100%.
and
100%. Yes.
Let me ask you about your vote for the Thomas Massie amendment, which would block aid to Israel. And this is another one where you had told one outlet that you were planning to vote against it, and then you changed your mind and decided to vote for it. You put on a statement saying that you wanted to send a message to Benjamin Netanyahu. I'd love for you. There's actually been a lot of pro-Israel folks who've been attacking you, saying you gave in to pressure tactics, et cetera. I'd love for you to explain in your own words how you came to this place, because I do think your vote and others are quite extraordinary given where...
It must be so difficult being a Democrat like this. It must be quite difficult kind of knowing that you can't really hold back the tide. And the fact is, if you are a pragmatic Democrat who wants to build up support, you should probably just throw Israel under the bus, okay? Just stop giving them fucking arms. Just fuck them off. Like, you can maybe keep the things that are more defensible to some of the more, to at least left-wingers who are still sane enough to go out and vote. So the defensive aid and the Iron Dome and everything. But anything offensive, anything like that, just fuck it off. Just bin them. And but it must be hard doing that, knowing that the people in Israel who want that the most of the right-wingers are the ones who are perfectly happy to just pursue their conflicts and pursue their endeavors without a annoying liberal fucking pencil pusher like checking them out and breathing down their neck about humanitarian issues, right? Like, yeah, they're gonna love that. And then the people who suffer will be the Palestinians and the Syrians and the Lebanese and shit. Yeah.
Consensus within Washington has been on the relationship with Israel. You had even Nancy Pelosi voting for this amendment yourself, given your position and your track record. You're someone who's been supported by AIPAC. Just take us through
this is going to take a minute. This is going to take.
That's fine. Take your time.
Okay, because the real challenge here is what Israel has historically been. Okay. Israel was historically a democratic state in the middle of no democratic states. They were a very strong ally of the U.S. We partnered with them on a variety of things, counterterrorism being the biggest thing during the ISIS fight and elsewhere. So you've got that historical relationship. And then you've got the reality of what Israel is living in. And that is that they are the only, well, except for Ukraine, they're the only country in the world, well, they're the only country in the world that from the day they were founded, people have been trying to eliminate them. I mean, there's no other country in the world that Yemen and Saudi Arabia fought, but the Houthis never said that Saudi Arabia didn't have a right to exist. Okay, very existence wasn't on the line. When Israel came into being, from that very moment, they have been attacked constantly. And yeah, it comes down to a fundamental question. Does Israel have a right to exist? Now, I'll tell you, and this is absolutely the DSA position, is that they don't. Okay?
Well, let's pause on that. I want to get to the DSA.
Yeah, but what are they going to do? What are they going to do?
I don't want to fight you on all of this, but I want you to get to your point out. Yeah.
I got to get through this.
Okay.
So if you have a situation where Israel is threatened on all sides, and I know it's like, well, no, it's not saying they don't have a right to exist, just they have to let all the Palestinians back in, and then effectively the Jews no longer control Israel. Okay.
He knows.
Well, I'm sorry, but don't you see, as an idea of equal rights for all ethnicities?
Yeah, old man. Yeah, retard. Don't you think that America, the melting pot, the one place in the world where Jews could go and live as a minority and actually be quite safe in a sizable number? Yeah. Don't you think that way over there in that Middle East and that old land, that don't you think it just makes sense to give everyone one person, one vote in all these countries with crazy fucking ethnic tensions and ethnic conflicts and sectarian lines? Don't you think just give them all one person, one vote? Lebanon, Syria, just one person, one. Let's go. Don't you think if we can do it, everyone can? There's. Don't you think that the history of all these countries and the fucking background and the bad blood that they've had to deal with, don't you think that's all just bullshit? Fuck me. Don't you think we just bring back fucking Yugoslavia, one person, one vote, the Bosnians, the Croats, the Serbs, the Kosovars? Don't you think it'd all be better just to ram them all into one fucking country and just let them, try their best?
Something that you, in theory, support as a Democrat?
Well, sure, but the practical result of this is, if you say there should be equal rights within Israel, but if Israel allows it, they cease to exist as a country.
No, they cease to exist as a Jewish ethno-state. That's very different from ceasing to exist as a country.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Everything, all else equal, if it becomes a majority Palestinian state, all else equal, it'll just cease to be a Jewish ethno-state. That everything else will be the same, pretty much. Once the IDF and the Palestinian leadership come to an agreement over what happens to all the military assets and who controls that. What a fucking stupid, it's so dumb, man. Just that question alone, right? There's going to be, within the next, 5-10 years, supposedly, assuming that you care about Palestinians having their freedom now and not in a fucking 1,000 years, then in the foreseeable future, the IDF, the Israelis, and the Palestinians, which will include Hamas, they're still the most popular movement in Palestine, are going to sit around a table and decide how to rebuild the state's military and divvy up all the fucking arms and the nuclear codes. Oh, fuck that, man. Whew.
My other question was, why is
no, we got to drill down.
An issue for U.S. taxpayers?
Drill down. We got to drill down on that.
Yeah,
okay.
Excuse me, baby. I got to explain to you why racism is awesome, actually.
Right. They cease to exist as an ethno-state. So basically, Jews would live in Palestine and be governed by the Palestinians, by the Arabs. Okay? And maybe that's just what has to happen in the minds of some people, but understand the consequences of it. Understand why Israel was created in the first place. so that the Jews would have some place to go, okay?
Right,
and
but
to just blithely say, well, yeah, it'll go away and it'll be fine. So that's point one.
Well, first of all, you're mischaracterizing my position. But
well, what is your
position? Wasn't that exactly your position? If it's equal rights from the river to the sea, and ostensibly this doesn't happen without right of return, or even now, that means that Palestinians will be the majority and Jews in Israel will just have to be taking their chances. Like what she's saying is that Palestine will be the very first Arab Muslim state, or they'll be the first Arab Muslim state in the last 100 years that allows their Jewish minority, their sizable Jewish minority, to live in peace and security and with equal rights. That's what she's saying. They'll be the first ones.
Second of all,
what is your position?
Second of all, you're ignoring that Israel was not created and a land with no people.
No.
Why the actual fuck is that relevant? What the fuck?
I know it wasn't. No,
there were people there. They were displaced.
Right, very few countries ever were.
Nakba.
Yeah. What you seem to be forgetting is Nakba, apartheid, genocide. Excuse me, fucking.
There was a dispute
Allow me
over
to
land.
educate you.
Yes.
And the Israel today, which I think is what you were getting to, is an apartheid ethno-state that, and I don't think you use this language, but that is in the process of committing a genocide. So we can, I
was starting to get really convinced by the idea that it probably doesn't make sense to have binational equal rights one-state solution that neither side wants in the region for so many reasons, not least of all Jewish safety in the region. But but then Crystal Ball came out with the Nakba apartheid genocide, and I'm like, oh fuck, I suppose maybe we should just get fucking Israel and Hamas and the PLO around the table to start fucking arguing over what they do with the nuclear codes. Yeah, maybe. Sounds based. Good idea.
Debate the Israel of the past and the various historical interpretations of how we got to this place. But I think you're correct when you say we have to deal with the reality of today. And, I would argue that it's not just the Netanyahu government. We can certainly argue that point.
Yeah.
But, we have Jake Sullivan, who just came out and said that he regrets the Biden policy of the bear hug. He thinks they should have done more to restrain Israel. And I'm wondering if you have any regrets, because now you're voting in a somewhat different way. He
needs to nail the fact that no one supports a binational state. Yeah, because but again, this is always the thing where you have to know who you're talking to, and this is I need to get better with doing this to the other way around, right? With MAGA, but these guys are when he says, and it is valid. It's again if anyone thinks that Palestine would be the first state in the Arab and Muslim world that respects the rights of a sizable Jewish minority, in the last 100 years, you're delusional. You're fucking crazy. The second of all, no, but the problem with that particular argument is that you are kind of, in their ears, all you're saying is that Palestinians can't be trusted because they're too barbaric, right? That's all they're going to hear. Whereas if you make the argument that the problem with the binational one-state solution with equal rights for all groups is that just Palestinians don't want it. And Israeli Jews don't want it. So it's probably more effective to go with that one. That's why, again, every time I bring that claim up to a one-state solution person, they are just fucking dead. They have no idea what to do. Whether it was some people just ignore it and try to pivot to something else, or with Chris Kunzler was trying to challenge the methodology or the sample size of the poll. People, it's not even that they don't know what to say to it. It's that they've never even practiced what to say to it. It doesn't even come up in their prep, right? It doesn't even come up in their repertoire. It's like, oh wait, what the fuck? It's like you've just hit them with some fucking secret trap card that they've never heard of before. Yes, Kunzler did say, well, they do want if you add the people who want the unequal state, then they do want the one state, so we can work from there. But that makes no fucking sense, yeah. What, people who want an unequal apartheid state of Palestine are just one fucking sequence of events away from accepting an equal one.
With the NDAA shift in position, with the Massey Amendment saying, hey, we should blockade. I want to send a message to Netanyahu. at the peak of the Gaza onslaught, you had a complete siege. You had
What would be the problem with an unequal one-state solution where only Palestinians get the one state? This is now B's opinion on resolving the history, by the way. Yeah, because people like Baden Panada are probably honest enough to understand that Israelis, a lot of them will die or get expelled or re-educated or whatever else. The only thing is that Baden Panada is one of the few people who admit that he wants that. He doesn't care if that happens. But then with someone like him, I would just argue, okay, so you're willing to just keep this conflict going forever until Israelis agree to sign their own death warrants. And it's like, yeah, and then that pivots around to the, well, okay, so you just want to LARP and watch Palestinians die for the next 100 years so that you can feel good about yourself. So there's depending on like which persuasion people are, but he's a very unique case because he's fucking crazy, right? But most people will not admit that. Most people will not admit that they are putting Jewish life in like extreme danger by pushing for them to live as a minority in Palestine.
Entire neighborhoods that were leveled. They created the largest population of child amputees. Do you have any regrets about your votes during that time period?
I don't, because everyone forgets about October 7th. Everyone forgets about what Hamas and Hezbollah and Iran have done. And their desire is to wipe out the state of Israel and all the Jews living there. Is that not? I mean, that's in Hamas's charter, and Hamas is still extant. They're still
well, they made a new charter.
Doing that. I don't like the way Israel decided to defend themselves, but the solution being proposed is, and this is the consequence of what you're saying is, sorry, we had this idea back in 1948, we were going to give you a state, and that way you could protect yourself against all these attacks. Didn't work out, so go back to Europe. Go wherever. This just isn't going to work anymore.
I think the question,
and I don't think you understand how difficult that is to just go, yeah, I guess that's fine. Because
no, I think
it's not even difficult. It's just impossible because you're basically saying that Israelis have to choose between living and meeting the moral purity test of a left-wing political commentator. They're never choosing the second one. Why would you?
Let me, and this is not, this is my perspective, but I think this is also what the Democratic Party base in particular, and most of the country view at this point, is why should our tax dollars, given all the things in the world and all the things in our country,
that's why I voted
that's why I voted for
the Massey Amendment.
Spent in much more effective ways.
Exactly.
Why should that be going to prop up an ethno-state that is an apartheid state? And I wonder if you agree with that characterization, that has been committing.
She's so obsessed with these fucking, I wonder if you agree with this particular, it's so fucking dumb. What, again, why?
If you don't want to say genocide, certainly war crimes with that tax money.
But that's fine. Yeah. Look, no, that's why I voted for the Massey Amendment. I don't think we should be sending that money over there. But look, I have concerns about Hamas, about Hezbollah, that people don't seem to share. Let's say that this plays out the way you just.
Again, it's like, yeah, people don't seem to share. Like, people, they spend the last 3 years acting like those groups don't exist. Unless they come out and say, yeah, we'll disarm, terms and conditions apply. The Massey Amendment was prohibited funds appropriated for use for Israel amounting to $3 billion. Is this what the Massey Amendment was? So he wanted to take away, are these offensive arms, I'm guessing? It sounds like earlier he was making the case for collaborative things on like missile defense is fine, but offensive weaponry while they're doing what they're doing in Gaza is not. Is that more or less right? Yeah, they wanted to remove $3.3 billion. That's the Massey Amendment. Voss's reaction to the Israel-Lebanon deal was literally to say that he supports a Hezbollah coup against the Lebanese government. Good stuff. Wait, clip? Did he actually say that? Did he say that?
describe, and okay, there is no Jewish ethno-state, and the consequence of that is there is no Jewish state. Basically, you have the Palestinians, as they would now be governing that area, and that means Hamas would be governing that area. Do you have any problem with that? Do you have any problem with Hamas suddenly becoming a much more powerful entity and having the country, from the river to the sea, if you will now be a Hamas-run state on the Mediterranean? Are you okay with that?
First of all, I'm not convinced that
First of all, Israel created Hamas.
Would be the reality.
Well,
but
how
would
it not be the reality?
How would it? Yes, push. Yes. How would it not? They're the most popular movement in Palestine. Everyone hates the PA. Fuck.
Can get away from how illiberal it is to not support equal rights for people regardless of it.
Fucking cock. Then do it to America supports Lebanon. Go force Lebanon to. Go force Lebanon into equal rights. Because tell them to get rid of the National Pact that even fucking Hezbollah doesn't spend that much time opposing.
They're Jewish, Arab, Muslim, Christian,
totally with you. Look,
and then the other piece is,
but Hamas doesn't support equal rights either.
But do you support a two-state solution? Is that your idea?
Look, yes.
So how do we get there? How do we get there?
Okay,
there's a good question. Okay, how do we get there? Fuck.
Lebanese people support Hezbollah is false. You have to.
Oh, what are you saying? What do you say? Lornerbox will not be happy about Vaush's positions. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. Big Vaush.
Minister of Defense, I have instructed the IDF to strike terrorist targets in Beirut. There will not be a situation in which Hezbollah attacks our cities and our citizens, and its terrorist headquarters in Beirut, in Dahia, remains out of bounds.
Israel says the attacks on Beirut are in response to an increased volume of Hezbollah rocket and drone attacks, as well as some
fucking hairline, bro.
Rocket attacks that have reached a bit farther into Israel, not just.
But Lebanon's a democracy. I support Hezbollah, but the claim Lebanese people support Hezbollah is false. You have to listen. I said the Lebanese people support Hezbollah, or Hezbollah. So first of all, I said that Hezbollah represents the interests of the Lebanese people insofar as they have an interest to not be invaded and conquered by Israel. Do you disagree with that? Do you think the Lebanese people, by and large, support the idea of being invaded and conquered by Israel? Because if the Lebanese government was the one...
They don't support Hezbollah firing rockets into Israel, which is what brings Israel into Lebanon. What? Bro, it's so fucking simple. I don't understand. I don't know. Fuck.
Who was the only one who had a say, or already would have happened. Hezbollah is the only reason why Lebanon is an Israeli territory.
Right along Israel.
I don't... there are very few political disagreements where the entire reality is just completely flipped. It's like 180'd. So Hezbollah is the only reason that Lebanon is not Israeli territory. Meanwhile, in reality, the only occupied parts of Lebanon by Israel are the Hezbollah parts. Like, Israel's not fucking occupying Juni or fucking Hemlea or Eastern Beirut, are they? Fuck. What are we doing?
Israel's northern
That's a fact, by the way. That's a fact. That's literally a fact, by the way.
Never mind what I said. That's a fact. Turns out that's a fact. Shit. Got me.
No, but this
stop.
Hold on.
I can answer this
How
for
do we
you.
get there at a time?
To the point that there was that map where the one town in the south, Ramaish, I think never know how to pronounce that one. The one town where the mayor worked really hard to kick out Hezbollah is just surrounded by Israel-occupied areas. And it's left alone, and it's right on the border.
When you have settlements that have made it effectively impossible.
There's something I have to explain before all of this makes sense.
In order to create a Palestinian state.
Look, let's go back to what you said. I support a two-state solution. I am also aware of the fact that it's probably no longer possible. You didn't let me get that part out. Okay, which is really kind of important to this whole conversation.
I would agree, yeah.
And it's very disappointing. I mean, and there's a lot of blame to go around for why we got there. Yes, I would like to see a two-state solution. I am not naive, as you just described, to know that it's simply not on the table at this point. And that creates a massive, massive problem. But the idea, again, that the easy solution is, okay, we get rid of the Jewish ethno-state, and the details of how Israel is currently running, their country, there are Arabs in the parliament, but there are parts of it that aren't. Okay, so we get rid of that.
Okay.
So what's your idea for what replaces that? You say you're not convinced that it would be a Hamas-run thing.
Well, I've offered that. Listen, I really honestly think that this is something for Palestinians and Israelis to decide. I don't know.
2006 was a failure for Israel, wasn't it? I hate Hezbollah, especially because of Syria, but this is what I think Vosh meant. That doesn't make sense either, because what happened before 2006? Israel was not in Lebanon. The UN drew a blue line and said, do not cross this fucking line, and Israel went all the way back. They did not cross the blue line until Hezbollah kidnapped those soldiers and killed two of them, right? Like that's no, they killed 8 and kidnapped 2. Then Israel went into Lebanon. So again, it's like this. It's this complete fucking flip of cause and effect. It's so insane. You can say Lebanon thwarted Israel in 2006 because of Hezbollah, but the only reason Israel had any reason to go into Lebanon in 2006 was Hezbollah. Fuck.
Why?
Get rid of that.
Okay.
So what's your idea for what replaces that? You say you're not convinced that it would be a Hamas-run thing.
Well, I've offered that. Listen, I really honestly think that this is something for Palestinians and Israelis to decide. I don't know why it is the American taxpayers' business to fund this.
And again, that's why I voted for the Massey Amendment.
But what is actually your idea? Because if you're saying, you don't support a one-state solution, you don't support a two-state solution, there is no good solution. That's where you are. That is the reality of where we are now.
Right. And I'm
no good solution.
And I'm open to ideas, but let's understand the history of this. There's a great book called Palestine 1936 that described what was going on there. So you were coming to the end of the British mandate.
Well, this guy,
and
oh my
you
God.
had, the Jews had been
1930s, is that Oren Kessler? Is that it? I haven't read that one.
Coming in since the 19th
Adam
century.
Smith,
They'd been there a long, long time ago. And they were looking for, a place to be. The Palestinians were looking to drive out the British. And the Palestinians and the Arabs reached a conclusion in the mid-1930s and said, okay, Jews, you can stay, but you're not going to run anything. Okay. Jews said, no, we can't stay. So they started a civil war. Okay. And they fought. And then, of course, 1948, they got the country created. Another war was started. A war, and I know people say, well, this is a war to drive the Palestinians out. It was also a war to eliminate Israel.
It was also a war of survival, yeah.
Basically kill Israel in the crib in 1948. And they fought and they fought and they fought and they fought. And at no point was there ever anything carved out for the Jews. And so the Jews have been fighting an existential fight. And
is he talking about the 39 white paper? Yeah, the history on 36 there, he mentioned 36 because there's all this kind of like background history where people who didn't have executive power on either side of the Zionists or the Arabs were talking about potential sharing of power or terms and things like that. But I don't know what he's talking about in 36 where they said, we'll have an Arab state and we'll take it, but Jews don't have any power. I don't know what that one is because that sounds like the white paper did give Jews some power though. But that was after the revolt. So I don't really know what he's referring to there. I haven't read that book, so I don't know if I can. I'm not as familiar with the Arab Revolt as the other things.
It's so hard for me to, because I know you consider yourself, I think, liberal. You would describe yourself that way, like in the classical. She's just going to loop back to this fucking. She's not even interested. Like he told her a bunch of things that she definitely didn't fucking know about the conflict. What he could have summarized there was quite simple: is that the Arab leaders at no point up until the 48 war were ever suggesting a version of reality that would guarantee any safety for the Jewish population. So let's say you're like a Jew in Israel or in mandatory Palestine in the 40s. You are literally sitting there choosing between fighting for your own carve out of the land or just taking your chances as a minority where the head of the Palestinian Arab movement is a guy who supports Hitler. Like, what the fuck are you going to do, man? It doesn't matter how you got there. It doesn't matter if you live on a fucking farm that used to be occupied by a tenant farmer who got evicted after the purchase. Or it doesn't matter. Like, you've got your own survival to think about as well. And the fact is that there wasn't anything on the table other than carve out a state. liberal sense.
But there's no liberal option on the table here. That's what I'm telling you.
Why?
You keep saying,
But what? No, but
why is one person, one vote in the
illegal Jews, we cannot have.
Why
illiberal Palestinians are fine.
No, but why should...
And I voted for it. It shouldn't.
Why should
I already answered that question. It shouldn't.
This guy's a fighter.
Okay, so and is that your answer for this particular amendment, or will that continue to be your position moving forward?
That's where we're at.
So
Did the Nashashibis oppose or support the singular state proposed in 39? They did, yeah. The vote was 6-4 against, if I remember correctly. 6-4.
Done with the U.S. funding Israel.
I think
work it out themselves.
Yeah, I'm not 100%. So I got to say. I mean, look, if tomorrow there's a peace agreement, okay, and they actually go forward with something where they create a reasonable alternative for the Palestinians in Gaza, if they actually stop what they're doing in the West Bank and get to peace in Lebanon, that may change. I don't see that happening, which is why I gave you the answer I gave. But again, this notion that somehow there's a liberal option on the table, and how could we possibly support the illiberal state of Israel? What's going to come in there? Okay, that's going to be liberal.
Well,
now, I'm with you on the taxpayer dollar piece.
You mentioned Rahm Emanuel's speech. You said you associate yourself.
Yeah.
If memory serves, he supports banking sanctions on Israel. You know, we sanctioned our ally at the time, South Africa. You support that?
I am one of the original co-sponsors of the, it's the West Bank Violence Prevention Act, which sanctions Israel for what they're doing in the West Bank. Yes, absolutely. It's wrong. It shouldn't be done. Yes, we should sanction them, and we should specifically sanction Smotrich and Ben-Gvir.
No, she wants to sanction all of Israel, buddy. I don't even know what she wants them to do in exchange, but
advocating so much of this, yes.
Okay. All right, let's move on to some of these broader disagreements. And I guess a good transition into that is, how much do you think the question of the relationship with Israel-Palestine is...
Is this whole conversation about the DSA and the Democratic Party going to be about Israel? It's so... I really cannot wait until someone smarter than me has a theory or some kind of explanation for how the fuck that happened.
Serving as a litmus test in Democratic primaries.
She just said banking, bro, not all of Israel. What? Banking where? Like only West Bank banks? What are you talking about?
You know, from my perspective, it's been very important because it served as a proxy for kind of a host of other issues and concerns that the Democratic base has with the Democratic Party at this point. But I'm curious your perspective on how important that has become and the reason why you think it has become an important issue.
It's becoming more important. It's not the most important issue. The most important issue, it's not even close to the most important issue in these primaries. The most important issue that is driving the anti-establishment feelings in the primaries is two things. Number one, the belief that we have not effectively fought Trump. Okay, when you look at what really drives these people, yes, Israel's part of it, but it's also going after, you were part of the establishment, how come you didn't beat Trump? Now, I have a complaint here, and that is that a lot of the policies of the DSA and the left, open borders, defund the police, the idea that you can't possibly spend enough government money, identity politics, a lot of those things are what gave Trump his power. And part of the reason those of us in the establishment struggled to beat Donald Trump is we were having to defend policies like open borders. Okay, and Trump walked right into that, all right? So the notion that it's just the establishment that led to Trump losing, I think is a misplaced fact.
Can we pause there for 1 second? Go ahead, get to your critique.
And I certainly, but I also think that the establishment Democratic Party, I mean, the whole Joe Biden thing, nominating, even thinking about nominating Joe Biden in a situation.
Because of his age?
Well, because he couldn't, I don't care how old he is, he just couldn't speak. Okay, he couldn't communicate clearly. Whether that was because he was old or because he couldn't communicate clearly.
That's the bare minimum. I would know.
Clearly, it had the same effect. And then the second big issue is income inequality. It is absolutely true that whoever has been governing for the last 20 or 30 years hasn't done enough to create opportunity for enough people. Those two issues, I think, really drove the feeling of let's try something different. Now, the question is whether or not the DSA agenda is actually going to achieve either of those objectives. Is that what's going to help us defeat Trump and MAGA? Is that what is going to build a more broad-based economic thing? But this is where I am very sympathetic with the DSA. I'm an economic populist. All right, I think we should rewrite the tax code to actually tax rich people. I've been working with a woman, Ray Madoff. She's a professor up at Boston College who wrote a book about how we built our tax code so that investors don't ever pay taxes. Let's change that, okay? I'm very pro-union. Stock buybacks. Why do we have stock buybacks? They didn't exist prior to 1982.
Yep.
So obviously corporations can exist without them. On that agenda, I'm there. You know, part of the problem I have with the broader agenda is you can't have free stuff for everybody all the time, and another message that the left gave us in the last 10 years was that deficits and debts don't matter. Are you familiar with modern monetary theory?
Of course.
Yeah. It's absurd.
Let Adam Smith tell us about modern monetary theory. Oh, yeah, I love this guy. It's great.
The idea that we just spend as much money as possible is not a problem. Now, I want to tax people. I want a better social welfare state. But to argue that we can have a better social...
She's so bored. She is so fucking bored, man. Welfare states, social democracy, what the fuck? No. Where? Excuse me. We got half of a conversation left to go. Genocide.
The welfare state, because the debt doesn't matter,
I think with
undermines the credibility of that
the
argument.
decline of the U.S. dollar and potential risking of the U.S. dollar as a reserve currency, it's something we have to think more about now. But here's so let
That's
me drill,
the understatement of the morning, by the way. But
let me drill down a little bit on a few things you've said. So you've argued both from most of your argument against the DSA thus far, I think you could characterize as an electability argument. You think
No. It's bad policy.
Okay, so let's...
I don't think having unlimited immigration is sustainable. I don't think getting rid of the criminal justice system is a smart way to govern. It's not just electability,
so
it's policy.
Here's a question I have for you. So back in 2018, you worked together with Pramila Jayapal on a bill to abolish ICE, which is a key demand.
I worked with her on here's what the bill did, okay? It's a slogan.
We have an article here from the Seattle Times, your local paper. U.S. Reps Pramila Jayapal and Adam Smith aim to abolish ICE, restructure immigration enforcement.
Exactly.
You were one of the Democrats, actually, who was in office when you voted for DHS.
Can I tell you what this actually does so we can have an intelligent conversation?
Sure, of course. Yeah. Well, number one, do you still support this?
Yeah. Let me tell you what it does.
Okay, but you still support it.
That doesn't help anything, because what is this? Can I?
Yeah, of course. But first, do you still support it? And you can explain more.
Oh, he knows. He's prepped. He probably watched other Democrats come on here and just realized, yeah, these people are kind of fucking insane. You're gonna have to stand your ground.
Detail what it is.
Let me tell you what it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
When we created the Department of Homeland Security, we took immigration enforcement away from the Justice Department and we put it into DHS and created ICE.
Correct.
What this does is it puts immigration enforcement back at the Justice Department.
And gets rid of ICE.
Right. Well, it gets rid of... Yeah, no, but...
That's my position, too.
But here's...
We're on the same page here.
Yes. But it doesn't get rid of immigration enforcement.
Oh.
Okay. So hold on. Let me hold you to account again.
Yeah.
Tell me which candidates, specifically, not a policy paper that they're theoretically says, which candidates have said we should get rid of all immigration enforcement?
I forget the name. The woman who beat Andrew Espelot. Absolutely 100% said it.
Chevalier.
Yeah.
So you have one candidate who said that. Do you think that...
I also think
one who apparently all these people fucking support, no? Who's not getting held accountable here?
Her views should be associated with everyone under the DSA label, or do you think that each person should be...
It's in their fucking platform, bro. What do you think the voters won for DSA? What do you think the DSA members won?
Evaluated individually.
Many conversations with many immigration advocates. And I always ask them, and look, I'm in favor of a robust immigration system. I think what immigration enforcement is doing right now is an absolute crime, okay? And it should be limited. And I think we should go back to the Justice Department. That's what I said.
And you still support the bill that you put forward?
Absolutely.
So you support abolishing ICE?
But abolishing ICE is just a rhetorical...
You don't like the label, but you support it.
I love it how she's starting with the general, with the slogan, and he's trying to explain the specific, and she just keeps trying to bring it back to the It's so stupid, man. It's so dumb.
Right?
But the problem is it means different things to different people. Okay, if you're talking about, no, let's go back to a Justice Department enforcement mechanism, that's fine. But there are a lot more people who support eliminating enforcement. And let me tell you the question I always... Let me tell you...
You've given me one.
Let me tell you the question I always ask and the answer I always get from dozens of different immigration advocacy groups. I said, look, in order for this to work, you have to be able to tell me who would you deport and who wouldn't you let into the country? And they literally never answer that
Okay, are
question.
they in Congress?
They are advocacy groups.
And here's my other question for you is, you know,
Do you think-
want to take the most extreme positions that you can find in the DSA platform, or that
Let me
one
ask you
can-
this.
Let me finish my question,
Sure.
please. That one
Yeah,
candidate,
why
Daria
not?
Lisa Chevalier, who I agree has positions that I think can legitimately be characterized as radical, right? You want to take those positions and you want to tar an entire group of candidates with them.
Well, let me ask you this.
Aren't you? Hold on. Aren't you effectively doing the work of the Republicans there?
Yeah, see,
by
and
saying
that's always
all
the
these
answer.
people,
That's
they're all
always the
so
answer.
crazy. They
I'm
don't
not-
want any
I'm not
enforcement. They don't want
saying
any
they're all so
police.
crazy.
They don't want
Let-
any borders.
let me
et cetera.
consolidate
When
for
they
you.
Could,
Do
they
you
could
think-
easily characterize.
all right, you've done your thing, let me do my
They
thing.
could easily characterize your abolish ICE position as just as crazy and radical as Daria Lisa.
But I can't, because the Justice Department is going to enforce it. Let me ask you this. Joe Biden, his policy, okay, so not just one person in a platform, whatever. Do you think his policy was too lax in terms of border security?
I don't, but I acknowledge that politically, that helped fuel the rise of the return of Donald Trump. So let me say
Now, that
to you,
is
though,
something that's
but hold on a
widely
second. But hold on a second. Which wing of the Democratic Party does Joe Biden come from? He doesn't come from the DSA left, does he? He comes from the establishment. And so to
But
go
how
back to
did
one
he
of
govern?
to go back to one of the
Wherever
original
he comes from, how did he govern?
well, he funded a genocide, so he governed in a lot of right-wing ways. But to go back to your original point about electability, I think it's very hard.
I never made a point about
You did.
electability.
You said that you thought that these positions, if you listen to your original answer, you said you thought these positions for the DSA were part of what brought back Donald
fair
Trump.
enough, fair
Okay?
enough, yes. But
So-
there's also policy concerns. But
Okay,
yes.
but on the electability point, how can you argue that your camp within the Democratic Party has a lot of credence when it comes to electability when
I argued the
Hillary
exact
Clinton-
opposite. I argued the exact opposite. I'm with you.
When
100%.
Hillary Clinton
With you.
loses to Trump, Biden wins by adopting some left-wing views, then loses to Trump. It was the establishment that propped him up, that forced war,
Let me
any
close with
sort of a
this.
primary. So how could it be the fault of the left
It's not
that
the
we're
fault.
losing?
There's three things. Okay. I always say that the fall of the Democratic Party is a tragedy in three acts.
Okay.
Number one, we didn't do enough on the economic issues. And I think that Obama and Clinton get way too much of the blame for that. I think they really tried to get after broader economic issues, certainly the Affordable Care Act, a whole lot of other provisions that were put in there. But we didn't do enough on economic inequality. Number two, the left came along and took some positions that weakened us. I'm not blaming one group. Everyone's like, well, you're blaming us. What about them? It's like, there can be collective responsibility here, okay? It's not an either-or choice. Yes, we didn't do enough in economics. And then some of the positions of the left, and there were a lot of people running around. And when people say abolish ICE, do they mean abolish enforcement or do they mean change enforcement? Okay, and that's where you get into that difficult issue. We've had criminal justice problems, you know. The defund the police movement did not help us in any way. And it was a thing. And everyone's, oh no, we never
It
did
was a
that.
thing,
okay.
wasn't it?
And then three, Joe Biden.
Yeah.
I wonder
Those
if
three-
fucking Dev, is he still in chat? Short Fat Otaku. He must love this guy. This is all of the Short Fat Otaku things that he wants out of a Democratic politician.
Three things are what led to us. And every time, I want to bring them all in, but people say, well, if you blame the left, you're just being a Republican. Well, can't we learn as we go?
Well, my problem is not with your. Look, I have my own critiques of the left, right? I think that I actually think the identity politics thing came out of the Hillary Clinton campaign and was a way for the establishment to beat back the rise of the Bernie Sanders left. No doubt the left embraced
there he
it.
is.
I have been a critic of quote unquote woke, although I hate the word at this point in identity
do I.
politics. That's my, my position. I'm a class first leftist. So I have my own critiques here. I'm not
class
saying you
first
can't.
leftist.
I'm saying when you caricature an entire wing of the party at this point.
Aren't you caricaturing
And-
the entire wing of the centrist and saying that we're all like,
No, because
I'm not
look,
caricaturing.
I'm not trying to say you have the same views as John Fetterman. I don't think
Right.
that you do, or Josh Gottheimer for that matter.
And I'm
But
not saying they all have the same views
You are
either.
trying to take the views of, let's say, Daria
I'm not.
Lisa and the DSA platform and saying this is what the entire
I'm not.
DSA
I'm just,
coalition stands
I'm just
for.
saying
Well,
it's
let
an
me-
issue and it's a challenge.
Let me get you to, so I think the most prominent example of socialist governance in the US right now is Zoran Mamdani in New York City. He got asked a question that's very relevant to this conversation about, what about people who are concerned about socialism or concerned about democratic socialism? Let me get you to respond to what he had to say. This is E2.
for all of the fear mongering around democratic socialism, the best response is to show what it actually means. And what we've shown over the last 6 months is
all
exactly
my concerns have just evaporated in this smooth, calming air that's produced by his aura.
that. We've shown that a city with a democratic socialist vision is one that paves more than 170,000 potholes, 50,000 more than the prior administration by this point. It's a city that has delivered the lowest recorded number of shootings and shooting victims and murders in New York City's history. It is a city that is on a pathway to universal childcare, saving thousands of parents more than $20,000 a year. And it's a city that is doing all of these things while fighting for the people who are often left behind. Workers who we've secured more than $10 million for, tenants more than $64 million. These are all indicators of what is so scary to a right wing that has built its entire power and framework on the idea of debating who should be left behind.
So is Zoran's version of socialism a version that you could get on board with, since he's really...
It sounds like he's gone for... has he just increased public investment, or... He must have... Did he cut somewhere else, or has he been borrowing money, or what? Let me see. Hang on. You have a pretty big budget if you're the mayor of New York. Let's see. His first 100 days in office. In a packed court venue on Sunday, New York City's youngest mayor in over a century took the stage to tout his achievements during his first 100 days in office. Thousands gathered at the Knockdown Center, a former factory in Queens, some carrying signs that said pothole politics and childcare for all. Can we not? Pothole politics. That's not a good... That's not good.
And are in this chat, go join your local DSA. It's free and they're small. You can steer them from within. It's probably more effective than posting harder.
Thanks for $10, Whiffer Nubbin. Sounds like a good idea. Unless it's not. 50-50. Do what you want. How do you feel about Zoran saying he's going to arrest Netanyahu? You're behind the times, Kugler. Zoran's message now is, I looked into it. Turns out I can't arrest Netanyahu. Sorry. I think Trump should do it. And people are like, whoa, that's so brave. He's asking Trump to do a thing that he's never going to do. That's fucking crazy. It's cooked. It was just fucking it was just theatrical politics, and it worked. Every fucking pro-Palestine person who supported Mamdani on that ground is probably not even. They probably don't even feel betrayed by it. They don't even realize that they've just been taken for a ride by this guy. Nothing is too big for New York City to take on, Mamdani told them. And over the past 14 weeks, we have proved that there is no task too small either. He claimed a number of accomplishments, including securing $1.2 billion for childcare and fixing 100,000 potholes. But several items from his lofty agenda have yet to be accomplished. He's picking some of the stuff that he thinks he can most easily build support with, trying to find issues that have a broad base of support behind them, instead of picking potentially divisive issues to start with, said Justin DeBenedict's-Kesner, interesting, public policy professor at Harvard University's Kennedy School of Government. From tackling turbulent relationship with Donald Trump to making city buses faster and free, here's what Mamdani stands for, where he stands in 4 key areas, and the challenges he faces next. Navigating the relationship with Trump. Is that important? Less antagonistic, we know that. Trump said he would be cheering for Mamdani. Affordability. Trump was mesmerized by Mamdani. That's so funny. I wonder how much of this as well is that Trump probably genuinely does feel victimized and persecuted by the left liberal media. So when he sees a left liberal guy being nice to him, he probably is actually genuinely quite grateful. Just because that's the kind of sensitive soul that he is. Someone needs to listen. Some people just do the historical analogies and they're just really shoehorned. We should do that, okay? This is basically the Berlin fucking rail workers strike in 1932 that was supported by the communists and the Nazis. That's what we got here, right? This is that 1 or 2 year period where Hitler was actually somewhat antagonistic to big business and slightly amicable to communists, just for a minute. Free childcare pledge. One of his biggest campaign pledges, at the heart of his affordability agenda, was providing universal childcare for New Yorkers. Free childcare, a costly goal, is not a reality yet. But New York State Governor Kathy Hochul has promised $1.2 billion, some of which would be used to provide 2,000 free spots for 2-year-olds by fall 2026 in several lower-income communities, including Canarsie, Brownville, and Ozone Park. You have a park called Ozone. Interesting. The goal is to grow 12,000 children, grow to 12,000 children by fall 2027 and to reach full universality within 4 years. Okay. Battling blizzards. Okay. Historic blizzards. 18 people died. He freed up hotel rooms, placed 1,400 people in homeless shelters. Oh. Another 150 outreach workers to the streets. During the storm, he said thousands of sanitation workers helped clear the streets and melt 23 million pounds of snow. Grocery stores. He announced plans to open a city-owned grocery store in East Harlem. It will be in La Marqueta, a market started by the then New York Mayor Fiorello LaGuardia in 1936, Mamdani said. It's expected to cost $30 million, according to the New York Times. Okay. Tough challenges await. Still yet to accomplish other goals. Okay, it's not been that long. Hasn't made progress on lowering rent or increasing taxes to fund his expensive plans. This is probably going to be an issue, right? Can you borrow money as the New York mayor? Can they do the same thing that a government does and just like issue bonds and I don't know. Said he would freeze rent hikes for about 2 million people who live in rent-stabilized apartments. Okay. The mayor does not set this policy, but Mamdani has appointed 6 of the 9 members in the city's rent guidelines board, which decides the issue. Well, okay. Members hear from landlords, tenants, and others before a vote in the matter expected in June. Well, oh, did it happen? How did the rent guidelines, how did the rent guidelines board vote on, what was the question? Rent freeze in June 2026, Mamdani, New York. There's your AI questions now, come on. 7-1. A historic 0% rent increase. There you go. Who's the one? That piece of shit. So the freeze applies to leases that start between October 2026 and September 2027. Leases that start. Wait, so when they say you start a lease, where I'm coming from, that means like you move house and you start your lease. Or is this like renewing a lease? Or affects roughly 1 million rent stabilized apartments. Okay. Not bad, not bad. His plans for a new Department of Community Safety to rely on social workers rather than police for non-criminal emergencies also have proven harder to achieve. Instead of a separate agency with a $1.1 billion budget, Mamdani has a mayoral office on community safety with 2 staff members. Another cornerstone of his campaign was faster and free buses, but so far that plan seems to be limited to pilot programs. Okay. I don't even know how I feel about someone who's like left-wing, but you renew your lease every year. Okay. I wonder how I feel about like left-wing candidates who they always promise more, but they still do some things. It's difficult because like stuff like this is so much to do with the test of time, right? Much to do with test of time. Okay. That's all
Focus on
candidates.
the
Suppose it is these
affordability
days, yeah.
pieces that you.
I am encouraged by what he's doing. And I think that form of trying to get things done, that's the other problem. Is so much of the left, and certainly we experienced this in Seattle, became an academic exercise. They were spending all day long talking about, the history of racism, as opposed to going out in the community and saying, these are people who have been discriminated against. Let's get them access to capital so they can start businesses. Let's get them access to capital so they can get homes. Let's do a job, let's do workforce development so they can get jobs. It became an academic exercise about the history of the U.S.
Asking for your mental support. Please review Professor Dave. Love you, Bonabox.
Hey, Friendsified, thank you so much for the $20. That's so generous of you. God damn. Really appreciate it. Yeah, listen, you guys have to eat your vegetables before we get on to the slop, okay? We got 12 more for this goal. And we have to learn about DSA. The DSA and the Democratic Party, even though fucking 60% of the conversation is about Israel. Yes.
And about, are we, just an irreversibly bigoted racist? And that's all interesting. What are we doing to govern effectively? And actually, everything that Mamdani said right there, I'm encouraged. If you govern and focus on getting things done, so-called sewer socialism from back in the day, when you had...
Oh my God.
Too bad, apes. You're eating slop tonight.
Sewer socialism. This guy, I love this guy.
Mayors who were socialists because they were going to go out and work. That's great. As an academic exercise, will you want to explain to me the history of oppression when you say things to me like, well, that person can make that argument because of the power dynamic, and we operate in this weird intellectual world that's got nothing to do with practical problem solving and logic. Okay, that's where I have a problem. Michelle Wu up in Boston also. On the left, governing really well. There are other folks who haven't governed so well because they got trapped in this sort of ideological thing where the whole focus was on oppressed and oppression as opposed to actually governing well. So yes, I am encouraged by what I've seen in the last, 6, 7 months. And
it's such a good conversation. Oh my God.
Redact from redacted. Mauling about Vosh.
IQ in action.
Healthy for the left. His other likes to do this from time.
Oh, this is before they debate.
Punching at him.
So you gonna watch the clip or not?
Body shaming.
Jokes when you look the way you do. It's very interesting to me that's the road.
No matter what it is.
I might be. Hold on. Let's see. Super feather. No, wait. Hold on. No, super heavyweight isn't a boxing category. It's just heavyweight, which is over 200 pounds, which, I'm over 200 pounds.
Yeah. So, people typically say super heavyweight when someone is like much, much more than the minimum.
It's just really odd to me that you're like obsessed with like making fat jokes when you look the way you do. It's very interesting to me that that's the road that you would go down.
Oh my God, and Mike got fat. Oh shit, he probably wasn't as fat in this one. Mike got... Mike built a gut. Fuck, where is it? Fat Mike. Oh no.
You went to the physicality place because you have nothing of substance to say about my politics.
Wait, how did I go to the physicality place?
You
realize you jumped in that first, right?
Absolutely not.
You said, guys, am I misremembering?
You said rat faced. You said I cringe with Bad Bunny. Then when I asked you what was going on, you just said embarrassing because you have nothing. You're posturing for your audience.
Wait, I'm seeing with chat right now. Wait, who started that? The Bussy comment was definitely first. Yeah, you were making comments about my dick. You were saying I was dickless first. That's like body shaming, right? Yeah, you started it for sure.
Oh my God.
Wait. Okay, Val.
Wait. Did you not? Yeah, you definitely did.
Fucking fuck, dude. This is your content, man.
Well, bringing dumb fucks on and making fun of them.
Not covering Kara Eastman's very important Medicare for All race, but talking about whether or not someone was body shaming you or not. When you called them rat faced, you're a little.
Watch out when you go to Pennsylvania. This motherfucker might roll up, deck you out.
Man, that's what I'm here to do. I'm here to beat you up, Vaush.
Dude, you brought it up like 3 times.
Are you ready to talk substance yet?
Why would you keyboard warrior me and then complain that I'm making fun of you for it? What kind of beta shit is that? Just own the fact that you're like a cringe soy-faced dude who postures online and pretends to be an alpha male.
What?
What?
Alpha males aren't real, Vouch.
I love the what? Where's this? What happened here? This is a replayed part.
Style.
Okay, hold on. Wait, I'm sorry. Sorry. I forgot you had
stupid.
Hold on. So I forgot you had 30 IQ. So what I actually meant, and any reasonable person would have known what I meant.
Go ahead.
What would you do to prevent the drain of resources and labor from middle America towards coastal America?
It depends what you're talking about.
So do you want all these communities to just die?
I think some communities are going to shrink, which they already have. And neoliberalism is what made them shrink.
Working class Mike over here. Don't revitalize your cities. Just have everyone move to Seattle. Dude, you have Destiny's position.
You're actually dumb as fuck. Because I've tried to say this 8 times. I'll say it again. Look up sewer socialism.
So wait, can you answer? So you can't answer.
I'm answering the question.
You just keep pointing me to like a Wikipedia page. I know, by the way, because I know how stupid you are, that if I actually go ahead and like read it out loud, it wouldn't actually answer any of the questions.
Fuck, you're dumb as fuck.
So you actually don't have an answer. You just want these communities to die. Pro working class Mike over here. Just move out of Omaha. It's a dead city. Move to a mega city.
Or you're just gonna posture like a
move to a mega city and pay $3,000 for rent for a single bedroom apartment. I'm looking up sewer socialism. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about right now. By the way,
yes, it absolutely does.
It doesn't. Wait, then answer the question. How would you prevent that drain of resources and labor?
It depends what you're trying to accomplish.
You can't answer. You just have to be like, dude, look at Wikipedia, bro.
Neoliberalism doesn't want to stop that. And
stop asking me tough questions. Go look at Wikipedia.
Wait, why is he drawing?
Right now, but I can explain this. So, and in the middle of it, you have a big city, okay? And in the rest of it, you have like these outlying cities that also have their own problems, their own inability to generate a tax base, etc.
Oh, this has something to do with annexing the suburbs, wasn't it? Even though Omaha had already done that or some shit. Okay. Wait, Roderick Alden?
Me, a person who never talks about it.
That even your own community, if they're being good faith for a second.
Oh, if they're being good, I see. Wait. So you were about to say even your own community, and then you realized, wait, hold on, his community does not back anything that I do, and then you had to add if they're acting in good faith. I got that too. Your community, if they're acting in good faith, by the way, all think that you're a beta male and that I'm alpha.
Whoa.
By the way, if they're acting in good faith, I mean, if they're not, then there's nothing I can do. Hey, do you know who Roderick Alden is?
No, I don't know who Roderick is.
You don't know who fucking Roderick is, and you're claiming to give a shit about the Nebraska mayoral race?
You haven't even heard of Rod? Oh, God.
Mondani's term. You know, I'm a working class blue collar kid. I'm in favor of economic populism. And if socialism can work on that level. Now, I think you also have to recognize that private industry has to be part of it. Okay?
Oh, yeah. Fuck. Wait, there's not. What the fuck is that one? I am aware of this one. This is the one that is not photoshopped, because the photoshopped one, it's like a smooth, it's like a smooth marble, a smooth massive sphere, like a beach ball. But what the fuck is this one? When is this from? When is this from? Is that Caseytron? Guys, just never call anyone fat, okay? Just don't do it, okay? Because you might get fat and it will be bad. Just don't do it.
We have to have businesses that grow, but yeah, I heard someone.
It's from the same time. It's a fucking orb. Okay.
I was up in New York a month or so ago, and someone said, the problem is we took the guardrails off capitalism. And over the course of the last 50 years, that's what we did. We took the guardrails off capitalism. So let's put those guardrails back on. And if you want to call it socialism, whatever you want to call it, I don't care. But let's govern more effectively.
So let me ask you then. Josh Gottheimer said, if you're a socialist, you're not a Democrat. Sounds like you don't agree with that.
No, I mean, but again, the problem with this is the whole abolish ICE thing. You throw a term out that means 15 different things to 15 different people, and then you're like, do you support this? It's like, well, which one of the 15 versions are you talking about?
I'm not asking you to support it, but he and others have said basically, we don't want these people in the party. We don't want to share the tent with them. And it doesn't sound like you're in that place.
I am not. Now, I think we ought to be able to have a conversation about the issues. I was sick to death, and you did it to me again, when I was trying to say, hey, look, on immigration, you know, we need to show that we are in favor of enforcement. Well, you're just giving me Republican talking points.
I didn't say that.
Yeah.
No.
You said something about me like sound like a
This
Republican.
guy does not suffer fools. He knows.
No.
The entire comment section is going to be saying she absolutely fucking destroyed him. He can resign now. Bill Maher. Wait, why Bill Maher? Cartoonishly slimy. Entitlement. Condescension. His team probably regrets booking the show. It's the fucking the people are so delusional.
I said, why can't we have a conversation about it?
What I said is that when you take the most radical position of one person or from a policy platform and you paint with a broad brush, you're handing Republicans a talking point. Oh, this is what these people are.
You did say the Republican
what I'm
talking
saying
point.
is that you could easily be put into that camp too, given some of your positions that you continue to hold. For example, whether you want to call it dismantling ICE or reorganizing ICE under a different agency or whatever you want to call it. You support getting rid of ICE.
It's not actually a joke. It's how are you going to enforce it? What sort of enforcement are you going to do? And if going back to the Justice Department makes sense to me. And, you know, ICE would no longer exist, but you'd still have immigration enforcement. But this is the biggest...
Could you actually, I am curious your view, because the counter to that would be, well, if you're just going to do enforcement, why not just keep ICE and reform ICE, right? There's some group of people would say, oh, it's too radical to get rid of ICE. We need to just reform it, vet better, et cetera. Why do you think that it needs to be taken apart? Because obviously I agree with you.
What Trump has done with it, I think just puts it in a category. And I don't know, I mean, theoretically within the Department of Homeland Security, I suppose you could have immigration enforcement that made sense. But I think at this point we need a clean break. And look, the biggest thing that I want in all of this is the ability to have a conversation, all right? And this is my biggest problem with the left. I have been unable to hold a town hall meeting for a year because a bunch of leftists show up and scream at me and don't let anyone else speak. We had a hearing in the University of Washington on whether or not to divest from Israel. After all the protests, we're going to have a hearing. So the first 3 people got up and testified in favor of divesting. 4th person got up and testified against divesting. 2 sentences in, shouted down, screamed at, wouldn't stop. The meeting, you talk about illiberal, okay? Having people stand out in front of my house, screaming death threats at me and threatening my wife. Okay, and the left, oh, well, of course we don't support. We're peace activists. We would never do something like that. Okay, how about you just say, no, they did it, it's wrong, we're against it, we are going to be liberal, we're going to stand up for stuff. I think that whole thing has created a major problem as well. And that's what I try to have these conversations, and people, wow, you're just a Trump supporter. We have to be able to have an intellectual discussion. I guess positive thing, I think Mamdani has done that. Yeah. Now, I don't agree with everything he's doing, but he's having legitimate, thoughtful conversations instead of screaming matches over who can threaten the loudest.
Let me last question, because I know you have a briefing that you need to get to. As a result of your vote on the Massey Amendment, which would block aid to Israel, AIPAC said, basically, we're done with this guy, pulled your name off their fundraising website. You're a person who, you are in a very important position for them, ranking member. They've given you a lot of money in the past. Have you spoken to them about that decision?
Yes.
And would you, in the future, do you want their money back? Because I know Pat Ryan was in a similar situation. Yeah. He said, I'm done with them. I don't want their money.
How is Adam Smith polling in his... Where is he? I'm so stupid. What the fuck is WA? Wisconsin. Washington. I didn't know Washington was that shape. He's polling at 74.4%. All right. Not bad, not bad. Okay, this guy. Sure. I mean, it is Washington. Isn't Washington very pro-Dem anyway. Plus 48. Fat margins, guys.
I don't think that we should.
This is another thing that I never bought into.
Well, I see. Yeah, Washington doesn't look like that. I see. Whoa.
I'm not. That's my question.
Yeah.
He said effectively, I don't think we should be in league with this right-wing foreign government and an organization that supports it. Do you share that view, or you would be open to taking their money again?
I'd be open. I mean, given my position, I don't think that's going to happen. It's always been my position. I vote, take positions, and people decide whether or not to donate. And that's another thing that I don't think the left should take no money from corporations. Corporations are evil, they're awful, they're terrible. I don't think that's in keeping with how the country's going to run. We need businesses. And look, I've had many donors.
AIPAC's not a business, but
well, no, but it goes beyond AIPAC. You know, we're not supposed to take any money from any people. How can you?
His threat is the primary. Let's see, 9th District, Washington, Dem primary. Ballotpedia. So there's a primary in 3 days. Are there polls for this? There's a primary in 3 days. Socialist workers. He doesn't know enough about IP for effective pushback. What, the Adam Smith guy? He knows plenty about it. He knows enough for, again, for an American politician, that's probably about as much as you should know. He'd read a book about the 1936 riots. Like, that's fucking plenty. Jesus. Let me see. Are there polls for this? 9th District, Washington primary polls. Okay. Well, that's for the election, not the primary. Are there primary polls? There must be, but I can't see them. Oh, odds. We have odds. Okay. Polymarket. They'll tell us. But no, that's not here. No, I'm not seeing polls. If anyone has a poll for this district, because I mean, they're going to have their primary in 3 days, so we could just wait. I trust this man.
Well, I think that position divides us, and not necessarily. As far as AIPAC is concerned, you understand that they count anyone who's ever donated to AIPAC. I have a lot of friends that supporters going back decades who give money to AIPAC and give money to me. Okay, I'm not going to.
But you have taken AIPAC contributions. Oh, yeah, that's not a mischaracterization.
Oh, no, absolutely. But the whole broad thing of,
Well, they make it, in fairness, because I think it's a very difficult thing to track. They intentionally, they create other groups.
Puff.
Yeah, and they try to hide some of this money now that it's become a toxic name. But final, real last question for you. Abdul El-Sayed running in Michigan against Representative Haley Stevens. AIPAC and affiliated groups have spent $30 million in that race to support Haley Stevens. You're someone who is concerned about democracy. I mean, do you see that as a crisis for democracy when you have tens of millions of dollars?
What happened to McMorrow? Did she pull out? Because I think she was kind of fucked. It's a shame. She was because she was kind of like she was kind of in between them, wasn't she, on the spectrum? But she's gone, isn't she? She got fucked. That's quite a shame. So it's El-Sayed and Stevens. He'll probably win, won't he? Isn't he leading the polls quite strongly?
Of outside money, whether it's AIPAC or Big Pharma or whoever.
Hutch killed her campaign. Based.
I think
coming in and backing one candidate, is that something that should be banned in Democratic primaries?
I support McCain-Feingold, and I think Citizens United was one of the 2 or 3 worst Supreme Court decisions ever made. You ought to be able to limit IEs, and I don't care if it's coming from business, if it's coming from AIPAC, if it's coming from labor, if it's coming because left groups have big IEs too. I mean,
you're saying Washington doesn't do primaries; it's just all parties at once. Well, why does it say there's a primary date on the 3rd? Is that on the 4th? Is that just like what is that? Is that just a round? It says primary election. the 4th? Or is this just like the first round? Exciting. Well. I mean, he's fucked now because he got absolutely bulldozed and nuked to death by Crystal Ball.
And acts like they don't have any money. I remember the
it's no competition for what's coming in on the other side. But just to put a fine point on it, the Democratic Party could itself, it's hard to change the Constitution and the Supreme Court, et cetera. The Democratic Party itself could ban that type of spending
they can't.
In primaries. They can. They
no,
can
they
set
can't.
their own. Of course they can.
No, hold on.
The DNC
can
set their own rules for how their own primaries are run.
They can't block an IE.
Yes, they can.
No, they can't. What are you talking about?
They can set their own rules for what type of money can be spent in these campaigns. Is that something you would support?
I would, but
okay, you would support it,
but you
don't believe that it's possible.
No, the IEs are independent. They can do what they want to do. The Democratic Party can't come. You think the Democratic Party could just come in and tell AIPAC not to spend money?
Yeah, I think they could run their own primaries the way they want to run their primaries and set the rules for that. They absolutely could. That's something that was part of the debate for the last DNC chair.
I'll have to look into it.
Take a look at it.
Even if the DNC
but you would
says that,
in theory, you would support it.
I would support anything that bans IEs. But IEs are by their nature.
And you think it's a problem for democracy?
Yes.
Wherever the money's coming from.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Congressman, spirited exchange. I appreciate it. Genuinely. Thank you for coming in.
Happy to do it.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a
Let's go. She's so lost. What the fuck? Was she suggesting that if a AIPAC donates to someone, they should just not use the money or just send it back or spend it on sweets? I don't know. He's thinking, who the fuck is this dipshit? He knew. He looked like he was prepared for a conversation like that. Unless he's just very sharp on his feet. Anyway, let's do some donos. ZJM for the $5. No goal on Hinged Lookner face. Well, we have a goal now, so relax. Meme, thanks to $4.99. If we get 20 super chats, Loner will 1.5x the Professor Dave video. Maybe. Might just watch it, Bulb Sweet Bulb, thanks to $5. So the doctrine is just the Black Dahlia murder. Sure. Mark Tech, thanks to $5.99. Admire your work and continued commitment to the truth. Tossing a shekel to my favorite streamer. Good one, because they're euros. Barabbas for $5. I did a bit of digging, and if it's any consolation, there's a section of DSA that apparently isn't as insane. They're pro-NATO DSA North Star. Okay. Dense Pixel, thanks to the $5. Gnif Mall, thanks for the $2. Who up lonering their box? Hey, good one. Noob Creeper, thanks to tier 1 sub. Milestones in chat. True. Friendsify, that's a tier 3 sub. Very generous of you. Wow. Crips Timberlands, thanks to $5. People should contact politicians like Mr. Smith and praise their performances when they lay it down as well as he did. They need our positivity. Yeah. You want to get his email and I can put it in chat so you guys can give positive harassment. That's allowed, isn't it? We only raid with love. Love raid. Tally, thanks to tier 2 sub. Box for NYC 2029. I don't know if I'm qualified, but thanks very much. Josh, thanks for the tier 2 sub. And the Kugler for the $1.99. Mike from PA must enjoy being humiliated. I don't think he does. I think most of his behavior is desperately trying to avoid humiliation and it just kind of backfires. I think that's more what he does. But what can you do? God, he is so large. For someone who used to make fun of people for being fat, he's so large. Love snarking. True. All right, I'm going to go to the bathroom and then we're going to do this. We're going to do part, at least, of this Professor Dave video. 100%. Maybe. Okay. Okay. Shit. Oh, Short Fat Otaku, thanks for $5. Time for a real political question. Based Giga Chad Revolutionary Nationalist Horde or Virgin Reactionary Monarchist Alliance? Alliance. I'm very curious about how I want to respond to this video. I have a rough idea of how he approaches it. We watched the bit that has me in it. This is my picture. It's an awkward one. Yeah, we looked at this bit because of the Israel trip. 1 hour 37. There's nothing I love more than defending Destiny against allegations of genocide. But like, apparently most of this video isn't even about Destiny. It's just about it's about Israel. It's about genocide. It's about Gaza. But I do wonder, do I want to do it in the sense of, do I want to do it like I just react to it off the top of my head and just kind of say things in response? Or do I want to do like an Obsidian doc where I just list all of his claims and whether or not they can actually be defended or not? I feel like at this point I can kind of debunk most of the big claims off the top of my head, but I feel like it would behoove me to show links, even though that might be a bit disruptive to an editor. I don't feel like I want to do just a normal react to this. I want to do like a high effort doc. But you guys can vote with your wallets. That's what you can do. It's not detailed enough for option 2. Wait, really? Pangburn did a 20-hour fact check. It won't need to be a 20-hour fact check, I don't think. Write down timestamps and links. Maybe. Maybe. It's very irritating because like it's really annoying how so much of like when I was on Twitter not long ago and looking at replies over the last thing I said about Palestine, the comments are all just, oh, you went on a paid trip, you went on a paid trip. It's really annoying how like my destiny, I got it, is so tied to this to Destiny's, even though I haven't spoken to him in like a year and a half. But it's okay. I've had worse things. I would do the trip again. It was a good unpaid trip. All the perspectives. But Took Mars, thanks for 5 Canadian. Deep dive documentation. Whoa! Thank you so much. Little cleanser first. What is this? I have no idea who this Donald Torres person is, but they're very drama heavy. It's called Winning. You should try. So President Sunday posts Wix stream. Oh, we love the red donos, eh? It's been a while since we had one of those. What the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on? How does he have 1.3k concurrent viewers? Oh no. The thing is, President Sunday does not really strike me as the kind of guy who's trying to increase his viewership. He doesn't really seem like that kind of guy, does he? That's not his vibe. Or if maybe he is, but he's just very bad at it. I don't know. Shit, Wick. 2,358, peak. Wick. No, this has been superimposed. It's President Sunday. The JStock penguin crying has just been thrown in by whoever made this screenshot. Funky Tortoise, thanks for the shekels. Hey, Obsidian Doc would be cool, Mr. Box. We'll think about it. Thinking hard. I've got 1.3, do I? Right, 1,208, but that's okay, close enough. We'll take it. We've been away for a while. We've been inconsistent, so we deserve that. Ugh. Don't worry, guys. We're gonna blast. Ugh. All right, this fucking video. Shit.
Yossi Balin, Hey everyone, as you know, I'm a science communicator who explains science and debunks science-denying frauds. Quite the Venn diagram exists between anti-science propaganda, predatory capitalism, Christian nationalism, and Zionism, which means I end up bringing up Israel from time to time. Zionists hate that, so they attack me constantly, like what happened recently with a guy named Destiny. Let's talk about him. If you don't know who Stephen Bonnell, aka Destiny, is, he's a media personality who takes to defending liberal and progressive viewpoints on most political topics. He sounds smart enough when debunking MAGA talking points, and if that's all he ever did, you'd be hearing nothing negative about him from me. But that activity is dramatically overshadowed by his unrelenting Zionism and support for the never-ending parade of human rights violations being perpetrated by the genocidal ethno-state that is Israel. Whether he is being paid by Israel or is genuinely just dumb enough to have fallen for Israeli propaganda and is in too deep now to admit it, I can't say. But he recently decided to poke the hornet's nest by doing a particularly slanderous live stream about me, accusing me of being a Jew-hating neo-Nazi. It's called Professor Dave Goes Mask Off. And the thumbnail says, "These fucking Zionists," where Zionists is covering the word Jews.
That's crazy.
Implying that I really just hate all Jews. In it, he's
most of them, right?
reacting to
That
my
was the
third
impression I got.
and most recent video exposing Avi Loeb, the astrophysicist and charlatan, in which, amidst breaking down his endless lies about science, I point out yet again in passing his ties to the Zionist lobby and how he employs Zionist tactics of gaslighting and playing the victim to deflect when his fraudulence is exposed. I'll just play you Destiny's intro stinger to his video so you can get a sense of it. The blatant manipulation, opportunism, and perpetual victim complex is par for the course when dealing with disgusting Zionist frauds like him. Anyway, as much as they want, and if anyone exposes those lies, they're automatically an anti-Semite.
What, bro? This guy reaches so hard. Holy shit, he's obsessed.
I'm not sure if you noticed, but the whole world despises your ideology. The world knows your gaslighting and your Hasbara tactics. Shouting anti-Semitism at everyone that hurts your feelings is just going to hasten your demise tenfold. So keep it up, you worthless Zionist pile of filth.
And I didn't mention Judaism.
It's just like, you would never get away with this with any other group. For one, people always challenge this idea that like this completely fucking disproportionate obsession with Israel. Because I say disproportionate because there are two countries bordering Israel that have had civil wars where more Arabs were murdered than Israel has killed in the entirety of their existence. The Lebanese Civil War killed like 150,000 people. And again, by that point in the 1980s and 90s, like Israel had not killed 150,000 Arabs, not even close. And Syria in the Civil War, even if you count Gaza, Assad murdered like at least a third of like 300,000 of his own people just to stay in power. And Hezbollah helped him. So, and that proportionality kind of matters because I seem to remember a vague part of the, was it when I was skimming through this video of Professor Dave saying that like groups like Hamas and Hezbollah and all that are like they're resisting Israel and therefore like that's a good thing. Like, they get a pass even though they supported someone bordering Israel who killed more Arabs in a civil war of 15 years than Israel's killed in their entire existence. Like, that's crazy. It's like if you had someone who, and people say, well, that's just like the anti-Zionism, not the anti-Semitism. But again, the proportion of vitriol that you have towards a certain group is obviously going to matter in terms of if there is going to make people wonder if there are any details about that group that's making you doing that. So if you have someone in the UK and one of their top 3 issues is grooming gangs, like all they talk about is fucking grooming gangs. They're obsessed. If they have an argument with someone that's got nothing to do with grooming gangs, they'll say, oh yeah, standard grooming gang behavior. That's just what the standard grooming gang gaslighting, standard grooming gang fucking takia, whatever. Like you would never have someone like that and not assume that they were probably Islamophobic, right? Like that'd be very difficult to do. So I just wonder how we get the same predicament where you get people who will steer out of, because this guy's like a science explainer, right? Like he debates flat earthers and shit. it's really difficult to imagine someone like that when the only time they'll come out and have this epic fucking vitriol for human rights abuses in the world or for humanitarian suffering in the world, but 99.9% of that ire is directed at Israel, when Israel literally is like neighbored with countries that have killed more Arabs than Israel has in their entire existence, or with the Axis of Resistance, or with the crimes that are going on in Sudan, or with Myanmar, or like with the way that China treats Muslims. When people have that level of proportionality, it makes you come back to that quote that's like, anti-Semitism is hating Jews more than is absolutely necessary, right? Like, obviously it's a bit tongue-in-cheek, but if you are Jewish, you're going to look at someone who behaves like that, and you are probably going to think, so why are we so special? Because it's not to do with numbers. It's not to do with the scale of suffering. Before October 7th, I think they'd recorded that it was the deadliest year in the West Bank for quite a while, and it was like 200 people had died in a year. And like in terms of scale of human suffering and conflicts around the world, like this was not, even after Gaza, it's not on the top of the list, even for its time, compared to like Yemen or Sudan or Syria. But all the attention goes to Israel, and all the ire goes to Israel, and you're just like, why?
I said Zionism. Get a grip.
Oh, it's just because America funds them. Oh, well, that's okay. Well, shit, yeah. Oh, so you really only care because American tax dollars are going there? So you'll stop caring about it just as soon as the taxpayers' money stops? Well, that's morally logical. Okay.
Like rhetoric right here, you know you don't. This is Nazism right here, right? Nazism. Deception and victimization are like the two key pillars of kind of neo-Nazi belief. It's the idea that Jews are secretly behind the scenes controlling everything to deceive you, and they deceive you about that control. And then the self-victimization is they constantly harp about the Holocaust. Oh my God, we get it. But the reason why they have to harp about the Holocaust is because they have to center their victimhood so that they have an infinite blank check basically to deceive you and to control society.
Yes, that's exactly what I said. Because there's Sudan, you can't care about Israel. That's why I kept on talking about proportionality and attention being paid to it. Yeah, that's why, like, same with the same person who spends 99% of their time in UK politics talking about grooming gangs. I'm sure their response to me is like, yeah, just because Jimmy Savile was a thing, that means we can't care about the grooming gangs. Yeah, you're a fucking idiot. I'm sorry. Like, there's nothing I can do to help you. You will always be dumb. You will die stupid. And it's not my fault.
Kind of crazy to just, but whatever.
Yes, he is literally calling me a Nazi. Deconstructing this farce will come at the end of this video, but we have a lot of context to set up and information to get through first. Honestly, so many people have asked me to make a video formally summarizing...
I mean, two guide. Okay, one more for the boys. Nobody defends what's happening in Sudan and Yemen. People like you actually defend Israel. For one, people do actually defend part of what you were mentioning there. People do defend the Houthis. People praise and celebrate the Houthis more than I've ever praised or celebrated Israel, even though the Houthis, according to fucking everyone who matters, contributed to that famine. They contributed to it. They fucked the UN by kidnapping their aid workers and misappropriating so much aid that the UN just said, yeah, there's not even any point in us sending aid anymore. We're just going to have to, like, I'm sorry, what can we do? We can't get it to the people who need it. We're going to have to stop, even when it was allowed in. Fuck me.
My stance on Israel, and this was an excuse to do it, while also highlighting what a douche this guy is. Beyond his nauseating defense of Israel, he also has some really bizarre skeletons in his closet that I was able to come across. Hornet's Nest, remember? But we will get back to him in due time.
For years now, but this time I'm actually going to start. Cope. Are there one or two books you would recommend for someone getting into IP history?
Thanks for the $20. I really appreciate that. It's really kind of you. Damn. If you're going to talk about, depends on which period. If you want an overall, I would say 2 books are quite good for your both sides. One is Benny Morris's Righteous Victims. The other one is Khaledi's 100 Years War in Palestine. Those are probably the best holistic ones from each respective side.
Now, many of you are aware that this is not the first time I've been harassed and slandered by Zionists, not by a long shot. Right after the genocide began, for several months I was spending way too much time on Twitter, relentlessly combating Zionist propaganda being disseminated by hordes of paid influencers whose job it was to brainwash the masses and manufacture consent for genocide. You've never seen propaganda anywhere in your life like what was being vomited up at that time. A fabrication of 40 beheaded babies, which Joe Biden himself publicly publicly claimed to have seen photographic evidence of, only to later walk back and admit that no such evidence exists, since it's not a thing that happened. Fabricated claims of a baby being...
Where was that doc? 40 beheaded babies. Okay. This is gonna be a long afternoon, my guys. 40 beheaded babies. I'll probably bullet point this afterwards. I wrote a little doc about this claim, the timeline about where it came from. It wasn't a French journalist. I remember some people used to say that. I think it was an American journalist on an Israeli outlet. Let me find it. Did I put it here? Probably. Yeah, here. So, well, why is it so fucking highlighted, dude? Okay. This is where that came from.
We're actually still moving through the community. It's starting to exit now, but I want to show you just some of the destruction to these houses as well, because as I showed you, all of the destruction that these terrorists committed on foot as they bombarded and massacred this community. There were also air raids and rockets happening overhead, completely taking out buildings like this one. So it was really a mixture of everything happening on the ground and in the sky as well, completely devastating this community. Truly
Please
horrific.
Accept my Israel blood money, good sir. Also, I love you. Heart emoji. XOXO.
Holy shit, thanks for the 50 Australian. That's so kind of you. Wow, wow. So in this news item somewhere, I've got the direct quote, so I'm not going to play the whole 3 minutes. She said that she quotes a soldier. She says that a soldier told her something about 40 babies being taken out on gurneys. And that's it. She doesn't mention beheadings in this one, I don't think. I think she mentions like in another thing that people had been beheaded, which actually, ironically, that part is true. There was a video of one guy trying to decapitate a worker and a couple of other witness statements of people who had been, like adults who had been beheaded. But in another report, the same journalist had also said that she had heard something about soldiers saying that there were babies with their heads cut off. So these two items got squeezed together to make 40 beheaded babies, right? Even though she never actually said that. She said that she heard a soldier, she quotes a soldier saying there are babies being taken out on gurneys, or 40 babies, and then there's, and some people have been beheaded. And then there's this one where she talks about babies with their heads cut off, right? Again, she had heard soldiers talking about it. So she's probably accurately quoting what those soldiers said. I don't doubt soldiers, when Hamas are literally still in Israeli territory and after they've just suffered the worst terrorist attack in Jewish life and since the Holocaust, then they're probably going to have people who say mad shit. That happens all the time. The problem came when people who had a bit of authority, Netanyahu's spokesperson, Tal Heinrich, said that there were toddlers or babies with some of their heads cut off. I think this was here.
Lastly, when you listed the unconscionable atrocities that took place in that kibbutz, you did say that babies had been decapitated. Can I take that as confirmation then? Because that currently is being reported as reported action. That has actually happened, has it, Tal?
Toddlers, babies. I can tell you that they, some of them, heads were cut off. This is what we're hearing from from soldiers on the ground and
soldiers on the ground.
Dealt with the bodies. These bodies are still being, some of them evacuated. I can tell you that people who were on this foreign media tour to that kibbutz, some of them vomited, international journalists, many of them cried, in fact. These were images very hard to process of tiny bags, tiny body bags.
Okay. And we know actually why there were some small body bags. It's because there were bodies that had been like blown up by fucking RPGs and shit. And there were parts that were being bagged kind of like clumsily by Zaka, right? Like, so these are kind of like the three things. Is we've got journalists who are repeating murmurs, which we now know are rumors from soldiers in the press, and they're saying they came from soldiers. And this spokesperson is obviously giving it a lot more credit than it deserved. Now, Biden did say that he had seen pictures of terrorists beheading children. I think this was on the same day. Obviously, he hadn't, and he was referring to probably one of these reports. And the White House later clarified and basically said that he had like fudged his words in no short way. But so this part of the story is true, right? That some journalists, well, one journalist really, quoted soldiers saying that they had seen beheaded babies on October 10th, right? And then a Netanyahu spokesperson repeated that claim that it had been said by soldiers. What people don't say is that on the same day, on the exact same day, the IDF spokesperson, so the actual, official, said that this claim couldn't be verified. So he said he couldn't confirm. Where was it? It's in a different article. Oh shit! Hang on. Let me see. It's this quote here. That specific report and that number I can't confirm. Oh no, it's from the it's from NBC. So basically, like immediately, the IDF spokesperson is being told that this report about the babies and the number he can't confirm. So the actual military is saying they can't confirm it. So now we've got journalists have said that soldiers are saying it. That's it. Like that's really all we've got. And then on October 12th, so 48 hours after that journalist said what she had heard from soldiers, the government, from an Israeli official, said that they cannot confirm babies were beheaded. This is the claim that people are trying to argue was spread around the world aggressively by the IDF and by the Israeli government to manufacture consent for a genocide. No, it came from a journalist, and within 48 hours, the IDF and the Israeli government are saying, yeah, we can't verify that. We're not claiming that. But that second half of that story never really gets mentioned for some reason.
Cooked in an oven. Endless claims of rape when in fact it is Israel that
Oh my fucking God. It's going to take so long. So why are Israelis repeating it to this day? How often are Israelis repeating it? How often are they doing that? Same thing about the claim about babies being thrown in ovens, because that came from a particularly colorful character in Zaka. That's where it came from. Again, the problem is that a Zaka official refuted that as well. A senior official from Zaka would be senior official. Yeah. Several stories. This is about referring to the pregnant women being stabbed and the babies in ovens. A senior Zaka official also said that the incident didn't occur. So really what we have here is that probably one or two soldiers told a journalist something, and journalists are allowed to report what soldiers are telling them. The government and the IDF already refute it and say it's not been confirmed a couple of days later or within 2 days. And the same thing here. One guy from Zaka spread a whole bunch of fucking weird stories about babies in ovens or babies in bins or whatever, and pregnant stabbed women. And senior official from Zaka said no, they refuted it. So in both cases, the senior officials are refuting these claims. That's why ever since this period of like October 10th, 11th, 12th, the 99.9% of people who talk about 40 beheaded babies are people who are anti-Israel, right? You understand that. So, what can you do? Big surprise in unprecedented terror attacks where there's a lot of bloodshed and a lot of killing and a lot of trauma. Yeah, some people are going to say things that are quite wild. Yeah. After checking with the IDF, he's even proving it. Even the IDF didn't sign off on these claims, but they'd always try to, every single thing that like one Israeli does and says to the press, it's seen as this is like the Israeli state that's doing it. This is the entire country. This is the Zionist entire fucking body that's doing these claims. When that's just not what happened. Officials were very, very quick to say that these claims did not have merit.
Claims of a baby being cooked in an oven, endless claims of rape when in fact it is Israel that systematically rapes Palestinian prisoners in the most brutal manner imaginable. A behind-the-scenes clip of a Lebanese short film used...
hang on, I'm going to be here all day, am I? I'm going to be here all day. I'll hyperlink later. This claim was stitched together from two separate on Israeli media, who was quoting anonymous soldiers. Within 48 hours, it had already been refuted by the IDF and Israeli government officials. Okay. Babies in ovens.
To claim in the most brutal of 40 beheaded babies, which Joe Biden himself publicly claimed to have seen photographic evidence of, only to later walk back and admit that no such evidence exists, since it's not a thing that happened.
Okay. This is interesting because it's already in his clip. I don't think I want to do the whole react like this. It's going to take way too long. Dave's own video shows a fact check. Fact check stating that this claim was refuted by an Israeli journalist after they checked with the IDF. Also worth noting that
I feel like Dave says a lot of BS that is believed by a lot of normie lib types. I know you are doing your own thing, but I think you should debate some of the libs on this. Pisco especially might think it's credible.
Refuted by a senior Zaka official. Okay. Let's go.
Claims of a baby.
Thank you so much for the $20 though. I really appreciate that. Wow. Pisco might think it's credible. He'll think this video is credible? There's no way. Booth Clouds, thanks for the Zio dono. I really appreciate that. God damn. And Weirwood Chronicler, thanks for the $5. Dave, allow me to poison the well through the entire video before I insult Destiny. Maybe he should be propagandist, Dave. Ooh. Mark Tech, thanks for the $5.99. In my opinion, an off-the-cuff reaction will flow better. It's good to take notes for things you aren't sure on, but you know enough to respond mostly directly. No, I think this process is probably valuable because we've done so many of these where we just respond off the cuff. It might be good to... It might be good to actually show you just like how on the nose fucking retarded these claims are. Like... Individuals. Dave is acting as claimed by individuals. And describing them into an entire country, even when every single one of these claims were almost immediately refuted by the Israeli military government themselves. Okay, good.
Baby being cooked in an oven, endless claims of rape when in fact it is Israel that systematically rapes Palestinian prisoners in the most brutal.
Okay, was it the Patton report that we're talking about here? 4 articles in 2 seconds. Thanks, Dave. Yep. Okay. It's the one about the Palestinian Authority that we're looking for here. Where is the one where they talk about the Palestinian Authority? Because they actually do specifically mention claim. Oh, it would have been prolonged forced nudity, right? That would be... Is this with the PA? Regarding the occupied Palestinian territory, the mission team visited Ramallah and the occupied West Bank to engage with the PA, Ministries of Foreign Affairs. Okay. The mission team also met with the Palestinian Independent Commission for Human Rights. Okay. Non-government. Okay. West Bank. Sexual violence received by the mandate, especially committed by security forces and settlers.
Dave is treating this issue like it's a flat earth conversation with very simple observable evidence. It's important that someone in the conversation digs into each claim. You're the best man for that.
Thanks for the $10. Really appreciate it. Let's see, including the increased use of various forms of sexual violence, threats of, where is it that they mention actually specifically rape itself, given that this is the kind of thing that he's expecting for October 7th. Okay. Here we are. Okay. Sexual harassment, threats, intimidation, threats. No instances of rape were reported. Palestinians, women's organizations consistently stressed that in addition to intimidation, insecurity, the high level of stigmatization, conservative cultural norms, and the power imbalances in the context of occupation impedes reporting of sexual violence. Heap of prisoners in the most brutal way possible. I'm not sure what Dave is comparing this to. Let me see. It remains the case that Palestine conflict seems to feature sexual violence significantly less than in other conflicts, e.g. Rwanda, Yugoslavia, or even Syria and Lebanon. Mission into the West Bank. Well, did find evidence. Female prisoners abused several horrible ways. Reported. To apply same standard we'll do to rapes on October 7th. He would be demanding video evidence of each singular incident. Okay, let's see. UN mission. Boom. Let's go.
Brutal manner imaginable. A behind-the-scenes clip of a Lebanese short film used to claim that Palestinians were faking the war crimes against them.
These are posted by, what is it, Twitter accounts? Okay.
Yielding the birth of the disgusting term Pallywood. Claims of immense networks of Hamas bases underneath hospitals to justify the bombing of every single hospital in Gaza, only to provide zero evidence of such bases after the...
Zero evidence. In hospitals of Hamas in presence in hospitals. Okay.
The fact, except a few planted guns several hours after entering, and a list of terrorists that was really a calendar.
Okay, planted guns. Planted. The claim about planted guns is a total. Is nothing more than a guess. No IDF whistleblower. Or any other piece of evidence has shown this to be the case. There were tunnels found under Al-Shifa, and the international press verified as much. The only thing what they contested was the scale of Hamas's presence. Not that whether it existed at all. What else about tunnels? Oh my god, there are so many. Fuck me. This video is a case studying the power of compartmentalized thinking. Okay, Hagari Rantisi Hospital. Okay. I love this fucking headline. How Hamas turned Gaza hospital into a terror base.
I'm here in Gaza.
Okay, let's use this one. Is this one? Is this Rantisi? Yeah. Okay. Right. Yes, Hagari did confuse a... Describe a calendar as a list of Hamas names. Does that explain why the calendar was titled... Does that explain why the calendar started on October 7th and was titled Al-Aqsa Flood 10/7? Will Dave also suggest? Well, Dave also suggests that the IDF planted those weapons as well as the bullet-riddled motorcycle. To focus on the calendar alone is to suggest that if Hagari mistook the Dell laptops for Lenovo ThinkPads, that must also mean everything else in the video is fake. Mohammed Sinwar whoa. Mohammed Sinwar Hamas's leader in Gaza at the time was killed in a tunnel underneath the ground of the European hospital. No one denies this. Doesn't even deny this. Why is Dave doing propaganda for them? Let's just say, why is Dave? There was also Khan Yunis Hospital. Fuck me. Remember that one where there's like a tank that like double tapped a balcony in a hospital? And like 7 people died? Or was it more? This is 22, including 5 journalists. You know that like at least 3 of those people were now confirmed to be militants. At least 3, because they're still drip feeding the obituaries. It's too much. This is fine. This is plenty. Oh yeah, maybe also. Amnesty, you mentioned them. 2014, Hamas hospital. Militants don't hang out on balconies. It seemed like they were observing under the guise of civilian garb. Shifa? Even Amnesty International. Have admitted for decades. Had co-opted, disused clinics in Al-Shifa, torture prisoners. Okay.
Guns several hours after entering, and a list of terrorists that was really a calendar. A tidal wave of lies in the form of social media activity that was viewed by many millions of people. Endless dehumanizing rhetoric to garner support from the West for a totally pre-planned campaign of ethnic cleansing and land theft. At any rate, influencers were being paid to disseminate the narratives that the state had settled on each day. I was shitting all over these disgusting frauds day and night for several months, and the wrong people noticed. So they dogpiled on me and got my account suspended.
Well,
people often note that you can find some really egregious anti-Semitism on social media, so my tweets must have been even worse than those of actual Nazis in order to merit suspension. But those people are very confused. Zionists love anti-Semites. They quietly celebrate their presence on social media because their existence fuels Israel's victimization narrative. Israel can bomb anything they want, shoot any child in the head, steal any land, but they will always continue to be the victims. Scary anti-Semites who want all Jews to die, whether a particular instance being referenced is real or not, are a key facet of this narrative. So that's not what gets targeted for suspension. What gets targeted is anyone who is effectively combating and exposing the state-sponsored Hasbara narratives, which I was doing with a passion.
I don't really need to go into his Twitter account to find out if he was banned for debunking. You know, like the Twitter right now is literally like the fucking Fourth Reich. Like so many different fucking Nazis, and actually, well, even people who are not Nazis, even just people who are insanely pro-Palestine or pro-Hamas or pro-Hezbollah, they're on Twitter all the fucking time. You really want us to believe that you were banned for debunking? You're such a what a hack. Like, there's no way.
So I was booted from the platform, which honestly was a relief more than anything else, as this activity was starting to take a toll on my emotional well-being, and then their campaign to smear me began. First, the social media activity. This actually started before my account was terminated. Hundreds of tweets like this, very obviously scripted and disseminated for all the lemmings to copy and paste. Pretending to have been followers of mine, regrettably, they must
welcome to bot country.
Follow because I'm a Nazi. It's all quite unconvincing. They do this all the time. You can always find clusters of scripted copy-paste tweets, like this recent campaign that Destiny would probably enjoy. Then came the harassment on YouTube. Thousands, and I'm not joking, literally fucking thousands of these for weeks. These came from the bot farms that Israel employs to shift the narrative on every platform they can. Optics are everything, and even this very blatant artificial activity can skew things in their favor to some degree. But that's just the beginning. Organizations like StopAntisemitism.org and Canary Mission are a form of weaponized retaliation.
I really do not care to go into all of the details of this guy's fucking victim complex. I can't be fucked. Just let him go.
Against those who speak up for
Palestine. I can't
Palestine.
believe that bots are used on Twitter by fucking everyone, but okay.
On social media. I was named Anti-Semite of the Week, along with countless actors and activists like John Cusack, Susan Sarandon, Mark Ruffalo, Roger Waters, Cynthia Nixon, Greta Thunberg, Bassem Youssef, Mamdani, of course, basically anyone who draws significant attention to Israeli crimes against humanity, thereby posing a challenge to the Hasbara narrative. You know, horrible, vile anti-Semites like Miss Rachel, the children's content creator who scandalously ridiculously requested on social media that Israel stop bombing children, and who can be found singing songs with Palestinian double amputee toddlers. How dare she humanize children who have had their legs blown off by inhuman monsters? As part of these smear attempts, founder of Stop Anti-Semitism Leora Rez and other wastes of human life enact brutal campaigns to ruin the lives of whomever they target, doxing them and doing whatever they can to get them fired from their jobs, especially for medical professionals. For me, there was not much they could do. I'm self-employed. They tried to smear me on LinkedIn, but nobody gave a shit. Eventually, they move on. But perhaps with how much I've finally been talking about Israel in my YouTube content, as opposed to simply tweeting about them, a second wave of attention is coming my way. To demonstrate how no amount of criticism of Israel will ever be enough, we're going to talk a lot about how awful Israel is. Truly, they are the most potent force of pure evil in the world since the Nazis, ironically. The level of disdain they have for human life is beyond comprehension. Not simply the ability to murder tens.
What was that quote exactly?
They are the most potent force of pure evil in the world since...
Israel is the most potent force of pure evil in the world. On what grounds? Death toll? Worse than Assad, who and of his own people just to hold on to power. Hang on. I really wish it was easier to open like a second window, like a second whole Obsidian. I don't think you can though. It can only be like tabs, right? Or if you want to open something else, or maybe I can do it like this. No, you can. What the fuck? Why? It's annoying. Go to file? Oh, what? Ooh. Where's... No, not Hassan. Jesus, what was I saying there? What the fuck was I saying? Okay, hang on, not that. Where did my window go? Oh, for fuck. Okay, we'll find it, don't worry. Professor Dave. Wait, what did I even title this? Oh shit. Oh, it's the date. Oh, for 1/8. Okay. Oh, 1/08, 2026. Okay. We're talking about the world today. Whatever. What was I talking about? I was talking about worse than Sudan. Sudan. Myanmar. Oh, another list of that. With the backing of Hezbollah. Then Myanmar, Russia. Whew. Okay.
It's the Nazis, ironically. The level of disdain they have for human life is beyond comprehension. Not simply the ability to murder tens of thousands of children like they're termites, but the delight they express in doing so, and the overwhelming support that is expressed by Israeli citizens for this genocidal activity. More than 80% of Israelis support the complete annihilation of the Palestinian people. It is a twisted, psychotic society that celebrates the destruction of innocent human life. They proudly announce it openly, their desire to wipe Palestinians and other Arabs from the face of the earth.
What was that poll he brought up there?
more than 80% of Israelis support the complete annihilation of the Palestinians.
Is this from that one where they... Okay, let's see. Complete annihilation. Aid and... even as tens of thousands people were starving to death. Ironically, at least two of these forces get full-throated. Why? Okay. 80%. This was the ethnic cleansing poll, wasn't it? Israelis support ethnic cleansing. Palestine. It was Haaretz that challenged this poll, wasn't it? Where did I get that from? Haaretz poll, 82%. It's wrong. There was a Haaretz article speaking about this. What was it he said?
Palestinity. More than 80% of Israelis support the complete annihilation of the Palestinian.
Okay. More than 80% of Israelis support the complete annihilation of the Palestinians. It sounds like he fudged a poll which claimed 82% of Israelis backed expulsion from Gaza, not annihilation across the board. In any case, the poll was heavily criticized for its use of skewed sampling and leading question and poor questioning. How do you expel everyone without trying to annihilate them? I have no idea. I have no idea how you can move one group to another place without killing them, all of them. I have no idea how that's ever happened. It's never happened. Never. If 80%, the true number is still uncomfortably high, but it does raise the question, why have they still not done it? They've had the ability to do so for decades. And even regarding Gaza, Israel agreed to the Board of Peace framework, which, for all its problems, ruled out forced removal of Gazans. Oh well, shit.
People. It is a twisted, psychotic society that celebrates the destruction of innocent human life. They proudly announce it openly, their desire to wipe Palestinians and other Arabs from the face of the earth.
אבל בוא נאמר... תעשי את זה, אני מכיר אותך קצת, תעשי את זה אם תוכלי. יכול להיות, אבל בוא נאמר ככה, הצבא צריך לגמור, כמו שעבד בצפון, הוא צריך לעבוד בדרום, ולהשאיר את עזה ללא ערבים, ולהקים התיישבות יהודית בכל חבל עזה. כאשר אומרים ביישובי העוטף שרוצים לראות את הים, זאת אומרת, כדי לראות את הים צריך שלא יהיו בתים.
שאני מבין במקורות שלנו, עם הפראים האלה לא היה שלום, אין שלום ולא יהיה שלום. לא שאני לא רוצה שלום, גם אני רוצה שלום. ארץ זה שייכת אך ורק לעם ישראל, וכל עזה וכל לבנון, כל זה צריכים לשאוף לנקות את הארץ מרוכבי הגמלים.
I don't care about Gaza. I literally don't care. For all I care, they can go out and to swim in the sea.
אנחנו מטילים מצור מוחלט על העיר עזה.
Okay, we'll go to the Gallant quote in a second. So this is about settling Gaza, basically. Okay. What percentage of Israelis support? I think the number was where's the one about settlements? Did they speak about, was it about, oh, here. Is it this survey? Yeah. Okay. INSS Bull, Gaza. Wait, where's settling? 19%. Daniela Weiss and Ben Gvir are all of Israel, apparently. Why not look at polling, which shows only 19% of Israelis wanted to reestablish settlements in Gaza. Polling. Dave is doing the equivalent of using memory clips of Hamas leaders and applying them to all of Palestine. It's 22%. Sorry, the Palestinians are 20% of Israel's population. I don't know why people deny their existence. They're there. Sorry, fuck you. And they are politically and ideologically different from Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza. I don't know why you would just say Israeli Jews. I thought we were supposed to say Israelis, not Jews, not Israeli Jews, right? Fuck. All of Palestine. Not very scientific. Right?
אין חשמל, אין מזון, אין מים, אין דלק. הכל סגור. אנחנו נלחמים בחיות אדם, ואנחנו נוהגים בהתאם. עזה לא תחזור להיות מה שהייתה, וחמאס לא יהיה. חסל את הכל.
שחיילי צה"ל...
Gallant quote. It's actually quite good having all of these in one place. Is there a longer transcript of that entire bit? A congressional record? He said Hamas in this clip. Where is that? The translations are shit and dishonest. Well, he's saying Gaza City, isn't he? Gallant human animals, full quote. Is there any clip here that's not 20 seconds long? Oh, the next one.
מוחלט על העיר עזה. אין חשמל, אין מזון, אין מים, אין דלק. הכל סגור.
Yes. On October 9th, Gallant said they would impose a total siege on Gaza City. City with no food, water, etc. Did he actually do that though? The water supply okay. Let me see. Oh, here. Second, okay. Okay. Two of the three water supply pipe Israel pipelines Gaza were reopened How much of Gaza's water came from these pipelines? Was it like 10% or 9% or less? Was it more or less than 10%? Were reopened before the end of the month, and the third, which was damaged on October 7th, was reopened was repaired and reopened later. Okay. Before the end of the month. How much of Gaza's water came? I think it was about 10, or 13%. Okay, yeah, that's right. Where does it say this? Oh, okay. No, wait, the remain. Oh, okay. Wait, is it remaining? 10. Okay. Right, is he? Leaving aside that these 3 pipelines only made up 10% of Gaza's water supply. What did Gaza say about aid trucks? Okay, let's see. Yoav Gallant was actually one of the ones who was pushing for more aid trucks to go into Gaza, not less. Where are we? Where did Gallant say this? Oh, I think I remember. It's here. Oh, it's here. Yeah, here. The rest of the government increase truck imports to Gaza. He once said it should go up to over 500. Say Gaza. This is a wild one. Even after the UN relief chief said around 100 number required to feed all of Gaza was only 100. People don't know this. On October 19th, fucking 500 trucks, wankers. The relief chief of the UN was actually already saying 100 trucks a day in October 19th. And this is the guy whose job it was to actually make sure that the strip was being fed or make sure that people knew how many trucks needed to go in. So 100. This is probably one of the reasons Gallant was dropped by Netanyahu.
אנחנו נלחמים בחיות אדם ואנחנו נוהגים בהתאם.
עזה לא תחזור להיות מה שהייתה וחמאס לא יהיה. חסל את הכל.
Wait, did he say Hamas there? What's in this clip here? Was that him saying Hamas?
סגור. אנחנו נלחמים בחיות אדם ואנחנו נוהגים בהתאם.
עזה לא תחזור להיות מה שהייתה וחמאס לא יהיה. חסל את הכל.
שחיילי צה"ל
תחזור להיות מה שהייתה וחמאס לא יהיה. חסל את הכל.
The translation is him saying that Hamas won't remain. In the second quote, there's no way. That's Seth saying that. Interesting. He said Hamas between the translated lines. So what's the full quote then? Do I have a Hebrewoid in my waiting room? This is 38 seconds.
עזה לא תחזור להיות מה שהייתה, וחמאס לא יהיה. לחסל את הכל. ייקח זמן. לא ייקח יום, לא ייקח שבוע. ייקח שבועות ואולי חודשים. אנחנו נגיע לכל המקומות.
What do you mean it's Seth saying that? I thought people made fun of your like Hebrew skills.
לא יהיה מצב שאת האחים שלנו, את הילדים שלנו, את ההורים שלנו יצפו כאילו אנחנו נמצאים במצב של מדינה ואנחנו לא נגיע. אז אנחנו מבינים שחמאס רצה לשנות את המצב. זה ישתנה. עוד 180 מעלות בחזרה, הם יצטערו על הרגע הזה. יצטערו.
In the second quote, you don't even need Hebrew speaker to hear that he's saying Hamas. Hamas won't be here. So wait. So what? It's just so they just left a gap. So you're saying Gaza won't return to what it was before. Hamas won't be here. The TikToker who added this subtitle just took out forgot to add the sentence in between where he says Hamas won't be here. Here. The full context, the longer clip. In the longer clip, he specifies Hamas again.
שחיילי צה"ל הם מעל הוויכוח הזה, ואי אפשר להאשים אותם. מה שנעשה בעזה, חבל שלא נעשה גרוע יותר. אין בלתי מעורבים. כל מי שיעמוד בפניו וירצה לחבל במדינת ישראל, כולל אם הם ישלחו ילדים, ישתמשו בחברים שלך, ישתמשו בילדים, יצטרכו גם להרוג אותם כי אין ברירה.
That's quite crazy, if that's what they're saying. Jesus.
Have you seen enough? No, I don't think you have. Israeli lawmaker Yitzhak Kreuzer says there are no innocent children in the West Bank, defending the bloodthirsty behavior of settlers that murder helpless Palestinians and steal their homes on a regular basis with total impunity. The West Bank, no Hamas.
Do we have to fact check this one? Let me see. I don't doubt an Israeli MP would have said this, especially if he's a Ben Gvir or Smotrich guy. There's no innocent children. Is it this one? Yeah, Yenny's Fact News. I don't even know what this news outlet is. Okay. No innocent civilians, no children in Jenin defending a strike that killed a Palestinian family. Okay. Uh-huh. A KM for Knesset member. Lawmaker. No children in Jenin. This was said. This quote appears accurate. But Dave is once again lumping in an Israeli government official with randoms on TikTok. TikTok. And MK from a party that gets well under 10% of the vote. You would never accept let me see. What's like the craziest anti-Semitic quote you can get from Memory TV from Palestine? Or like fucking Farfor. Oh, that's the fucking what about this?
His desert had made
ولا تجديد له.
put in.
Let's see what we have here.
For
يعاقبكم الله أن يعلن الله في أفغانستان أنفا أنكم وكأن الذي قتل يهودي واحد.
Except someone using the worst quote words, applying the worst. Fatih Hamad to all of Palestine. Why do it for Israelis?
واحد كأنه قتل 30 مليون يهودي.
مسلمين لثأر
الذي والأمة
There must be so many of these ones because he was crazy. Fatih Hamad memory? Let's see. Oh yeah, the Human Shields one. Hey, let's go.
والحمد لله أصولنا كلنا عربية ويستطيع كل فلسطيني في غزة وفي كل فلسطين أن يأتي بجذوره العربية سواء كانت من السعودية أو من اليمن أو من أي نفط ولذلك قد تربطنا قرابات ولذلك أين المودة
We can't put that in our fuck children and the elderly as human shield. What the fuck? What a useless intro. Okay, let's just use this timestamp. Okay. I already heard him say something fucking stupid on this next one as well. No, not that. They're here. No! Where's my fucking video go? Oh, shit. Here he is.
In the West, we have Israeli lawmaker Yitzhak Kreuzer says there are no innocent children in the West Bank, defending the bloodthirsty behavior of settlers that murder helpless Palestinians and steal their homes on a regular basis with total impunity. The West Bank, no Hamas here, just Palestinians living under.
No Hamas in the West Bank. Where's the martyr's oasis? Save me, Hamas. Debunk him for me. Do my job. Are these all the West Bank ones? West Bank, West Bank, West Bank. West Bank, West Bank, West Bank. Hamas disagrees. Disagrees. Lol. Where was it? There was that one time where there were these raids that in Jenin where Hamas just claimed like everyone who died in the first day. Let me see. Is it here? Hamas Jenin raids Al-Qassam. Was it 2024 or 23? It was 24, I think. Oh, is it here? This is probably a safe point to conclude that Professor Dave knows fuck all about this conflict and is just another hateful dipshit who got radicalized by TikTok clips and headlines. What a waste of fucking time. Okay, I'm just going to chill for the next bit. I don't care. Jesus Christ.
A brutal system of apartheid. Whether they are children or women, it doesn't matter to me. Journalist Shimon Ricklin says Gaza should be wiped from the face of the earth. Journalist and politician Yinon Magal says it's time for Nakba 2, which means another massive wave of killing Palestinians and cleansing them from their territories to acquire these lands for Israel. Revital Gottlieb of the Likud party says, bring down buildings, bomb without distinction, stop with this impotence, you have ability, there is worldwide legitimacy, flatten Gaza without mercy, this time there is no room for mercy. You think this hatred is reserved only for Palestinians? Think again. Israeli Minister of National Security Ben-Gvir says that for every tear of an Israeli mother, 1,000 Lebanese mothers must weep. Jesus. All of Lebanon must burn. Are you fucking listening?
Are you
All
fucking
of
listening?
Lebanon must burn. This is not Israel-occupied Palestine. This is a sovereign nation with territory that Israel has lusted after since its inception, and which it is currently successfully stealing. But back to Gaza, Israeli military...
They've just made a deal with the government to start transferring territory back. It's whatever. I can't. They've lusted after this place for so long. They've lusted after this place for so long. And somehow not one settlement has ever been built in Lebanon by Israel. Crazy.
Military official Eliyahu Yassian says there is no population in Gaza. There are 2.5 million terrorists. There is no meaning to giving them warning missiles. Israeli politician...
But they do give them warning. They do give them warnings. They do. That's why whatever 80-90% of the buildings have been destroyed, but only 3% of the people, meaning the buildings were empty when they were hit, for the most part. What? Right.
Moshe Feiglin states outright that Hamas is not the enemy. It's every child in Gaza. Every child, toddlers, babies. Babies are terrorists. Anyone who would say this is a sadistic monster. There are entire databases filled with hundreds of instances of very clear incitement to genocide. They openly announce that they intend to commit genocide, not just random nut jobs on social media. Israeli officials, legislators, military personnel, decision makers, they all state this openly, the desire to completely wipe out the Palestinian population. Take a second and read this crap. This is a drop in the bucket. You listen to any of these assholes for long enough, you get some shit like this about human animals, or Amalek, who their God commanded them to destroy in the Torah, or whatever other rhetoric...
Amalek, I guess we can do that one. Attacks, and then did the same with Hezbollah. How... For 18 years, how many settlements were built in Lebanon? 0. Okay. Amalek. Okay. There is an Amalek monument in The Hague using the same quote. Is The Hague hosting a call for genocide?
Or Amalek, who their God commanded them to destroy in the Torah, or whatever other rhetoric they can think of to justify the extermination of an entire race of people, just like the Nazis did to the Jews in calling them vermin, parasites, rats, whatever they could do to dehumanize them. It's identical.
It's identical.
They proudly announce genocidal intent and then later deny the actualization of that intent when accused of the genocide they are committing, gaslighting the world with rhetoric about how the IOF is the most moral army in the world, rather than the reality that they are actual terrorists. Here's Israeli Minister for Social Equality announcing how proud she is of the ruins of Gaza, and that every baby 80 years from now will tell their grandchildren what the Jews did. They take pride in the complete annihilation of a people.
אני אישית גאה בהריסות של עזה, ושכל תינוק, גם עוד 80 שנה מהיום, יספר לנכדיו מה עשו היהודים.
And you don't have to take the word of officials. You can ask the soldiers themselves. They proudly brag about children they've killed.
Just more memory TV, just more reverse memory slop, okay? Oh, fuck.
Looking for babies, but there is no babies left.
What babies? Say that again. Say it again.
No, maybe I kill a girl, she was 12, but I'm looking for a baby.
Do you like Palestinian children?
Yes.
Does it make you feel good when you bomb a hospital?
What the fuck are these videos, dude?
You guys,
oh my
children
God.
in Lebanon, is that okay?
Yeah, this is okay because in Hamas.
What about the children, the babies?
The babies is good too.
Really, in Lebanon?
Yes, in Lebanon, in Gaza, in Iran.
Really? It's okay to babies in Iran?
Am I being autistic, or does it sound like that, like those guys laughing in the background? That sounds like they were fucking trolling, but I don't know.
Yes, yes.
It wouldn't surprise me if there were soldiers who actually sincerely believed that, but yeah.
In Gaza?
Yes.
And in Lebanon?
Yes.
You really believe that?
Yes.
Really? Have you ever killed any Palestinians? Have you ever killed any Palestinian children? How many?
I don't know.
You don't keep track?
No, but I...
היינו במערב, זיהינו 3 אובייקטים מתקרבים לעברנו לשטח שהוא שטח השמדה. ואנחנו קיבלנו את הפקודה לחסל את 3 האובייקטים, כי הם נכנסים לתוך שטח ההשמדה שלנו. חיסלנו אותם עם מג ונגר, עם 2 נשקים, ולאחר מכן התברר שזה היה 2 ילדים בגילאים...
Can you find me an example of soldiers who don't think that killing fucking toddlers is awesome? Are you serious? Are you fucking serious? Like, what? Okay. You're right, I suppose. I can't really... For some reason, those guys with the TikToks, they never really post that when soldiers... Yeah, the fucking viral Omegle clips never really show soldiers who are like, oh yeah, I'm just there to kill Hamas, you know, don't like them. Fuck me.
בין 10 ל-12, והאימא שלהם, ואנחנו היינו צריכים לחסל אותם בסופו של דבר, אחרי הפקודות.
זאת אומרת, הרגתי ילד. אפילו לא... אני אומרת הצבא, לא אומרת... לחשוב על זה קשה. אותו זמן הייתי חושבת על זה מלא ו...
Where the fuck is he getting all of these clips from? I just wonder like what his research process is to gather these things.
עכשיו רק צוחקים על זה. לא שאפשר לצחוק.
Like what the fuck is the context of this interview?
חלק ממני.
Who is this person?
שיבן, זה לא יורד. מה לא יורד רותם? את לא מבינה, אני מנסה כבר עם סבון. מה לא יורד רותם? הדם מהידיים.
Of course, this is a drop in the bucket. Countless children in Gaza have been targeted and executed by snipers. There are so many accounts from both local and international doctors who received child after child with a single precise bullet wound to the head. Again, soldiers state out.
Okay. This was from that organization, from that open letter with the 99 doctors who claimed that they were seeing this every single day. Let's see. I feel like people don't really mention, for one, that that most of these doctors came from a single organization. It was called PAMA, Palestinian American Medical something. Association, was it? It initially was actually just one open letter. It was one from 2 people. And they kind of just like repeated the same open letter and just kept adding to it throughout the conflict. So they made this one and then repeated it again with 45 doctors and then with 99. These guys, Perlmutter and Sidwa, were there for a total of 2 weeks. This is April 5th. I think they wrote this letter. When did they leave? I think they left on April 8th. I think so. Yeah. Yeah, Perlmutter was there till April 8th. So on April 5th, they wrote this open letter. What's interesting about this first letter is they don't say that they saw people with sniper shots every single day. They mentioned 2 people, one shot in the head, one shot in the chest. Although Perlmutter was taking pictures of bullets at the time, for some reason, he didn't like show the bullets for these ones. But again, I don't really doubt that it happened. Why he says these shots definitely came from the best trained marksman in the world, I have no idea. He doesn't really say. And it was only after they arrived back in America, I think they both live in America, where they took that 2 number and turned it into 13. There's like a whole timeline here where he's challenged on this in an interview as well, the Feroz Sidwa guy. Because I'm thinking, like, if you're seeing in any war zone, if you're seeing preteens who are getting killed with sniper rounds once a day, you're going to talk about that. You're going to talk. That's like the most important thing you're going to see. Perlmutter or Sidwa were not talking about that at all when they were here. They mentioned these 2, but they don't mention 13. And from the health ministry's numbers, there's no crazy number of deaths like in this hospital after April 5th. Like, and the more you look at the way that they push these claims, like it just gets less and less believable. So here, where was Perlmutter interviewed? Yeah, here. He kept saying this. 70% of our patients are children. Doctor in Gaza here. Surgeon in Gaza. Here in Democracy Now!, he went further. And said that 70 to 75% of the people that he operated on were elementary school age or younger. And Sidwa has said in interviews that in this hospital, there were 2 rooms for operating. It's not like they had like a children's room and another one. It was just like 2, and people were spread across both of them. Perlmutter said 70 to 75% of the people they operated on were school age, elementary school age or younger. So 70 to 75% of people are preteens in this hospital, apparently. The problem is that the health ministry was releasing emergency reports for several individual days when these guys were there. And their demographic split, if the archive is working, thank you. Their demographic split is just not what Perlmutter says it is. It's not even close. If I go for cumulative totals for one, that would be injuries. I think this is daily. I think this is deaths. Or is that injuries? No, that's okay. This is deaths. Okay. Images. Whoa. Wait, what the fuck? Hey. Why can't it paste from clipboard? What the fuck? Hey. Dude. What are you doing to me? Do I have to just save it and then put it away? Hang on. Save. Yeah, so you can see it here, European hospital, and you can see my notes as well, for making it easier. So from the European hospital, and this is on March 23rd, which is just before they arrive at the hospital. The European hospital has 246 children. It says 238 women and 677 men, which is very different from 70% preteen. This is 21% children, and this includes all the way up to the age of 17, like just before 18. So, and when they were in the hospital from April 1st, and I think they left on April 8th, the cumulative total stays about the same, 21%. Goes up to 30 here, but again, this is a slightly odd one because the number jumps very suddenly and like randomly with no explanation, and the number of men decreases, so that doesn't really make any sense. But if you look at the daily deaths when they're there, so Perlmutter is in the European hospital up until April 8th. So if you look at the dailies here, 2 deaths are recorded on March 27th, 1 man, 1 child. Injuries, mostly men, 1 child. 1 man, 1 child. Injuries, mostly men. Again, 7 men, 5 women, 2 children. 12 men, 5 women, 5 children. There's not a single day where this 70% preteen ever comes up. Ever. The last April 5th and April 7th, it's 4 men died and 2 men died. And the injuries are mostly men as well. So the person who started this open letter, Perlmutter, he's a liar. He's just there's no other explanation. He's just lied. He just made up like fabricated the number of kids that he saw that were killed, let alone shot, because any other medical research on Gaza basically shows that like the overwhelming majority of deaths in the Strip are from airstrikes, not from bullets, and headshots are even more rare. And this has just never been shown. Yeah, this was a study here where they studied like a sample of casualties. But it was the same. It's always the same thing. It's always the majority are airstrikes. About 3% of the injuries were gunshots, or no, 3% were head wounds with gunshots with head wounds. This is just not like anywhere near the numbers that they were suggesting. Because if you have 99 doctors who are all saying that they saw on the daily kids that were shot in the preteens, again, who were shot in the head and chest. That's like the number, which should be thousands. It should be thousands of people with this. To this day, I think there have been the couple of photos from the New York Times. There's been a couple of photos from the New York Times that were where the X-rays were shown and they were confirmed, and they're mentioned in the first open letter from Perlmutter and Sidwa. The rest of it is all just testimony from doctors who signed this letter. But the health ministry's numbers don't confirm it. They don't even show anything close to that. This is a story that just got completely, because again, the idea that there would be soldiers in the IDF who have gone and decided to shoot kids in the head, that bit is not unbelievable. That bit is easily believable, right? The question is whether or not this was any kind of like broad scale systematic targeting of children with sniper rifles, but that's just not been shown. And the people who have put forward these numbers and these proportions they're contradicting the health ministry's own emergency reports. They're contradicting just data that came out of the hospitals. Because this hospital that Perlmutter and Firoz Sidwa were working in very clearly shows that the majority of people who were getting killed here and injured were men. A very, very clear majority. So, and children were underrepresented because children in the Gaza Strip make up 50% of the population. And in these hospitals, it's 21. And that would include also teens and people who are older, because the older teenagers were more likely to die in Gaza than the younger ones. So, yeah. I don't know. But yeah, this is the one claim that people always fucking bring at my door as well, but it's like it's just never been proven. Even that BBC investigation that they talk about, or that he's linked here.
Many accounts from both.
This BBC investigation, like as part of their methodology, they even say it included just asking doctors. But I'm sorry, but if you're asking doctors who are so obviously lying about these numbers, because again, I don't even know why they wouldn't, because they feel like they have a righteous cause and everything else. It's already been the case that these doctors also said there was no Hamas in this hospital, even though Mohammed Sinwar died in this hospital in a tunnel that was right outside the front door of it. So I don't know, just yeah, I don't know. I don't know why there's like such a conviction in this claim, because again, these are the same people who don't think any rapes happened on October 7th because they haven't seen videos of it. Are you fucking serious? Stupid. Anyway.
Local and international doctors who received child after child with a single intentionally murder children, and that they're specifically ordered to do it, while officials continue to put on a show and act offended when it is suggested that soldiers do the things they openly admit they are doing. This is the definition of gaslighting. And how do Israeli soldiers and officials justify this grotesque behavior? Naturally, they have divine permission for it. They state this openly all the time as well. They are the chosen people, so they can do whatever they want. They say Israel is allowed to ignore the directives of international law in any field it desires. International law doesn't apply to them, so they should be able to commit genocide. They say they are entitled to violate the sovereignty of foreign countries.
Probably every state in the region has this attitude, but okay. Fuck me.
This means that any land they desire is theirs for the taking. This is announced proudly, publicly, and supported by a citizenry that has been brainwashed into believing that they are genuinely superior to other peoples.
ומה קורה כשאתם רואים ילד ערבי? מה אתם מרגישים?
קצת זעם.
זעם? מה קורה כשאתם פוגשים ילד חילוני? למה אתה מרחם עליו כשאתם ילד חילוני? מה הוא מפסיד?
הוא לא הולך לדבר.
כשאתם חושבים על ירושלים בעוד 10 שנים. כולם חרדים?
לא כולם חרדים, חלק חרדים.
כולם יהודים, ויש גם ערבים שהם עבדים.
תהיה משיח, הבנתי, כן, מה אתה אומר?
שמלחמה כל הערבים ימותו.
Here's just a few other things that Pearl, because I took down every single tweet that Perlmutter was putting out when he was actually in Gaza. He tweeted quite a bit when he was working there. April 6th. As I sit in the operating room at this very moment, I hear Apache gunships shooting their machine guns into non-combatant neighborhoods. Abraham is crying. I don't know how he claims to know that there are no combatants in a neighborhood that he can hear from outside his hospital, but okay. If your parents were still alive as surgeons, they can help me sew together the 100 children that were shredded by Israeli bombs just this week. How contradictory you are. This is 2 days before he left. He's saying that, first of all, the health ministry data does not show 100 children in that period. It shows quite a bit less. But also bombs. I thought you were seeing people who were sniped every day. He didn't say that though. The sniper thing, he doesn't mention it until he comes back. Here he gets quite specific with weapons. Helicopters, machine guns, bombs. The ER is filled with mutilated women and children. Meanwhile, the reports from the hospital that you're in are putting out daily numbers. He's typing this as he's mostly treating men. Like, that's what's happening. April 6th, there was no emergency report on April 6th, but on April 5th and April 7th, there were. European hospital, I believe, is that this? Hang on. Let's just do this. Will it let me do it now? Oh my God. Two men. That's on April 7th. This is on April 5th. Four men, no women, no children. Do you understand? Do you see how I'm not crazy? I know that he's saying this. He's saying this as most of the people that he's treating, or almost all, or in some days all of them he's treating, are men. He's just lying. He's a fucking liar. I don't know what to tell you. It's obvious. It's such an obvious lie. He never once tweeted about snipers or anything, even though apparently he's witnessing this thing that you'd probably never see in any conflict zone anywhere ever. But okay, yeah, guy's fucking mental. And he's the one who started that open letter. Daily, bro.
Arabs will be slaves. They are inferior. Babies are terrorists. This is Israel. This is not some fringe political group. This is the whole fucking country. This is how they justify the slaughtering of countless innocent people, a thing that has been going
I've just shown
on.
you 10 clips from people who get fucking less than 10% of the vote. This is the whole fucking country. Yes.
For almost
science.
80 years now, but never with such ferocity as the past 2.5. And because the media will never show you these victims or describe their slaughter with accurate language, I will. This is who Israelis are talking about. Look at these people. Look at these children. That anyone could look at these children and call them terrorists that deserve to die is beyond comprehension. Israeli officials who carry out this activity are rotten to the core and beyond saving. They are twisted and evil. But any member of the global public that can listen to these politicians or their puppets on social media say these things and look at these children and remain resolute in supporting Israel is also a lost cause. Anyone who supports Israel is either completely brainwashed or a racist piece of shit.
Oh my God.
They bought into the brown people bad narrative that has been pushed in
Brown people bad? What? The country where most of the Jewish population is brown? That's crazy. That's fucking mental.
Media and entertainment for decades in order to justify American imperialism in the Middle East. They fell for precisely the same dehumanizing rhetoric that led to the Holocaust. If you support Israel, you are a Nazi.
Oh.
There is no meaningful distinction between support for Israel today and support for Nazi Germany in the 1930s and 40s. Given the age we live in, the horror show that is this genocide can be viewed by anyone with the courage to see it. It is the first genocide in history that has been broadcast globally in real time on a daily basis. It is undeniable unless you deliberately look away. So-called liberal Zionists, which is an oxymoron, are in denial of this reality. Their everyday lives consist of endless mental gymnastics to avoid witnessing the carnage. Their social media feeds are filled with propaganda peddlers convincing them that none of it is real. Genocide isn't real. If you don't go and look at it yourself, then you can pretend it doesn't exist. Well, I'm going to show you to the best of my extremely limited ability what is happening. This video almost certainly will not be monetized. I am fully aware of that and I don't care. But I can't show you the true extent of the carnage, as that would violate YouTube's community guidelines, and my channel could get deactivated from a single violation of this nature. This means that while I can tell you about archivegenocide.com, and I can take select clips from there to place in this video, I can't show you the thousands upon thousands of videos of Palestinian children lying dead in a
Video
ditch.
is monetized. It's so disgusting, man. Because, like, again, even if you do believe to an extent that, like, if Hamas are hiding all of their shit underneath civilian areas in Gaza, and they're telling those civilians not to leave, even to the point where there are commanders who are just hiding in their civilian house, like in their regular home with their child, then sometimes, yeah, that commander is going to get subject to a proportionality assessment and that child will die with him. We know this has happened countless times. But even if you're taking that angle, or even if you understand that, like, sometimes buildings have been targeted and there's been no Hamas in there. There's been either bad intelligence, or there's been a guy at the fucking end of the decision chain who was rushing the decision and he was reckless, or there's maybe someone who's okay in the strike who's just actually out for blood. But the idea that someone just like grabs all of this stuff, all this footage, and just like fucking obnoxiously screams over it like they're doing anything useful, lying about how this is going to get their YouTube video demonetized, which it won't necessarily. I don't think, like, I'm pretty sure you can use add-ons to check if videos are monetized. Like what's he hoping to accomplish out of this? It's minging.
With their guts pouring out of their abdomens, of Gazan parents clutching the lifeless bodies of their progeny in their arms, crying out to their God with a despair that haunts me every time I look at my own children. And I certainly can't show you what was never even captured. The countless bodies instantly vaporized. The countless bodies still trapped under rubble that will never be recovered. The countless bodies with limbs zip-tied and shoved into...
Yeah, remember. Oh God, more claims. I can't be fucked filling out that thing. Vaporized and too many bodies under the rubble to ever get counted ever. First of all, you can't just even if you can vaporize a body and completely get rid of all of the identifiable matter from the face of the earth, even if you can vaporize a body, the health ministry uses family reports as well. So they're still going to count you even if they can't find your body. Second of all, people under the rubble, this claim came from not from the health ministry, but from the government media office. The same media office that was grossly inflating the number of women and children who were dying, and to the point that it was in 2024 where the health ministry actually stopped using their data. They're the same people who said that there's actually 10,000 people under the rubble. Those are the same people. The number of people actually under the rubble was less than 1,000, it turned out, when Hamas actually, or when the government actually had the time to go and find the bodies or to report the people who were missing long enough to make it like obvious where they died. But they're scientists, vaporize bodies.
That will never be recovered. The countless bodies with limbs zip-tied and shoved into mass graves, with dirt bulldozed on top of them, often still alive, shrieking as they get their last glimpse of daylight. There is no way for me to physically illustrate for you the true extent of this genocide. And that brings us to the main point of this video.
Oh, not this guy. Well, actually, if we're going on to Destiny now, we can maybe... No, but it's not. It's still just... Okay, it's still just war claims. Let me see. Rubble. Oh, it's in the picture, so you can't control F it. Where is it where they say 11,000? Surely I can see that. Fatalities, food insecurity, nutrition, health, shelter. Where is it? They mentioned rubble here. Maybe it's here? Oh, shit. One second. Is it here? Wait, why is that not opening? What the fuck? Oh, this is a weird link. This is a dud. Oh, it is. February 4th. Okay. Apparently it's here. They didn't retroactively remove this because these are daily updates. That would be very, very, very sneaky of them. Am I fucking blind? Where the fuck does it talk about rubble? Oh, here. They say here, more than 10,000 people report missing under the rubble. Source, Palestinian Civil Defense. That's on February 4th, okay? When you get to the 11th, it just disappears. Because again, the health ministry stopped using information from the other institutions in Gaza after they realized that they were just kind of speaking shit. Like that's what happened. From February 11th onwards, these OCA reports, they stopped using that. Probably because the health ministry stopped using it as well.
video. Dickheads like Destiny deny the fact that Israel is committing genocide. This is beyond comprehension. Any honest person with the courage to look can instantly see what has been going on in Gaza for nearly 3 years now.
With the courage, yes. No one else has the courage to say, fuck Israel.
It is objectively genocide. Anyone who wants to complain about how woefully unqualified I am to make that assessment, they can shut their dumb fuck faces, because you don't have to take my word for it. Every single human rights organization in the entire world has labeled this a genocide. Let me play a short clip from Mehdi Hassan, since he will be able to get this point across quite succinctly.
Gaza has been cut off from the world for almost 3 years and subjected to war crimes, ethnic cleansing, genocide. But if you say that, Israel and its supporters will accuse you of lying, of being anti-Semitic, of perpetrating a blood libel. So let me debunk this argument in less than 60 seconds by asking one very simple question. Start the clock. Do you believe Benjamin Netanyahu, Itamar Ben-Gvir and Bezalel Smotrich about what's been happening in Gaza? Or do you believe the UN Independent Commission of Inquiry, the UN Special Committee, the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, the UN Special Rapporteur for the Occupied Palestinian Territories, 14 other UN Special Rapporteurs, the former UN Humanitarian Chief, UNICEF, Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, Bet Salem, Gisha, Physicians for Human Rights Israel, Doctors Without Borders, Oxfam, Save the Children, Christian Aid, Action Aid, the NGO Air Wars, the NGO Action on Armed Violence, the International Association of Genocide Scholars, and its President Melanie O'Brien, the editor of the Journal of Genocide Research, Dirk Moses, the author of the book What is Genocide, Martin Shaw, the leading Israeli Holocaust scholars, Omar Bartov, Amos Goldberg, Daniel Blattman, Raz Siegel, Shmuel Lederman, the Norwegian Refugee Council, the Danish Refugee Council, Refugees International, the International Rescue
One day, if I ever had the time, you would do like a battle rap thing for all of these different organizations and to show how fucking mental some of them are. Like Amnesty International, who literally admitted that they wanted to hold back on doing a report on October 7th because of the political implications of exposing the extent of or signing off on the narrative on the extent of Hamas's war crimes.
We'll be able to get
the UN Special Rapporteur for the Palestinian territories, fucking Albanese, who just tweets out every single fucking mad claim about the inflated death tolls that she can get her hands on, who once claimed that more under fives had died in Gaza than actually ever existed at a single period in Gaza, right? She said that the number of under fives who died, according to Albanese, was higher than the total population of under fives in Gaza. Like, she's fucking mental. Or the other UN special rapporteurs, the ones who saw the IPC in 2024 not declaring a famine, but then declared one anyway because they just ignored the science. Or the other special rapporteurs who in the past have had a history of transphobia, where one of the special rapporteurs for women's rights was out there saying that fucking the Emin Khalif, that Algerian boxer lady, was a man, right? With no evidence because some fucking grumpy Russian said that she was.
Yes, and
or the NGO
crimes, ethnic 60 seconds by asking one very simple question.
The UN Special Commission of Inquiry, which is chaired by one person who used to be a BDS activist, another person who went on some podcast and fucking said that they were getting in trouble because of too much Jewish control of social media, and who got defended by the other two chairs of the organization. You can do this for the International Association of Genocide Scholars, where you can become a genocide scholar just by donating like less than $100. Like, there's
UN Independent Commission.
But more broadly, okay, how do these organizations decide, say if there's an airstrike on a building and the IDF says that there were terrorists there, the health ministry just says the number of people who died and the demographics, and they don't even tell you civilian or militant, they just say people. How do they figure out who's correct? How do they figure out if there was actually a military target in the building? Well, what they do is they have middlemen who can give them contact with people who live in the area or on the ground, and they'll just call them and ask them. And then the people, by default, will say no. They don't tell you that Hamas pressures their own population and makes public announcements, and have done for over 10 years, saying, if anyone dies, do not say if they were a militant. You describe everyone as an innocent citizen. Hamas have said this. The Interior Ministry has put out videos on YouTube and on Facebook and on the radio in Gaza to say this to their supporters. And remember, Hamas will fuck you up if you do the opposite of what they want you to. There was a UN guy, a head of UNRWA actually, because this is what happens when a human rights organization doesn't do what Hamas wants them to. Where was the guy? Gaza war claims. UNRWA. Do you remember this guy from 2021? Top UN official in Gaza, Matthias Smalley. He was the head of director of operations for UNRWA in Gaza, the highest UN official in Gaza. He very suddenly had to leave the Strip after he gave an interview where he was asked about the 11-day war, and he was asked if Israel had hit military targets. And he said that Israel was using precision strikes and had huge sophistication. And I think his exact quote was to say that they mostly hit military targets. But also, he spends the rest of the interview saying that this was one of the more brutal and more concentrated airstrikes that deeply impacted the civilian population. That caveat, though, was not good enough, and there were protesters outside of his office. And then Hamas, very, very subtly, said that they could no longer guarantee his safety and he had to leave. That's what happens when a UN official or a human rights worker with connections to the Gaza Strip or who has colleagues in the Gaza Strip, this is what they're doing. This is what they're risking when they cross Hamas. And you expect to get accurate information from these people on the ground? Why the fuck would they do that? I don't even think they should do that. Why should a UN worker whose job is to deliver aid, first and foremost, why the fuck should they stick their necks out and get fucking murdered by Hamas just to tell Amnesty International that there was a tunnel or there were soldiers in a building? Why would they do that? But none of these organizations, none of these fucking long list of battle rap fucking scholars and institutions that Mehdi Hassan rattled off there they don't say that. They just don't say it. So the reality is, the only way that we ever get to know if a strike was legitimate or not, if there was a target in the building, is on the rare occasion that Hamas just admits it, or Islamic Jihad just admits it. That's the only time you ever know. So really, we are counting the dead all the time. Up until this present day, we count the dead on Hamas's terms. We count the absolute deaths based on the health ministry, which is controlled by Hamas. And if there are militant deaths, we don't take the IDF's word for it because they're not going to share intelligence with the rest of the world. No army would do that. No military would do that. We can't go by the witnesses' statements because they are literally openly intimidated by Hamas, just as UN officials are, and just as humanitarians are. You really only get to know when they admit it. And sometimes, and plenty of times they do. This is one that I've spent maybe like a couple of hours on. This list is actually now, it should be like 900 long with the amount of releases that they've done. Every now and then, they will just state, this guy here, Salim Juma Sharab, who is in this list, Martyr Commander in the military ambulance department. Oh, I thought it was Hasbara to say that these militants use ambulances. Okay. So that guy was, what was he? Commander, Khan Yunis Brigade. Okay. He was also a nurse. Ministry of Health. He was also a teacher. So but we only know this because Islamic Jihad, for their own internal political reasons, decided to start publishing obituaries for their losses. If they hadn't, this guy would be a civilian, officially. Institute of Palestinian Studies, Ministry of Health, nurse, done. There's no... And also you will notice that even though Islamic Jihad have now said that this guy was one of their soldiers, this will never get updated again. This is never, ever going to say soldier. And none of the human rights organizations that might have said someone like this was a civilian will go back and revise their claim. They'll never do it because they never do. But Mehdi Hasan is better at battle rap than I am, so what can you do?
Of Inquiry, the UN Special Committee, the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, the UN Special Rapporteur for the Occupied Palestinian Territories, 14 other UN Special Rapporteurs, the former UN Humanitarian Chief, UNICEF, Amnesty International. But what is National Rescue Charles Mossad? Our government. Who do you think is lying? All of them or Benjamin Netanyahu?
But Mehdi, didn't you know that all of those organizations and all of those people are Hamas? The entire world hates Jews.
It doesn't even need to be, again, it doesn't even need to be that they're Hamas. Their job is, first and foremost, to protect civilians and to deliver aid. That's their job, and they're doing their job.
Stamina God of IP. Please keep researching and publishing, brother.
Thanks for the dono. Appreciate it.
Only Israel is
generous.
Telling the truth. Everyone else is a lying anti-Semite. Case closed. Anyway, more effective than just listing organizations, we can go through the specific details which demonstrate that this is objectively genocide. Let's start with the death toll. You'll see propaganda peddlers on social media cracking up about how it's the only genocide where the population actually increased. Disgusting. It's impossible to get a true count, but any official numbers you'll see that hover around 70,000 killed are so far off the mark, it's insane. And anyone
really? Even after 8 months of the health ministry having the ability to use family reports to add to the death toll, they still haven't managed to find the extra 230,000 or whatever you're claiming it is.
Claiming that these are fabricated Hamas numbers is brainwashed. An independent study in The Lancet estimated well over 180,000, half of which are children, and that was in July of 2024.
Estimated based on what? They even say they just looked at 15 different wars that go back to the 1980s across 3 or 4 different continents and just said, well, you know, over in this conflict in Nigeria, this many excess deaths happen for every direct death, therefore we can just assume that's the same thing in Gaza. Let's not pay attention to the fact that like how much humanitarian aid was going into each of these areas or how civilians were being treated by the attackers or anything like that. Let's not ignore all that. You know, let's just assume all wars are the same and we can just find an average. Fucking moron. Ugh.
2 full years ago. Previous estimates had been much lower because they only took into account bodies that were identifiable and directly correlated with airstrikes or gunshots. But thousands of bodies have been totally vaporized, leaving nothing identifiable behind. And thousands more bodies are still buried under rubble from all
According to a media office that even the health ministry doesn't cite anymore, you fucking moron. How would I guess maybe the TikTok videos don't show you that.
Carpet bombing or in still undiscovered mass graves. Additionally, so many people have died from wounds, from general poor health, from starvation, from freezing to death because they sleep through the winter in paper-thin tents, from disease because there's near zero health.
I've literally never even heard the health ministry claim that there's been any number of people freezing to death. What?
Infrastructure, all of these are victims of genocide. They are deaths caused by the total and complete destruction of a territory and everything a society needs to survive. And Israel hasn't stopped bombing Gaza for a single day since July 2024, ceasefire or not, so the number is much higher now. Israel has murdered hundreds of thousands of Gazans, likely at least 20% of the Gazan population.
Oh, okay.
That's genocide. It is a maximization of casualties while still maintaining their
strange how the health ministry has had 8 months to catch up on these numbers and they still don't do it. That's really strange.
Version of plausible deniability. They also specifically targeted hundreds of journalists, well over 1,000 doctors, and other key personnel publicizing the genocide and keeping citizens safe.
Yeah, remember these lists. These lists will include these people who were, and again, Islamic Jihad have only released commanders who have died, and it's close to 900 of them. A commander, as far as I know, depending on assuming they're like just a squad commander, even though obviously not all of them are squad commanders. A squad commander is in charge of what, like 5, 6, 7 people? That's Islamic Jihad. They're the smaller group, and they haven't even done obituaries for their regular soldiers, just for the commanders. And already you're starting to see health workers, journalists, the founder and executive director of a youth center, journalist, a nurse, like journalist. So yeah, no shit they're targeting journalists. Some of the at least some of those journalists are soldiers. But I guess, you know, we don't know about the other ones because we have to just sit here like a bunch of fucking cucks and wait for Hamas to give us their full numbers. And if they do, if Hamas gives their full numbers, this is the really depressing part. If Hamas gives their full number, and Islamic Jihad gives their full number, and if that number turns out to be almost even exactly the same as what the IDF are claiming, do you know what the human rights organizations will do? Nothing. They will do absolutely fucking nothing. Because they've never done it in the past. In Operation Cast Lead, the IDF claimed that 709 people had died who were militants out of, I think, between 12 and 1,400. So 1 to 1, pretty much. The Goldstone report accused Israel of targeting civilians by hitting police stations, right? Because they couldn't confirm. They claimed that they couldn't confirm that the police officers were intertwined with the military. We now know that they were. And after all these human rights reports come out and Israel gets condemned for targeting civilians as a matter of policy, well, Cast Lead was what, 2008? 2 years later, at the end of 2010, a Hamas official goes on an Arabic news outlet, does an interview with London-based Al Hayat, and he admits that Hamas lost between 600 and 700 militants. I think this also includes PIJ. The number was about the same as the IDF. The Goldstone report still stands. It's still there. It's still claiming that Israel was systematically targeting civilians. It's still claiming that the 25 or 30 police buildings that they struck were full of civilians, even though even Hamas is saying they weren't. And those reports, you can cite them as an academic and be fine. Like, that's how depressing it is. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. So, I'm sorry, you cannot respond to me by saying, oh, so you think the human rights organizations are anti-Semitic? I'm just telling you to explain to me why they do this. Why did they not, well, first of all, why did they ignore the evidence in the first place? But why, even when Hamas admits that their numbers are the same as the IDF's, the human rights organizations don't go back and say, oh yeah, I fucked up. They just leave it and they move on. If you can't acknowledge why that's happening, then I don't need to engage with anyone saying that I'm just defaulting to calling them anti-Semitic. Like, you're the one who's not engaging with facts here, not me. Fucking hell.
That's genocide. The continued use of white phosphorus and other illegal weapons as documented by Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International.
They used white phosphorus in Lebanon. I don't know if they used it in Gaza this time. They used it in Cast Lead. But white phosphorus itself isn't illegal. It's illegal if you use it to on human targets, not if you use it as like a screen. I think they used it in Lebanon around the more rural areas. Like near the border, but I don't know.
That's genocide.
Okay.
It's very easy to get much more granular with it as well. Francesca Albanese of the UN Refugee Agency published a report way back in March of 2024 that outlined a determination of genocide, and she has continued to update that report ever since. It documents explicitly stated intent for genocide, the long list of violations of international law, systematic torture and sexual abuse of prisoners with no legitimate charge against them, a total erasure of culture, the stripping away of any sense of dignity for an entire people. Israel really hits every single point on the genocide checklist. For writing these reports and sharing these determinations with the UN, Francesca has faced a volume of harassment and threats to her personal safety that I can't even begin to imagine. And that's coming from someone who is harassed every day and receives threats sporadically. You heard Mehdi's list, but let's expand a little. Human Rights Watch...
Can't imagine what it's like to get harassed over your opinions on the Israel-Palestine conflict. That's fucking mad, dude. Where Albanese is one of those people who where is it? She repeated the Lancet study as an actual death toll, not an estimate based on a very strange methodology. Um, well, that's the Guardian opinion piece. Where is she here? No, where's the one where here? Oh yeah, this is year 20% of the population has already died. This was in 2024. Again, the health ministry has just never confirmed this. She also continued to say that 70% of the deaths were women and children long after the health ministry stopped doing it. Yeah, she's collecting this shit like it's, yeah, she's just got like a cheat code for inflating the death toll. Infinite gold hack.
Cited starvation as a weapon of war and the creation of conditions calculated to bring about the physical destruction of the Palestinian population. Doctors Without Borders cited the testimonies of doctors reporting that they routinely received children who have been shot in the head or chest by snipers, as we mentioned. UNICEF reported that essentially all of the million or so children remaining in Gaza need mental health and psychosocial support due to immeasurable trauma, especially the thousands who have lost limbs, usually amputated without anesthetic, and those who have lost their entire families. The International Association of Genocide Scholars stated that the legal definition is cleanly met, citing war crimes and crimes against
this is the one where you could like buy membership for less than $100. That's crazy.
Humanity. Jewish Voice for Peace, Amnesty International, even several Israeli organizations. It's a long list of organizations, and the list of criteria that qualify this as genocide is never ending. 90% of Gazans displaced, absolutely all farmland unusable, continuous blocking of humanitarian aid, starvation and life-threatening malnutrition, mass executions of healthcare and rescue workers. Israel is a club of genocide overachievers. If you deny the fact that Israel is committing genocide, you are no different from a climate change denier or an anti-vaxxer or a fucking flat earther. You are denying the very obvious reality that we live in. Did you hear that, Stephen? Then let's talk about the complete demolition of the entire territory. Israel wants people to believe that they're the most moral army in the world, taking every imaginable measure to protect innocent civilians, while exclusively targeting filthy Hamas terrorists with laser precision. This is total horseshit. I mean, again, they proudly announced that they want to murder every last child in Gaza, so anyone who believes them when they say the opposite is a moron. But more importantly, there objectively is no precision whatsoever to the destruction in Gaza. More than 78% of Gazan infrastructure has been demolished by relentless carpet bombing. Every hospital, every school, every bakery, every city demolished. Once refugee tent camps were set up, they bombed those too. They tell them to evacuate even though they have nowhere to go, and then bomb them.
Oh, why was it that
anyway,
why was it that Al-Mawasi wasn't actually a proper safe zone? Why is that? Why did that happen? Do we remember? Because Israel attempted to declare Al-Mawasi a safe zone. Do you know who disagreed? Said it shouldn't be a safe zone. The UN. We will not participate in the establishment of any, quote, safe zone in Gaza that is set up without the agreement of all the parties. And unless fundamental conditions are in place to ensure safety and other essential needs are met, the mechanism is in place to supervise the implementation. Agreement of all the parties. Which party didn't say that Al-Mawasi should be a safe zone? I mean, it's true. The UN's not supposed, by their own rules, the UN's not supposed to declare a safe zone in Gaza without both parties agreeing to one. Hamas didn't agree to one. They never have. Hamas have never said there should be a safe zone in Gaza. It should be here or there or there. That's why Mohammed Deif, who was the chief of staff for the Al-Qassam brigades, he was killed in Al-Mawasi. He was hiding in the safe zone. So Israel tried to make Al-Mawasi a safe zone. The UN and Hamas said no. It's unbelievable.
Give them safe routes to evacuate and then bomb the safe routes. They designate safe spaces and then bomb those too. And when they occasionally let in food, they shoot at Gazans when they try to get it. It's complete annihilation combined with twisted psychological torture. It's very easy to look at image after image of the destruction to see that there was zero regard for precision. They weren't aiming for some imaginary terrorist. They were never doing anything but destroying Gaza. From day one. You're not convinced by these images? Too small in scope? Let's get a broader top-down view.
Fucking music. He probably got that from the TikTok video, right? With these flags on the side. If it's upright.
Presta atenção nessa cidade, ó. Uma cidade normal, né? Tá cheia de pessoas.
Really insane. You would think that there was 750k people killed in the conflict, considering how these people describe it. Well, he does seem to think that, right? Wait, did Albanese ever actually go all the way with the I wonder. Did she ever make the claim about under fives? I feel like she did. I just don't know if I took it down. What if I do it here? There's no way she published that she repeated the 700,000 claim, is there? I don't, maybe she didn't. She did say that the Lancet one was like a current death toll, not a very, very loose estimate. Well, she did say this though. She did actually say that this would be around 300 and something thousand, 300 to 400,000 people were dead in 2024. Reading the health experts, the assault could end up exterminating almost the entire Gaza population over the next couple of years. The range of presumable direct and indirect deaths could be between 50 and 20% of the population already by the end of the year. She said this in 2024. I could look up Albanese 680,000. I could do that. 680? 680,000? No. Unless it's like an infographic. I swear I saw her post it, but I can't remember.
As avenidas cheias de construção. Eu vou mostrar para vocês como é que isso daqui é uma foto de satélite de 2023. Agora, olha como é que ela tá agora. Cadê a cidade?
Someone's got a thing.
Cadê?
No, wait.
Cadê os press?
I just found it. It's in the press briefing. It just came up in my Google search. It was a fucking video. Dude, this is fucking crazy. I'm sorry. Like, it's so insane.
It's a painful honor to be here at such a critical moment for Gaza and for the Palestinians as a whole. For Gaza and for the Palestinians. This is the number of days of 710. This is the number of days of absolute horror that the people in Gaza have endured.
She says how many?
65,000 is the number of Palestinians ascertained killed, including of which 75% are women.
She's saying this in September 16th, 2025. The health ministry stopped saying 70% women and children in 2024 because it was relying on media office data, which was false. So that's already a bit of a
and children. In fact, we shall start thinking of 680,000 because this is the number that some scholars and scientists claim being the real death toll in Gaza, and it would be hard to be able to prove or disprove this number, especially if investigators and others remained banned from entering the occupied Palestinian territory, and particularly the Gaza Strip. But if this number is confirmed, 380,000 of these are infants under 5.
Again, I don't need to say the word anti-Semitic. I don't need to say that, okay? You can look up the demographics of Gaza. There have never at any point been 380,000 under 5s in all of Gaza ever. Like, how the fuck is this person the special rapporteur for the highest international body for the occupied territory? How the fuck? This is a joke. It's a fucking joke. It's unbelievable. I'm sorry, this person, she may not have an anti-Semitic bone in her entire body, but like no other country gets this fucking treatment. What the hell? It's hard to disprove 680,000. It's hard to disprove that more under 5s died in Gaza than have existed in Gaza before the... Man, I'm gonna fucking die. I don't know. Just fucking kill me. Waste of time. Ugh. But she's a UN expert. But yeah, I suppose she is. Yeah, fuck. Okay, well. Oh, I'm sorry. Trust me, I'm an expert, bro. It's so stunning. It's just so fucking stunning that people eat this shit. É.
Cadê as pessoas? Vou tirar o zoom para você ver o tamanho dessa área destruída. Olha o tamanho dessa área destruída. Olha isso aqui. Isso aí é a cidade de Rafah, no sul da faixa de Gaza. Fica na fronteira com o Egito. Essa área destruída, só nessa área destruída ao sul, toda essa área cinza, toda essa área que eu der um zoom aqui, eu vou ver uma área destruída. Essa área aqui é maior do que a área que foi destruída pela bomba de Hiroshima, a bomba atômica de Hiroshima. Qualquer lugar que eu aponte aqui, eu vou ver casas destruídas, destruição, uma das coisas mais horrendas da história humana. E isso aqui vai assombrar a humanidade por muito tempo. E o holocausto da Segunda Guerra se repetiu, infelizmente, e ninguém conseguiu impedir, e até agora os responsáveis por esse crime contra a humanidade estão rindo à toa. Fica aqui esse registro, porque é uma coisa assustadora, e como o olho que tudo sabe, tudo vê, não apaga a imagem, essa é a imagem real. Contra fatos não há argumentos. O que aconteceu aqui foi um genocídio.
It doesn't get any clearer than this. Gaza is now an uninhabitable wasteland. Absolutely nobody can keep a straight face and say that this level of destruction had anything to do with targeting terrorists while keeping civilians safe. We can know this with even greater certainty by looking at what they're doing in Lebanon.
Wait, where's the audio? The fuck? Random village, that's what I heard.
Village after village, town after town, not individual buildings, the entire town. This has nothing to do with terrorism. This has nothing to do with Hezbollah, whose label of terrorist organization is laughable to begin with. Hezbollah...
Wait, why is it laughable that Hezbollah is a terrorist organization? What the fuck?
This has nothing to do with terrorism. This has nothing to do with Hezbollah, whose label...
Oh. Let's see. What was Hezbollah doing for most of the last 15 years? Because it wasn't fighting with Israel. That's the total death toll from the civil war. Most of these were attributed to Assad and his allies. And here. What the fuck? Syrian civil war is a bit of a troll moment in his mind. Yeah? Oh. Oh, sorry, it was 200,000. Not 3, 200,000. Killed at the hands of the Syrian regime forces and Iranian militias. This also included Hezbollah, by the way, because Hezbollah integrated themselves with the Syrian regime forces and plugged very important logistical gaps in their command structure, as well as manpower, because they were more experienced.
Of terrorist organization is laughable to begin with. Hezbollah and any other group that is labeled terrorists by Israel are simply people desperately defending themselves against Israeli terrorism. Hezbollah formed as a direct response to the Sabra and Shatila massacres, for example. Israel is...
Hezbollah was formed in response to the Sabra Shatila massacre? That doesn't even make sense. Like, what? Hang on. What? It's just random. He's just got fucking random events in his head. They just fucking fisted together into a little cake of horse shit. When was Hezbollah's first... it's not even chronologically... hang on. When was Hezbollah first? They were formed in 82. I wonder when their first attack was. There's a suicide bombing in Tyre in 82. It's interesting, like, if Hezbollah was formed in response to the Sabra Shatila massacre, why was it that Hezbollah's first targets in Lebanon broadly were not Israel? Their first target was Americans. It was Americans who were authorized to be in Lebanon to oversee the PLO withdrawal. And that was approved by the UN and by the government. So interesting.
Is the aggressor state slaughtering anyone
he's just like the only thing he knows about Lebanon is Sabra Shatila because it involved Israel. That's the only reason he did that.
Police, and anyone who stands in opposition to that is labeled a terrorist. These groups are the rebellion in Star Wars. Israel is the fucking empire. Do you think Emperor Palpatine would label Luke Skywalker a terrorist? Of course he would. Supporting Israel is like rooting for the fucking Death Star.
Space lasers! Oh, this guy's actually fucking deranged. He's properly mind-fucked. Wow. Oh, was the hijacking in, was that proto-Hezbollah? Hang on. They were implicated in that. I don't know if they actually did that, did they? Origins of Hezbollah. What was this bombing that they were implicated in? TWA 847. No, that was ages after. That was A5. I don't know exactly when, like which month they were formed in, because it was they were quite a secret group until 85, but it was a group of, it would be whenever the first IRGC guys went to Lebanon to help them form the movement. What a strange random ass connection though.
This level of destruction has nothing to do with Hezbollah or any other supposed terrorist group. This is demolition. This is an erasure of a people, their lives, their culture, to make room for Israeli expansion. A huge chunk of Lebanon is Israel now. They will build, settlers will come, and
that's a very fucking weird map of Israeli occupation in Lebanon right now. They're currently occupying 5% of the country. I wonder how he did that. What was the research process here? Twitter. No, I don't think it was Twitter. What did you say?
That's the end chunk of their culture to make room for Israeli expansion. A huge chunk of Lebanon is Israel now. They will build.
If it's to make room for Israeli expansion, then why did they make a deal with the government to hand territory back? Like, why? Why would you do that? It's just to expand. They just want to. How are these people going to feel in fucking 6 or 7 years when the Israelis have not built settlements in Lebanon and they're handing territory back to the military? I don't get it. They went 18 years in Lebanon until 2000 and they built 0 settlements. None. 0. Fuck all. Where's the video?
Settlers will come, and that's the end of it. Then they'll steal more land tomorrow, and the cycle continues. They'll tell you themselves if you ask them. Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich sure did.
Hey, more Smotrich. This is the whole country. The Death Star.
לגבי חידוש ההתיישבות היהודית ברצועת עזה. שאלה פשוטה, איפה מבחינתך צריך לקום היישוב הראשון ברצועה?
אני מודה שלזה לא ציפיתי, אני מוכן להתחיל מהתוחמת הצפונית, אבל סתם, תדעו לכם, זה לא מצחיק, יש תוכנית עסקית, תקשיבו לי טוב, יש תוכנית עסקית שנבנתה על ידי האנשים הכי מקצועיים שיש, שנמצאת על השולחן של הנשיא טראמפ, לאיך הדבר הזה הופך לבוננזה של נדל"ן, אני לא צוחק, מחזיר את עצמו. אגב, אני התחלתי משא ומתן עם האמריקאים, ואני אומר את זה לא בצחוק עכשיו, כי אני גם דורש, הרי אנחנו שילמנו המון כסף על המלחמה הזאת, אז אנחנו צריכים להתחלק איך אנחנו עושים אחוזים על שיווקי הקרקע אחר כך בעזה, אבל עכשיו לא בצחוק. את שלב ההריסה, שהוא תמיד השלב הראשון בהתחדשות העירונית עשינו, עכשיו צריך לבנות, זה הרבה יותר זול.
It's not funny. There's a business plan. Thanks to Trump, the real estate mogul, cosplaying as the president.
Mention why Israel invaded Lebanon. Hell no. We don't do that.
Of the most powerful nation on earth. It's gonna be a bonanza. When you decide that you want to steal some land, first, you demolish everything. That's always the first phase. If people are already living there, kill them by the hundreds of thousands if you want. What's the difference? They're not chosen people like us. Murder them, displace them, whatever you have to do. Destroy absolutely everything in the region until not a single building is left standing. Then go in, clear the rubble, and build luxury condos or whatever the fuck you want. Jesus. Easy peasy. Do you understand now what has been happening since October 7th? Do you understand that it was never about terrorists or protecting Israel or getting back hostages or anything?
Well, they got most of the hostages back, and Israel is obviously safer from any October 7th coming out of Gaza than they ever have been. Like, they don't have to worry about that anymore. Again, you can hate the war conduct, and I do hate the war conduct. You can even call it genocide. It is just a fact that any October 7th attack or any rocket barrage or any like serious attack on Israeli civilians is never coming out of Gaza again. Like, they have actually achieved that part.
of the sort, not for a single second.
And according to Hamas and PIJ, a fuck ton of terrorists have died. Even what they admit, quite a lot of terrorists have died.
Was it ever about any of those things? Israeli officials didn't give two shits about hostages. They were an excuse to keep bombing. There were deals on the table early on that involved a ceasefire in exchange for all of the hostages being returned, and they refused. In October of last year, they got all of the hostages back that they didn't kill with their carpet bombing. That still didn't stop them. And I wish I had saved my tweets from early in the genocide, but I didn't, so you'll just have to take my word for it. But I was saying all of this. From day one, I knew that this was premeditated ethnic cleansing and land acquisition, belligerent imperialism in the 21st century. Everything I was saying came true. That Gaza would become Israel, that they would do it to Lebanon too, and I was silenced for it. Anyone who didn't have their head up their ass could smell it, but if you couldn't see what was happening then, do you see it now? Smotrich says they paid for this war. They paid money to fabricate pretense for a military operation with the singular goal of clearing out Gaza to keep it, with Lebanon and Syria to follow shortly after. Now that they're most of the way there with Gaza, an American military base is being built within the territory, and plans are underway to round up remaining Gazans and put them into concentration camps while they clear out the rubble and start to build new Gaza. You heard that correctly. Zionist Jews are going to put people in concentration camps. And you heard the other thing correctly too. New Gaza is already being sold to the American public. Jared Kushner, Ivanka Trump's husband and haunted marionette, unveiled the plans for New Gaza, which will be luxury resorts as far as the eye can see, with some land carved out for Trump as a thank you for greenlighting all of this. And guess what? If you were one of those folks thinking that Israel's actions are way over the top, but what are you going to do because October 7th? Well, I'm going to take that away from you as well. Israel almost certainly knew what was going to happen, and they did nothing to stop it. The music festival taking place just 3 miles from the Gaza barrier was moved there from its original location at the last minute. Military response to initial activity was delayed.
Wait, why? Because they wanted to get attacked, obviously. Nice.
For hours in a way that is difficult to justify. Israeli soldiers were even ordered to cancel all patrols along the Gazan border on the morning of October 7th, with no justification given.
6:30 בבוקר, 7 באוקטובר, אתה במוצב.
אצלנו ה-7 באוקטובר מתחיל לפני 6:30. אני הייתי לוחם במחלקת מרגמות בגדוד 13, גולני, ובאותו לילה אני, יותם סרור, הסמל שלי תמר בן יהודה, זיכרונו לברכה, שלושתנו עושים לילה לבן. הרשינו לעצמנו בשבת.
This is also a thing that was, again, do you know why people were so complacent about Gaza over the last couple of years? Was because Sinwar intentionally, and everyone, again, this is open. There's not even like, it's not a thing that Hamas and Israel agree on. I don't know why anyone would disagree. Sinwar deliberately kept things quiet and tried to convince and successfully convince the Israelis that he wasn't interested in a large-scale attack on Israel, that he wasn't interested in amping up the conflict, that he was managing domestic affairs. And that's why, because like up until October 7th, it's not like they just suddenly cancelled patrols on a fucking holiday on the Gaza Strip on the one day. It's because for years and years leading up to October 7th, they had moles in Gaza that they took out. They were bugging and listening live to phone calls, and they stopped doing that. They stored them and listened to some of them later. There were so many different things that they were doing. They were reducing numbers of people who were watching the border because they were convinced by Sinwar's ruse. And do you know what else? Who else would have told them that before October 7th? Fucking left-wingers would have said that. They would have said, Hamas are not really a crazy terrorist organization. They're pragmatic. You know, they wouldn't just cross the border and murder fucking 1,200 people in one day. They wouldn't do that. You know, they wouldn't turn up at a fucking music festival and then say, oh, yes. Oh, whoa, what the fuck? This many civilians, one place? That's our lucky day. Let's go in, boys. Let's get them. So,
וחגים במיוחד, לעשות לילה לבן עד לכוננות עם שחר, ואתם יודעים, יש לנו זמן לישון מחלקת מרגמות עד לכוננות הבאה. אז ב-5:20 בבוקר אנחנו יושבים ליד הקשר כדי לא להעיר מאזין, והסמג"ד שלי, ניר בוינפלק, שגם הוא נפצע קשה, וברוך השם הוא שרד. פתאום עולה בקשר בהודעה מוזרה. כל התחנות, לא יודע למה, לא יודע איך, משהו בסגנון הזה, אין סיור בגדר עד 9 בבוקר.
באיזה שעה זה?
5:20 בבוקר.
כל תחנות נשארים כאן משנה, אז מבחינת קרקע ואויב אין לנו דברים משמעותיים. מבחינת כוחותינו יצאה הנחיה מהחטיבה שעד השעה 9 בבוקר מול הערכת המצב, אף כלי לא מגיע לבורמה. אני חוזר שוב, עד 9 בבוקר ואל מול הערכת המצב, אף כלי לא לבורמה. נמצאים בנקודות זינוק אחוריות, מהנחיית חטיבה, לא יודע בדיוק למה, לא שואל יותר מדי, זאת ההנחיה, זה מה שאנחנו עושים.
קצת לפני שהכל
I was in the IDF, I was constantly cancelled and moving between positions. What is this idiot talking about? It's that whole again, it's like, you know when like a plane hits a fucking building in 9/11 and then suddenly everyone becomes an expert on what buildings are supposed to do when they're hit by massive fucking planes? It's the exact same thing. These people who have never paid any attention at any point to the specificities of IDF protocol or what the fuck was happening between Israel and Gaza and Sinwar for the last fucking 5-10 years just comes in and goes, isn't it weird that there was a low level of security here? Like, I'm sorry, and it's always from the same people who would have said that Israel's security concerns before October 7th were stupid. The exact same people who would say, oh, security concerns, that's just your cover so you can oppress the people of Gaza. That's every single person who's saying this conspiracy theory would have said that before October 7th. They would have said Israeli security concerns are retarded and made up. Like, it's just illogical, conspiratorial fucking bullshit. Yeah.
ואיתמר דופק לנו פרצוף כזה של מה? ואתה יודע, אנחנו חיילים פשוטים סך הכל, לוחמים, לא מפקדים.
It's funny that they said that they shouldn't hold a festival right in the faces of Gazans, but then Hamas were surprised to see the festival there. Yeah, because it was several miles away. And there's a huge gap between the border fence and actual residencies as well. So yeah, it's yeah, no one in fucking Gaza knew there was a festival going on.
ולא קצינים שנוכל לשאול שאלות, זו הוראה של הסמג"ד. מקבלים את הפקודה הזאת ולא שואלים שאלות. הורדת פקודה רגילה. ובאמת, אחרי שעה, 6:30, פתאום אזעקות.
תראי, אני אגיד לך את האמת, אני חייתי עם זה מה7 באוקטובר, ומאוד חששתי לדבר על זה, וכשהגעתי לכנסת, זה היה אחרי תקופה ששאלתי כמה שצבא בכירים, מה בעצם קרה שם. והיו כאלה שבהתחלה אמרו לי, תשמע, היה יום צליפה של נונטטים על הגדר, לכן לא רצינו לשלוח חיילים, כדי שלא ייפגעו. ואז עם הזמן קצת נפל לי הסימון, ואמרתי, רגע, אם יש יום צליפה, איך יכול להיות שאני סך הכל 200 מטר מהגדר, לא יודע שיש איום, איך יכול להיות שחברים שלי נלחמים בלי וסט, עם תחתונים וגרביים, ואף אחד לא יודע שיש משהו, אנחנו סך הכל 200-300 מטר מהגדר. ואז זה עוד הפעם ישב לי בראש, ובאמת הזמינו אותי פתאום לכנסת. הרגשתי שזו ההזדמנות באמת לפתוח את הנושא הזה ולדבר עליו ולהבין בעצם מה קרה שם. והנה, את אומרת, כמו שאת אומרת, הרבה אנשים זה נשמע להם תמוה, ומה בעצם קרה שם. ואנחנו עוד פעם חוזרים לזה, ואני אגיד לך את האמת, איילה, אני חי עם איזשהו חור במוח, מאז 7 באוקטובר, שמשהו בלב...
We're not even halfway through this fucking slop, are we? Oh no. At least I don't have to watch the case for why Destiny's a pedophile, because we already know that. But yeah, no, it still means we're going to be up to like, what, an hour and... Fuck, wait, no, this is all Destiny shit, okay. So it'd be like an hour and 12 or something? No, he's... Okay. Be about here with the trip. That's a good place to leave it, because that's where I got involved. Shit.
A little coincidental, no. Beyond this, hundreds of the civilian casualties were the fault of Israel, due to both friendly fire from incompetent teenage pseudo-soldiers, as well as the Hannibal Directive, which involves killing their own citizens on purpose to prevent their captivity.
Hannibal Directive only ever applies to soldiers, and it seems to have been applied like once or twice in this attack. Unless this guy has done some investigation and used big science to find out more.
Including a tank firing on a kibbutz.
The tank shell was not the Hannibal Directive. That wasn't a Hannibal Directive shot. Fuck me.
This is how much Israeli officials value the lives of their citizens. When you remove military and police casualties, which are absolutely fair game, as well as friendly fire and Hannibal Directive deaths, you're left with a number of civilian casualties that are exceeded by
hundreds killed by... Where? I thought we were the divine right of UN officials. The highest I ever saw from a UN report saying how many people were killed in friendly fire was like 20. Hundreds. Okay, so we don't care about the UN. Okay.
Palestinian
Not
deaths.
even Finkelstein agrees with this. Yeah, because he just copy-pastes human rights reports. Yeah, that's all he does.
On any decent day for Israel since October 7th, and countless days before as well. Gaza was the most heavily monitored population on the planet. Israel knew that this was their opportunity to get 9/11 levels of support for murdering Arabs, and they took it, plain and simple. Now, if you thought that Israel was only a menace to its Middle Eastern neighbors, think again. Israel is a threat to the United States and every single American too. Let's go over the countless ways that Israel is specifically ruining the US. Let's start with some recent...
I wonder if the rest of Dave's work is this sloppy. Well, Dave seems to... a lot of his videos are like arguing with fucking flat earthers and shit like that. So, I mean, maybe that's easier. That probably is.
News. Israel is trying to force the United States to formally merge the American and Israeli militaries. Did you hear what I just said? Israeli officials are trying to force America to merge its military with the military of a foreign country.
You're so shagged. It's like, what was this? We saw this with the crystal ball thing. It's like integrating and tightening coordination when it comes to missile defense. Like, this is them. Yes, we want... Oh God, this guy is so fucking shagged, man. His brain is milk. What is going on in this head? It's like sludge.
One committing genocide. Moving from aid to partnership is how Bibi tried to sell it on Fox News, and even the Fox News anchor said,
It certainly brings up some issues of sovereignty, but we'll have to work that out later.
While you're sitting there thinking about how incredibly fucked up this is, let me explain how it's way more fucked up than that.
Okay.
First, you know all those billions of tax dollars that we send to Israel every year? The ones that are used to murder children? Now that money will not require congressional approval. It's just part of the federal budget that the executive branch can arbitrarily provide at any time and in any amount. Next, the government is trying to bring back the military draft. If that were to happen, soldiers would be forced to fight for Israel. That would mean that young Americans could be drafted against their will and forced to go murder Arabs for Israel, while also potentially just getting murdered by Israel.
Good story, Bob.
Israel themselves via the Hannibal Directive. And finally...
Oh yeah, that's definitely the Democrat or Republican trajectory at this point. You got, dude, even Trump. I guarantee, unless it's happened already, Israel is not happy with Trump for pushing that that phase of the peace plan in Gaza. There's no way. They're gonna Hannibal the American soldiers.
This move would make the Pentagon totally dependent on Israel. Israeli AI systems would be integrated into all the highest...
That's a fucking Zionist-occupied government right there, eh?
...classification functions of the U.S. military. So no American intelligence could be withheld from Israel, including that on its own citizens, and any attempt to defy Israel's wishes by any future president could be regarded as a military coup. I need you to really wrap your head around the treachery here. Israel is another country, a totally separate country from this one.
Yeah.
If it were suggested that the American military merge with that of Switzerland, that already would be fucking insane. Now replace Switzerland's army...
I love this guy. He's a fucking scientist. Hooray, genocide and rape and torture.
With a literal terrorist organization that rapes and tortures and murders civilians every single day to expand the borders of a colonial ethno-state that violates international law. This is not a dystopian novel. This is real life, and it is happening.
Yeah,
Zionists in Congress are trying to sneak this bill through as part of a defense spending bill. This is happening because public opinion is so firmly anti-Israel that Israel has to find ways to thwart the public and entrench itself in the American power dynamic in ways that will be nearly impossible.
You know what I fear? You know what I'm not looking forward to again, but these guys all apparently are. America probably will disconnect from Israel, at least with military, like offensive military, quite soon. I can see that happening within 5 or 10 years. Israel will demographically continue to fuck itself and go more and more right wing. without any American Democrat or Republican president trying to rein them in, and with less access to precision weapons, they're just going to go fucking Tokyo on the next enemy they find. Like, if October 7th happened 10 years from now, and Ben Gvir's actually got like 20% of the vote and not 10, and just whatever was left of that kind of like Israeli liberal check and balance, and the Supreme Court's fucking weakened, and they have less access to precision munitions because everyone's boycotting them and all that shit. And then they get an attack from Hamas, and they're like, okay, well, you know, no one's watching. Like, no one to be accountable to here. Let's fucking go. And then you will actually get that fucking 700,000 dead number that you so strangely seem to crave right now.
Possible to undo, no matter how much we protest and boycott. This is a hostile takeover of the American government by a foreign entity. This is Netanyahu trying to place himself formally in charge of aspects of the American government. Every politician supporting this motion is guilty of treason, and nobody's doing anything about it.
Darius IRL is trying to learn Israel-Palestine slop. Is he? Well, given that we're moving forward as make new friends and be more of a outgoing kind of character, loner box.
Twitter.
Hey, what the fuck?
Unblocked
Okay,
me to
I
send me
agree.
a
Thank
message
you.
and
Go
I
away.
didn't get to read it fully.
What's he doing?
Whatever. But people like I saw J Stock last night seemed a lot more. He was talking about Cherry, but he was doing.
This is not.
I don't know if he's always done this thing.
Wait, was this like 5 minutes ago? Or wait, fucking hell, man!
Fix that.
I don't.
This part.
Stop.
You guys can't even see. You guys can't even see it. That's crazy how they've done this. Look. The live action. Nah, Destiny's a nerd, and Destiny writes things that only he can understand.
True. Is it here?
Male behavior. You would have got.
Did I get baited? This is just not what was advertised to me.
Yep. Oh.
Can we please not have to learn more about the cocks of other streamers? Please! Get me out of here. I'm going to the bathroom.
About it. What's next? Well, it is common knowledge that Gaza is a testing ground for experimental weapons. New weapons are routinely tested on Palestinian guinea pigs. Who will they be used on next? Whoever Israel wants, including American citizens. The techno-fascism that is taking over the American government is nearly indistinguishable from the Zionist lobby. Take a look at...
Darius wants to debate J-Stock on Israel-Palestine. Okay. Okay. Good luck.
Palantir, co-founded by Peter Thiel and Alex Karp. Viewers of my channel need no introduction to Thiel. He's a disgusting gremlin who directly finances an overwhelming percentage.
Well, also, if you want some help, you can send him my way. What does he want to know? I'll answer him. I'll give it to him.
Of the anti-science propaganda I debunk, whether coming from puppets like Eric Weinstein or Christian theocrats promoting intelligent design. CEO Karp proudly describes himself as the most publicly supportive CEO of Israel and never shuts up about how awesome Israel is. Thiel is right there with him. Palantir has a strategic partnership with the Israeli Defense Ministry, providing AI models for the IOF. Basically, Palantir is a key component of Israel's ability to commit genocide. Guess what else Palantir is up to? Huge contracts with the Department of Homeland Security to give ICE the exact same tech that Israel uses in order to perform its...
ICE is spiritually Israeli. I remember this.
Own human rights violations, while also lending its tech to federal agencies who use data mining software to aggregate information from every single American. Palantir is a major entity pushing us towards an Orwellian police state here in America. More on that in a moment. Let's see, who else? Elon Musk. He has a direct relationship with Bibi. Agreements with Israel regarding Starlink. AI collaborations.
Always a good question when you have videos like this to come to a conclusion of what's the goal of this video? What's he trying to do? It doesn't seem to have that much to do with Destiny, but that's fine. He obviously wants people to hate Israel in 8 billion different ways. He wants people to think that Israel is controlling American politics and is trying to command their military. Is the goal of this just to stop American funding to Israel? Is that it? He doesn't seem to have any idea what he wants for the Middle East, what he wants to happen there. He thinks Hezbollah are not terrorists. He thinks Hamas aren't in the West Bank. He thinks Hamas aren't terrorists. I guess, does he want them to win? Does he just want all the Israelis to, to just kind of just let them just get taken by these groups and just hope they, hope they're treated well? And I'm kind of leading it on a bit, but really what these guys want is nothing. They're not really coming to this with any kind of political goal or any blueprint for how they want to make the world a better place. This is why it's not really a political movement. It's just a hate movement. It's just fuck Israel in the strongest possible terms. Here are some conspiracy theories by... He raised over 10K in donations. Well, that's a goal. Moral and financial aggrandizement. That's it.
Plans for an Israel-exclusive autonomous Tesla rollout. Mark Zuckerberg, along with Musk, both routinely censor pro-Palestine content on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter.
Don't tell me he wants to dissolve Israel or he wants one state. How? What the fuck is this guy proposing that's going to achieve that? That's not a serious goal. That's not a goal at all. It's just fake. That's just something... You can't just say a thing and then that's my political goal. Usually, I'm like, I want higher taxes on the wealthy and I want to fund social programs. Okay, so what are you going to do? Well, I'm going to vote and I'm going to support for the left-wing parties that are more likely to do that. When you say, I want Israel gone, what the fuck are you going to do? You're not going to do anything. It's not going to happen.
Posts, stories, and entire accounts are regularly deleted, most notably anything depicting Israeli human rights violations. If content is not outright deleted, viewability is altered such that it is seen only by followers and does not show up in general feeds. This is in direct response to requests from Israel's cyber unit.
In 2025, an investigation published by DropSite found that Meta complied with 94% of takedown requests issued by Israel since October 7. That same year, The Intercept reported that YouTube removed 700 videos published by official Palestinian human rights organizations.
And we heard, frankly, from high-level officials at Facebook who said, my job is to defend Israel. So this isn't some sort of wild conspiracy. This is a thing that, is happening in broad daylight, and there's nothing we can do about it because of these consolidation of these monopolistic companies that manage the entire global internet space.
Why would tech oligarchs who fancy themselves above the law comply with requests from a foreign government?
AI art. Yeah, it's unbelievable.
Ponder that. Then, of course, there is Zionist billionaire Larry Ellison, who purchased TikTok in January of this year. This was the platform where young people were most consistently learning about Israel's war crimes, so the Zionist lobby decided to put a stop to that. Yeah. Ellison has long-standing personal and political...
I would have thought that there was some almost a level of bipartisan interest in dealing with TikTok from the Republicans and Democrats. I would have thought that was more to do with the whole China thing and the taking people's data and trying to massage American discourse in China's image because it was a Chinese thing. Maybe, I don't know. No. Nah, it's like genocide. Fuck yeah.
Ties with Israeli leaders, and he has personally donated tens of millions of dollars to the IOF, as well as investing in AI data centers in Israel. I don't even need to tell you that once Ellison acquired TikTok, pro-Palestine content was censored almost completely, and prominent Palestinian journalists were abruptly banned, in a last-ditch effort to maintain a sliver of support among the younger demographics. But don't worry, social media manipulation...
Why not both? I don't know, probably because... Even if it is, let's just say both. Why not? What do you think is more important to American security? Is it Chinese access to data and to use their algorithms to massage the American discourse in their favor? Or is it whether or not Americans love Israel? Like, what the fuck? It's obviously fucking China. You're stupid. You're crazy. Like, stop putting Israel at the center of the universe. You'll be fine. I swear. Your life will go on. You'll live a happy life.
Is just the tip of the iceberg. Israeli tech firm Cognite is installing its system FalcoNet in American police SUVs. This is tech that pretends to be a cell phone tower, such that every phone in the vicinity connects automatically and all its data is compromised. Texas, New York, Florida, and New Mexico are all currently using this tech. A foreign company has built invasive surveillance technology that tracks American citizens in American streets. A foreign company has unlimited access not only to private data of American citizens, but also the details of how American law enforcement surveils its population.
I mean, he keeps saying that Jews are Nazis, so it's pretty clear his prescriptions are basically to do what the Nazis did, what the Allies did to the Nazis: full-scale war and unconditional surrender and occupation. Yeah, but that's not... Do you understand what I'm saying when I say that's not a thing? That's not like a goal. That's not an ambition. That's like me saying, I want to turn my own piss into gold. Maybe I do. Yeah, that would be beneficial, surely. I get some perks out of that. But really, it's not a thing. It's not like a serious ask of the universe, right? Like, it's not a thing. He who demands everything demands nothing. Is that how you put it? I don't know, fucking. FGE, thanks for the $20. That's so generous of you. My God, I should do some donos. There's a new goal, by the way. A new goal. Meme, thanks to $4.99. Hooray, Hannibal Directive and Zog Dolphins. Rock Hard Slab, thanks to $4.99. Did you see Finkel meme on Hassan Zaydong's stream, claiming the music festival was a free love thing, and that's why some were naked? No, but I've seen that claim before. It's quite crazy, especially since there are videos of the people dancing before the attack. Ass Blast UK, thanks for the $9.99. His profile picture is literally the smug Wojak. Oh yeah. Lexi, thanks for the $4.99. This video was the final straw for my faith in humanity. Thanks, Dave. Don't worry. Lexi, thanks for the $4.99. This video... No, I already did that. Ligar, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Knardj, thanks for the $4.99. Might think Dave's video is so unhinged it'll snap some more reasonable people out of it, but then again, it might also rain ponies one day. Yeah, I don't know. People who come to him with... For scientific knowledge, I wonder if they just are all going to ride along for the Israel stuff, probably. I thought he was arguing in the comment section for like 4 days, wasn't he? Dustin Gray, thanks for the $5. Loner, what is the explanation for the level of destruction? 1, urban war in general has an obscene amount of destruction. Number 2, urban war has more destruction when an organization like Hamas has 17 years to prepare by building tunnels, by booby-trapping buildings, by storing weapons, by utilizing civilian infrastructure in whichever possible way they can. it's not surprising that there's that much destruction. It's not actually that surprising. There's probably, you could still argue there's more than there was necessary. And the rate of clearing and trying to rebuild is obviously like pathetic on Israel's part. But even if they were doing things like properly, quote unquote, Hamas admitted that they have 500 kilometers of tunnels at least. 500 kilometers of tunnels in a space the size of Gaza. And that's not even to mention the stuff that they're hiding in the buildings, right? So urban warfare is horrible. It is fucking disgusting. And it's especially disgusting when the defenders are utilizing and militarizing the urban landscape to the extent that Hamas does. No one else has done it in that level of concentration or scale that Hamas has.
And the contracts are redacted.
His last comment was 25 minutes ago. Really? 28,000 comments. Is he replying to newest ones or? Oh, he liked one 22 minutes ago. Rare, Professor Dave L. Calling something a genocide does not make it true, even if terminally online lefties really want it to be. Well, I proved it's a genocide in the video you didn't watch. So don't you just look like a pathetic, brainwashed, cowardly little bitch? This guy's energy is actually quite impressive. It's 23 minutes. He's fucking relentless, dude. This is some of the worst pro-Palestine activism I've ever seen. Please put their needs above your stupid online drama. You mean like what I did by painstakingly outlining their genocide in this video? You didn't watch? That is barely about Destiny at all? You're a fucking moron. This guy. Destiny is an idiot, but you are pretty hyperbolic / foolish yourself, comparing flat earth theory to a much more complex, unsettled affair. Nope, not even a little bit. You're just a brainwashed loser who didn't watch this video where I prove that Israel is committing genocide. Shekels. He got 15 shekels. Oh. PSYOP. This video was put on this earth to fuck the Palestinian cause. To tell Israelis, because there are right-wingers in Israel watching this right now, and there are on-the-fence liberal Israelis watching this video right now and going, yeah, what was that I was saying about, give the international community a chance. They're not all anti-Semitic. We'll be safe. We can give an inch here and there. We trust the international institutions. No! He's just proven.
Loner comment.
Guy knows. Guy G. You should stay on science. This just shows how you do not know how to lie. Where am I wrong in this video that you didn't watch, dickbag? Dickbag. Bag of dicks. You can take the dick out of the bag, but you cannot take the bag out of the dick.
Nobody can see what data is being collected, why it's being collected, how long it's kept, or who has access. Mass warrantless cellular tracking without consent and with zero transparency. This would be unconstitutional even if being done by the US government, but for Israel to be doing it here is fucking insane.
Fucking insane.
What could this lead to? Well, to see what could happen...
3 days max, thanks for the $2. Unapologetic Zionist. I get muted about once per stream, and I'm convinced it's because of anti-Semitism. Shit. HMRS, thanks for the 10 Canadian. Lornabox just freestyle battled a response to Mehdi. I think it's safe to say he won. AIG, thanks for the... I think I did that one. Thank you very much. Boof Clouds for the 1790 shekels. Whoa. I'm so full of poo. Okay. Matthew, thanks for the 5 gifties. That's so kind of you. Oh my God. Wow. Danny Gavin, thanks for the $5. Can you make the Obsidian file public when you're done? Please and thank you. I will finish my Israel-Palestine research. I will do it, okay? Now that I've got the Al-Qassam database, we can do it. It's fine. People will care about that. Everyone who challenges me in Israel Palestine, they're always ready to, read the research and combat it. That always happens. Actively impressive. Thanks for the $5. Look at the donations that Professor Dave has managed to solicit. It's like 20K. He's heavily implied this video is about to be demonetized, but hasn't proved it. Yeah, that's because, yeah, he's a huckster. Yeah, that's just what they do. If they don't prove it's been demonetized, then why the fuck are you? Also, this stream will probably be demonetized because I'm defending the truth. And there's nothing that the powers that be dislike more than a man who stands up for the truth. I am a victim. I am awesome. I am incredibly attractive. I have good hair, good face, good cock. I'm very smart and cute and persecuted. So give me money, please. Thank you. And I'm righteous, okay? And all my enemies are Nazis. Nigel, thanks for $4.99. Remember, Dave voted third party, so feel free to completely disregard anything he has to say on politics. Wait, really? Did he vote green? Did he vote for Jill Stein? Zerviero, thanks for the 50 Swedish. Used to watch Dave, but this video shakes most of his takes for me since it's insanely wrong factual data. Thank you for your work, Mr. Box. I appreciate it. The Kugler, thanks for the $1.99. Take a second to read the Hamas charter, Prof. Oh yeah, I'm aware. I'm aware of both of them, don't worry. Don Giovanni, thanks for $5. Dave has spent so much time debunking flat earthers and young creationists that he's become one, the Dark Knight moment. Fate, thanks for $5. Watch your content once in a while. Boxy, always enjoy stopping once in a while. What the fuck is ARS currency, eh? Did I see that one before? Argentinians. Oh, Argentinian pesos. Oh, so 500 of those is like 25p. Well, thank you for the pesos anyway. I appreciate it. Every little bit counts. Even though you snuck your way into a pink dono, making it look like you had more. Thank you so much, though. I appreciate it. Great moves, Loner. Keep it up. Hey, Boof Clouds and Anime King, thanks for the donos. Hi, chat and hail box. Mark Tech, thanks for the tier 2 sub. Business Time for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much. That's so generous of you. Jen Wink, thanks for the $4.99. Dave knows this language is pure propaganda language, lacking any objectivity whatsoever. No, he thinks he's on to some shit. Mr. Ryan, thanks for the 3 Australian. You're the real professor, Loner. Headless Chicken, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Lawson Harrison for the $5. Dave's response to the reactions to his vid is far more eliminating than the vid itself. Yeah, he's crashing out. Barbas, thanks to the $5. When are you taking Israel to court over not deleting his channel as was promised after you handily proved all of his claims wrong? Oh yeah, Traveling Israel did say he would delete his channel if I proved him wrong. But yeah, it's... you know, YouTubers, what can you do? Barbas for the $5. Give me Hagari or give me death. Nice. Those were TTS. ECP, thanks for the $9.99. Show sources, please. Harder for Dave and others to dodge or dismiss. Thanks for slogging through his slop. Yeah, maybe I'll do like a full Obsidian list off stream and then we can like present that tomorrow because my God, this segment's going to be a nightmare for any editor. But we'll try. Mark Tech, thanks for the $5.99. In my opinion, off the cuff will flow better. I think you're right. I'm enjoying this. I can't do the 20-hour react. Maybe I could actually, but I'm not doing it. There's no way. Don't want to. Blue Magic, thank you so much for the $19.99. You already got TTS, but thank you. Boof Clouds and Weirwood Chronicler, thank you so much. I already read those ones. 50 Australian, read that one. Friends, okay. I think we're caught up. Did I miss anyone's donos? Trans Rights Crap, thanks for the $2. J Colon for the $4.99. Anas Yassine, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Funky Tortas. Obsidian Dock would be cool. Yeah. Short Fat Otaku, thank you so much. Thanks for the $5. Time for a real political question. Based GigaChad Revolutionary Nationalist Horde, or did that one? Oh, yeah, I think we're caught up. Josh. Tally. Woofer. Yeah, I think if I misread your dono, I'm sorry. You can DM me on Discord and badger me about it. Or we've got to catch up to these ones. Emil Box, thanks to the tier 2 sub. Dwayne for the $5. Money so you can stay unbossed. Unbossed. Carlos Squares, thanks to the $4.99 for the good. Thank you so much. Jay Blaze, thanks for the $4.99. Dave has Alpha Bro Energy.
Flat earthers have a point.
Thanks for the $10. I appreciate it. Funder of Transtifa, thanks for the $5. This is so you don't become homeless for speaking the truth. True! Lexi, thanks for the $9.99. Loner comment. Hey, and 3 does Max. Thanks for the $2. Left you some of Dave's tweets in suggestions. Okay. Oh, keep them coming, guys. Shit.
To Americans tomorrow, we only need to look at what Israel is doing to Palestinians today. Check out this newest insanity. Unmanned cranes with machine guns are being used to murder Gazans. UNICEF reported a 12-year-old girl shot in the chest while in a tent. Another 5-year-old girl killed in her home. These cranes fire randomly and continuously at tents and exposed neighborhoods. Where will we see these next?
I know this is true. They do use those automatic fucking fires, those automatic firing guns. It's quite fucking cringe, quite gross. If they're hitting kids in tents.
Major intersections in American cities to protect all the patriots from dangerous
Antifa. We had someone in the White House who could be more firm with Israel, eh? Shit. Dwayne, that's $5. Thank you for the $5. Oh, whoa.
Preparation for the crackdown on American citizens has already begun. Anyone who criticizes Israel is being monitored by the FBI. A new legislation known as the National Security Bill grants the government broad powers to prosecute almost anyone under terrorism charges simply for doing routine journalism or peacefully.
Bunnies, thanks to 5,000 pesos. The enormous red dono. Listen, I'll take red donos. Red donos are nice. They make me feel important. I hate it when I watch other streamers and I just see like 10 red donos. I'm like, what the fuck? What? Why? I don't ever. Where's my 10 red donos? We got one. Hell yeah.
Protesting. Countless supporters of Palestine have been arrested under such pretenses already. Same with protesting ICE. 8 anti-ICE protesters were recently each sentenced to 30 to 100 years.
Please do Palestine Action in the UK. I cannot believe those people got arrested and punished for attacking the military of a country. That's crazy.
Prison. One of them wasn't even at the fucking protest. He just moved a box of pamphlets. And yet they will spend their lives in jail. Why?
What is this fucking rabid animal doing? Spider, what is this picture? Have I got a Professor Dave face going on here? He's been leaving comments? How the fuck did these read? Professor Dave, you said Israel uses human shields rather than Hamas, but Hamas has repeatedly acknowledged its vast tunnel network, rejected safe zones, and publicly shown its fighters operating from civilian areas. As Lonerbox pointed out, this is one of the rare things that Hamas and the IDF actually agree on. If both sides acknowledge these facts, why dismiss them? It seems important to engage with Hamas's own statements instead of acting as though this evidence doesn't exist. Professor Dave, you said Israel... It's the same comment. I didn't know it was the same comment. Oh, God. Excuse me. Got an idea. Got a plan. He's probably in there right now. Professor Dave, you said there is no Hamas in the West Bank. But Hamas themselves have repeatedly acknowledged the deaths of Al-Qassam fighters fighters the hands of the IDF in that area. As Loner Unbox pointed out, this is one of the rare things that Hamas and the IDF actually agree on. If both sides acknowledge these facts, Why dismiss them? It seems important. To engage with Hamas's own admissions instead of acting as though this evidence doesn't exist type shit. I can't do that. Can't do that. As my bright young son.
Establish precedent for labeling the activity of individual protesters as part of large terrorism networks. This is the blueprint for the legal framework being built around criminalizing protests, expanding terrorism rhetoric, and cracking down on any dissent from the twisted goals of those in power. This is how you transform political opposition into a security threat, peaceful protest into terrorism. Want to jail subversive individuals with zero basis? Just shout Antifa and your wish will be granted.
Hey.
This is an arbitrary category that can be expanded at will to encompass any political affiliation deemed unsavory to those in power. Doesn't matter what you did or didn't do.
What is the Professor Dave comment tracker? Oh my fucking god. Listen, I've crashed out on Twitter sometimes. It usually stops at like 15 replies or 20. This guy is on some motherfucking fumes. Professor Dave got a 5'11" brain in a 6'2" world. How are you getting baited by this shit? What the fuck? $3,966 detected deletions. I'm fucking dying, man. This guy's such a character. He's amazing. Sort by newest. Hey, where's the fucking hey? Where's our numbers here? Where did Spider's comment go? Did he post that recently? Or is it gone? Is it gone? No monetization. They're fucking. What a clown, man. Fooled. When I checked, I can't. Yours isn't showing up. He's on it. He's on it right now. That's not good. We can't allow this behavior. This is a subversion of the truth. Why would he delete that? Why no response? Where's the snarky response, motherfucker? Hey, Dave, where's the response? Tell me I'm a moron. I didn't watch your video. Oh, is it because you realized that you were caught the fuck out? Okay. Or maybe he's not approved comments. Maybe it's because it's got Al-Qassam in it. I need to match his alpha energy. Shit. This isn't a repeat comment, though. I only did it once. What did you do? What's wrong? Is it because the word Hamas is there? Huh. He's deleting every is there a tracker that shows you what comments he's actually deleting? Like the kind of comments that he's deleting?
part of terrorist Antifa because they say so, and you go to jail for life. This is how you make people afraid to organize.
That's what I should do the thing. I'm shadow banned. That's what right wingers used to do to make money, right? I'm shadow banned. My comments have been demonetized. I'm shadow banned. I'm persecuted. I'm so hot. Give me money. Chat.
Resist authoritarian rule. On January 6th, people smashed windows at the Capitol. They assaulted police officers. They literally hunted down lawmakers. They erected actual gallows and called for the public execution of Mike Pence, who was in charge of the count. It was a coup that attempted to interfere with an election and install a dictator. What do they get? Jail time for being domestic terrorists? No. Trump pardoned them all and then tried to award...
They did get jail time, but then they were pardoned by Trump. They did get jail time from obviously from the normal people.
them billions of dollars of taxpayer money for damages. What serves the state is good and heroic, no matter how obviously terroristic in nature. And whatever defies the state is terrorism, even if it's just holding a fucking sign or preventing ICE domestic terrorists from murdering civilians. This is already codified. The National Security Presidential Memorandum 7, or NSPM 7, officially directs federal agencies to aggressively investigate and disrupt groups and individuals that they decide
are linked...
Which
is why we vote third party, because we want to keep the Capitol guys in jail, right?
...to political violence.
We want to keep the January 6th guys in jail. Teeny tiny Tony, the low energy spider. Would you be open to talking to people who have disagreements with your video? Debate destiny. Dodging is cowardly. Hey. The calendar in that hospital literally had October 7th marked as Al-Aqsa flood. Care to explain? Homie has deleted over 3,600 comments and counting. Uh-oh. Where's his comment? How long has it been since he replied? He liked this one 43 minutes ago. Wait, has he, but he was replying to stuff 20 minutes ago. Is he replying to comments and then deleting them? Why? Is he not proud of the replying? Is he realizing he looks fucking mental? It wasn't 20 minutes since I looked at that, was it? An hour? You're a fucking... Oh, the replies can come... Okay, different time. Okay, I see. Never mind. All the... Fuck off. Stop.
Which just means a legal way to target non-profit...
Don't say anything if it's not fucking valuable. What is this? You are useless to me. You are trash. What the fuck? Dude, what are you doing in jokes on his comment section? You guys are so... You're so fucking autistic. Why do you think it's funny to go to someone else's comment section to go, so, what's your thoughts on Israel, Spider? Like, what?
Organizations.
I need to ban you. Who the fuck was that? Dongus. Okay, you're out. We're only as strong as our weakest link, okay? People who embarrass the image, who disgrace the flag, okay? Get out. Fuck you.
And absolutely any activist they please. Watch lists of suggested subversives already exist. What are the targets? Anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, anti-Christianity, extremism on migration, race, and gender, opposition to traditional American views on family, religion, and morality. All of these labels are in there. I'm not
Just
making
so you understand, Dongus, McBongus, you are... The world is what... Yes, the world is watching... Lorna Box is a lesbian, please debate. I hope you understand that as the world watches us, the most persecuted people on the planet, okay? The biggest victims, the best looking victims, okay? you understand that the whole world is watching, that when you do this, you are literally the fucking soldier who goes into a house in Gaza and puts on some fucking Palestinian women's lingerie and says, yes, we killed 20,000 children in Gaza today. You understand that's you, right? You are such a fucking embarrassment. Fuck you with your mysterious... Ugh.
A fucking word of this. It's a goddamn fever dream.
Yeah. Spider.
I don't do the what's your thoughts on that's some bullshit. That's some slander, alright? That's some bullshit. Fucker. Alright, fuck you, chat. DG, I know you fucking watching. You're a bitch ass too. Fuck you, fuck Little Cord, fuck Little Boss community, and fuck DGG, bitch. Alright? I don't do that. That's slander.
Okay, bye.
What is this? This is the complete dismantling of free speech. The Constitution guarantees that you can't be imprisoned for things you say, for views you hold, or for protesting things. This administration is taking a big dump on freedom in the Constitution, and they're doing it for Israel just as much as the rest of the oligarchy it can barely be distinguished from. Other countries are doing the same thing. A new law in Britain gives sweeping powers to executive leadership to determine terroristic threats and imprison protesters, criminalizing journalism and activism, using broad provisions to put people in jail for a decade or more. Germany is on board as well, approving a bill that makes criticism of Israel a criminal offense punishable by 5 years.
Exactly what they're going to do.
Years in prison. Supporting a cause or quoting a source that is arbitrarily deemed a terrorist threat will be a crime, and countless people will begin going to jail for defending basic human rights. What is the justification for such draconian measures? Always, without fail, anti-Semitism.
Did I miss? Is he actually doing Israel research or no?
I think you're good.
I'm getting distracted. Fucking Palestine action. I got into an argument with a like a I don't know, like a family friend, I guess you could say, for our friend family, but there were people who were saying, and fucking Novara were pushing this shit as well, when the people from Palestine Action who attacked that facility, the Elbrick Systems facility, and that guy got whacked with a hammer, they is this the right one? It was that Charlotte Head person, wasn't it? Her name was Charlotte Head, wasn't it? Other sentencing remarks. Okay. So we saw the video. The guy swings his hammer, gets pepper sprayed, and then he goes and swings his hammer at the other person who's trying to arrest one of these activists. It's quite clearly broadcast. Is it here?
I deleted it, boss. Have some McDonald's as an olive branch.
Thank you so much for the $10, Dongus. I appreciate it. It's okay. I accept your apology, but do better. Be better. Let me see. Samuel Corner. Okay. Now, Novara and a bunch of like lefty channels, Owen Jones and shit, were trying to say that this guy was like let off effectively because he was convicted of inflicting grievous bodily harm, but without intent. So I didn't know this, but people were trying to take that without intent part to make it seem like he just got pepper sprayed and then kind of swung his hammer around in the confusion and happened to hit someone. That's not what happened. That's not even what the sentencing said. The sentencing said, where was it? Samuel Corner, you also committed an offence of inflicting grievous bodily harm. The statutory maximum sentence is 5 years imprisonment. You bore high culpability for the offence. The victim, Police Sergeant Evans, was, in the circumstances, obviously vulnerable because she was on her knees, facing away from you, trying to arrest a co-defendant. You used a sledgehammer. It weighed 3.2 kilograms and you swung it from full height down to Sergeant Evans on the ground. You agreed that it is obvious that if you hit a person with a sledgehammer, it is capable of causing really serious injury, including breaking bones. I am sure that it was, in the way that it was used, something that at least approached being a highly dangerous weapon. There was a degree of persistence in that you swung the sledgehammer twice, having previously swung it at another officer. I do not accept that this was, in any realistic sense, an attempt to use force in the lawful defense of another, or that, as you said at the time, you were protecting a co-defendant. Sergeant Evans was not using any unnecessary or unlawful force. You had heard screaming, and your vision may well have been obscured, but you had no reason to believe that it was necessary to attack Sergeant Evans. You swung your sledgehammer at her just as you had swung it at PC Buxton and at the security guard with no justification. You ask the fucking Novara people and all this shit, they'll say that he just swung his weapon once in the confusion of being pepper sprayed and was let off because he had no intent. It's fucking crazy. Intent, obviously, here meaning like whether it was the intent as in mens rea, premeditated grievous bodily harm, or was it reckless disregard for the circumstances or for the outcomes, right? Fuck me. Like here, you did not intend to cause really serious injury, but you must have known it was highly likely that she would suffer serious injury. After all, she did suffer really serious injury. She sustained multiple fractures to her vertebrae. The injuries have had a substantial and long-term effect on her ability to carry out her normal day-to-day activities and on her ability to work. Almost 2 years later, she has still not been able to return to full operational duties. She has not been able to sustain a role as sergeant and is unable to work overtime, so she has lost significant earnings. She still experiences disturbed sleep, often waking in a panicked state or after distressing dreams. There has been an effect on her parents and her children who now fear for her safety. The injuries do not fall within the highest category of harm, which involve threat to life or need a lifelong dependency on others, but they do fall within category 2. It's just... Did they not talk about someone's autism here as well? Who was that? Oh yeah, it was for Corner. He was autistic. In the light of the British fucking system is so kind to these people. In the light of your autism, the noise and smell in the factory may well have been overwhelming, and that may have impaired your ability to exercise appropriate judgment, or make rational choices, or to understand the nature and consequences of their actions. They may explain why the jury were not so sure that you intended to cause really serious injury. If so, your autism has already been taken into account in very significantly reducing your culpability. But your autism does not begin to explain why you chose to swing a sledgehammer at a police officer. I do not accept your counsel's suggestion that an element of autistic meltdown led to the assault. This was not an explanation that you gave in evidence. Your explanation was that you were acting in the defense of a co-defendant, but that explanation was rejected by the jury. There is no medical evidence to support your counsel's suggestion that autism can explain a decision to swing a sledgehammer at a police officer. I do not accept that your culpability for this offense is reduced by reason of your autism or by your attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. In case anyone's got any ideas. Dave responded to you. Oh yeah, did he? Hey Dave, there's a Zionist stream. Oh God. Ha ha ha. Oh, there you are. Were you trying to imply that the Israeli state is like the Empire in Star Wars because they may also have access to a massive space laser, aka Death Star, in their Zionist arsenal? Cheers from Alderaan. Yes. Careful, man. A guy called Lornerbox is sending... I'm not sending you guys to comment in here. Fuck off. If any of you comment, it's on your own free will. And I've actually told some of you to not comment because you're embarrassing me. I remember one time at an Arby's in Glasgow, I was noshing on a beef and cheddar, and Loner sat down at my table. I was taken aback and didn't really believe my eyes for a second. Like, I legit thought I was going crazy, and he just locked in on a stare, pupils dilated almost out to his scleras, lifted the top bun of my BBNC, plucked some beard hairs, which clearly hurt, I saw his eye water, and sprinkled them on my meat, and gently replaced the top bun. He then muttered something about snarfer, I think he meant snarf, and how he's a reborn Thundercat and just dipped. It was insane. You should make a whole video about Lonerbox. That guy is insane. That's from one of my chatters. Nice one. I think it's reasonable to post Lonerbox inside jokes in other people's comment sections. Shut it, Lil Gup. Fuck me. What a state.
The
Just
boogeyman,
stop.
the hyperinflated threat that justifies ruining countless lives, an embodiment of the toxicity it pretends to fight. Oh, and what will be the last resort if the American
the chatter was correct. The chatter got a reply. He said yes to the space lasers.
Public simply will not accept foreign rule? Just ask Israeli defense researcher Benny Sapti. He recently tweeted this. Maybe USA needs another Pearl Harbor or 9/11
Do you think this is like a plan? Like, what the it's so retarded. Oh, you are so fucking melted. This is like the unbombed thing. As if to say, not like, yeah, maybe like Europe needs another fucking Hitler just so that they can relearn like what's acceptable in war and what's not, and to defeat a particularly egregious enemy. If it just that doesn't mean you want the thing to happen. It's so stupid. It's so fucking dumb.
Remember who is the enemy and who is the friend. Sounds like a threat, doesn't it? Yes, Israel can would commit a terrorist attack on American soil, blame it on Arabs, and gaslight the world into supporting a renewed wave of violence on
Can I ask
whomever.
this guy who did 9/11? Who was behind 9/11?
They please, with full American economic and military support. Sounds too far-fetched? Think again.
They did
Israel
it already.
has
USS
a history
Liberty.
of this behavior.
USS Liberty.
In 1967,
what, the thing that they fucking apologized for and paid like millions of dollars in compensation for. What, that one? That one that did. What the fuck did this do? Like, you know that Israel had already basically won the 6-day war on June 6th, right? Like, the Egyptian Air Force was already fucking destroyed. Like, it was done. It's not really the 6-day war. It's like the 20-minute war. Like, the big fucking job was finished. And they're like, oh, we need to bomb the USS Liberty so we can get the Americans involved. For what? Israel didn't get the Americans involved sincerely, or even sincerely ask for that much American help or receive it until 73. Like, it's so ahistorical.
Israeli aircraft and torpedo boats attacked the USS Liberty in nearby waters and killed 34 Americans. They thought it was an Egyptian warship, of course, since those usually fly American flags. This was an attempt at precisely this type of false flag operation. Sink an American ship, blame it on Egypt, and lure America into war
He deleted the comment about Hamas on the West Bank. No, he did. Yeah, mine's gone as well. It's fucked. Cooked.
Their behalf. Benny knew he fucked up by saying the quiet part out loud, so he edited the tweet to seem less obvious, but it was too late. The internet never forgets. Anyone who thinks that Israel would only massacre Arabs and never white people clearly isn't paying attention. Look at what they did.
That's true. The internet never forgets, do they? They never forget 4,140 detected deletions.
Very recently to the European aid flotillas. Hundreds of European activists were detained, beaten, tortured, and raped. Israel did it proudly and brazenly with full knowledge that there would be no consequences for them. And if serious consequences ever did befall Israel, they can always resort to the Samson option. This is Israel's military strategy of massive nuclear retaliation as a last resort if the country is facing imminent destruction and existential collapse. Basically, if Israeli officials think everything has gone irreparably south for them and they are about to be destroyed by literally anyone, they will just nuke everybody. Israel refuses to confirm or deny having nukes, and they refuse to sign the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, which means they aren't obligated to be inspected for nukes, which means they absolutely have nukes. Meanwhile, over here in America, every effort is being enacted to ensure that nothing can slow Israel down in its quest to destroy everything. Anything deemed a threat to unchecked belligerence and imperialism must be eliminated. The International Criminal Court regularly calls out the war crimes of both Israel and the United States. So Trump and Bibi, along with thirsty Marco Rubio, are trying to dismantle the ICC entirely. The ICC makes
light vote third party, yes.
of American war crimes in Afghanistan, the Caribbean, Venezuela, and of course literally everything Israel does, so they are deemed a radical threat to democracy. Here's Marco whining about American sovereignty just because someone dares push back on Western barbarism and crimes against humanity. Basic accountability is tyranny to the gaslighters who don't want to stop bombing and murdering and seizing land. Marco and Bibi do look cute together though, don't they? And of course, any country reliant on US assistance that does not go along with the campaign to destroy the ICC will feel the blowback. This is just a continuation of the trend of this administration dismantling absolutely any institution which serves the global citizenry at the behest of a
no fucking way. Stop. This is like, there's a point, like you can be fucking funny and have your say in free speech and all that shit, but where did they get deleted? They did get deleted. Don't do this. This is not fucking funny. Like, Jesus Christ. I'm not gonna get... Do not endorse, okay? I'm not getting my fucking channel destroyed because of this fucking mutant. Like, Jesus.
Twisted oligarchy. Want to pollute more? Destroy the EPA. Want to poison more? Destroy the FDA. Want to do more war crimes? Destroy the ICC. It's a trend, and it's one I've been highlighting in my content for a while now. None of this is normal. This is not business as usual. This current administration is the beginning of the fascist takeover. It is happening now. They are trying to eradicate democracy. Whoever doesn't see that is blind. Anyone crying about TDS can fuck themselves. This is the moment where we either fight all of this while we still have an outside chance, or we submit to tyranny and accept fascist authoritarian rule. There is not an ounce of hyperbole in anything I've said. The infrastructure for the authoritarian police state is being built and implemented right now. Today. People can sense the changes being implemented by Project 2025 personnel. Public opinion regarding Israel has shifted irreparably even among conservatives. The oligarchy knows it, and they are doing everything they can to secure authoritarian control before this term is over and they lose their chance to clamp down. These monsters will not stop until they get the techno-theocratic dystopia they're lusting for. Orwellian surveillance with flock cameras on every corner to track every citizen and everything they do. ICE thugs terrorizing every neighborhood. Digital IDs required to access any website. The prison is being built around Americans as we speak. And the campaign is beginning to ruin...
This isn't about Destiny, it's about the Dems' lackluster response to Trump. Yeah, that's why, there's no better person to tell us about lackluster response to Trump than someone who voted for Jill Stein. Vote for Jill Stein. Jill Stein. Jill Stein.
The life
Jill
of anyone who tries to organize against it. With these acts that can arbitrarily label any...
Jill Stein, who blamed American imperialism for the situation in Ukraine in 2014. Remember that? That was crazy. She went to fucking Red Square to meet some RT people and said, yeah, the real problem after Crimea has just been annexed, it's American imperialism, baby.
Subversive activity as terrorism, they will destroy livelihoods. They will send ICE agents or drones to murder people in broad daylight. Sympathy for the victims of Israeli terrorism are now terrorists, according to the state. Israel has their hands in absolutely all of this. All of it. There is not a single nook or cranny of any of this shit that doesn't involve Israel. Israel is pure poison, and Zionism is the ideology behind it. An ideology of Jewish supremacy, ethnic cleansing, genocide, deception, and self-victimization.
So what do we do?
Okay, are we all up to speed on how Israel is an existential threat to all of humanity and the most...
It's unbelievable, man. It's so fucking crazy.
source of pure evil since the Nazis, and how they are objectively committing genocide like 100% without a doubt.
Since the Nazis, so more than Rwanda, more than former Yugoslavia, more than fucking all the conflicts with fucking Pakistan and India, more than the Syrian civil war, more than Hezbollah, more than the Houthis, more than the fucking IRGC. It just fucking hell, man. Whoa, more than Russia. Okay. More than Khmer Rouge. I can't even.
Anyone who says otherwise is either paid by Israel or a brainwashed idiot.
Oh, okay.
Awesome. Now let's get back to Destiny and.
Okay, well, that's a pretty good summary, isn't it? What was coming back to the square one? What's the goal of that whole thesis?
What? I'm gonna bang her
What
too.
the fuck? Oh, I was on Darius' stream and it moved to Destiny. Did I get... Oh, yeah. Is Darius done? Oh, he is. Okay. It gets worse. Yeah, but I can't be... Like, I don't need to watch all of the... He can defend himself on that. It's fine. Like, I'm sure he'll be... I'm sure he'll survive. Okay. Good stuff. Good high quality slop. Fucking hell. Can you watch the race realist segments? What, he does that in that video or the 23andMe? What? Doesn't 23andMe, it doesn't, some of these genetic testings don't go as far back as 2,000 years, right? Some of them just go back like a few generations. Do people, is he doing the argument that 23andMe proves that Israelis are all white and shit? Which even then, it only accounts for half of them. He does the Khazar theory. Okay. Well, that's quite batshit. What can you do? What the fuck? What does that have to do? What does that have to do with helping Palestinians to say that shit? But okay. I'm entertained. I enjoyed myself. You should watch how he describes your Israel trip. You should leave a comment. I did leave a comment. He deleted it. What are you going to do? He's a coward. He's a wretch.
It is common.
A hideous wretch. A scumbag. A bag of scum.
A fan meetup in Israel, giving advice to young IOF soldiers on how to hide their war crimes.
These were just regular Israeli citizens. There were some Palestinian Israelis in this crowd as well.
You have this little worry that in the media and in the global...
Calling every civilian a soldier, right? That's crazy. Who does that?
I mean, like, opinion. It's not such a good thing to be an IDF soldier.
It's not. It's absolutely. If you're I think
it's cool. Try on time. Now you guys would come. By the way, this little tidbit was part of a 2-week spree in June 2024, where Destiny went all around Israel, interviewing dozens of Israeli officials and media.
So even here, this is one where we're basically fucking getting harassed by a settler and kind of blocked by the IDF as well. This is where we are in Kfar Qasim, which is a Palestinian town in Israel.
Personalities in what was very clearly an Israel-funded propaganda trip.
Clearly.
Here he is with Eilon Lev. So basically, amplified narrative. Hamas sophisticated Hamaganda is part of an He is with Yishai as a legal advisor to Begay Nakba, which is the 2-on-2 debate with bullshit and former Israeli Balin, former Mefer, director of religious...
Yossi Balin is too fucking Israeli for this guy. That's fucking crazy, man. Yossi Balin, who still keeps regular contact with PLO officials, who still pushes the peace process, who still keeps in touch. He's still friendly with the likes of Hanan Ashrawi and people who were part of the Washington delegation way back even before the Oslo Accords. And actually, he was the one who was spearheaded that. He was the one who was talking to PLO officials even when the Israeli government was saying not to. It was actually his creativity and his fucking bravery, like that actually, and his defiance that actually got the Oslo Accords potentially started. They might not have started otherwise.
Services of Israel, Ofer Sheila, journalist and politician, and Shel Pfeffer, journalist and genocide.
Huge critic of Bibi as well, by the way.
Denier. Yosef Haddad, genocide propagandist.
Hey.
That's not even the full lineup. He has long played
Mustafa Barghouti, people in the West Bank, any of that?
lists with way more content, which beyond interviews...
Palestinian NGO workers or Palestinian charity workers in the West Bank, any of that? Hamas supporters in the West Bank, any of that? Palestinians who had their fucking family members killed by settlers, any of that? No.
Includes palling around with IOF terrorists and even reenacting the stealing of a Palestinian's home.
Whose idea was that, you fucking retard? It was his. It was Nabil's idea. I said, oh yeah, where did this happen? And he said, come here, we'll do it. Are you fucking serious? What a scumbag. Actual scum of the earth. He's watching the video here, right? It's on video. Hang on. Where are the videos? Where are the goddamn playlists? Are they in my... Do I have to look into my folder instead? Where? I can't fucking find it. What was his channel? Yobel Prize. That's what it was, wasn't it? Obviously, the videos are still there because he was able to scroll through them. I see. Playlists. Destiny, Lorna Box, Travel Adventures. Oh, cute. Where is he? Nabil. He's near the end. We had so many of these clips. Oh my god. Fucking Yishai. Nice. Okay, so it would be around here. Oh yeah, not going to mention going to Ramallah to the fruit market to talk to people who witnessed an attack there. Definitely not. That's not important. That was just something that we did. That we were paid to do as a cover. There's no way. What day? Oh, is here. Jacob, Settler Jacob.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Welcome.
See the fence was going and had grown over the roof.
So he's showing us what this fat fuck from Long Island has done to his property by living in half of the house because of some stupid fucking land document that was purchased by a Jewish group in like the 1800s. Logical.
Jacob,
we tried
Jacob
to get him out of the house, but he wasn't there or he didn't answer. Jacob? I tried using a bigger name to get his attention. It's Hassan from YouTube. Didn't work.
Usually there's a
No.
No. ليش لأنه هو محمي من الإسرائيليين ولو إنه also close.
He cleansed all the pals from your footage. YouTube refuses to allow certain phrases in super chats, apparently, just FYI.
Yeah, I know that. Thank you. Thanks for the $10 though. I appreciate that.
What's this for? What's this say?
This is my name.
Were you protected by private agents there or only by the IDF? It's strange to trust a place like that from the outside unless they paid you and gave you a 100% guarantee. Yeah, it is strange unless you are, and this is, what other people pretend to be. But actually what I am is I am a courageous, heavily persecuted, demonetized, very good looking truth seeker. And I was willing to take the risk to go into the West Bank to learn things and speak to people, even if we didn't have security guarantees. Yeah, I remember someone saying that, if you go to the West Bank, you should go in a bulletproof car. And I'm like, literally fucking Corey just hired a random ass shitty car. And we just went in, okay? And we were trying to we almost went to Nablus had we not been stopped by that deranged fucking settler with a gun. Yes. But no, there was no security in that part. So when we were literally getting chased down and blocked and our passports taken from us by a settler fucking warlord who went on to get sanctioned by the Biden government, we had no one protecting us. He had a gun and we were just there, in God's hands, and we survived, okay? Or in the hands of God's chosen people, apparently.
my wife's name
لما رجعنا من الحج.
when we returned from the Hajj.
Okay. السنة الماضية.
Last year we went to the pilgrimage.
Okay. Cool.
Where is this? Where was he starting?
This is the route.
No, but where?
Here, come to show you.
Look at, oh, wait, really? Oh. Oh, it was his idea to show us where the thing happened. Okay, where the viral clip happened.
لا والله هذا من روشي. Maimuna, stand here.
Oh, I'm gonna stand here. That's crazy. You dishonest piece of shit, Dave. Can you link in can you link this in a YouTube comment? Can you link a YouTube video in a comment? I don't know if you can. Fuck. Other people link videos. Okay. Before Dodgy Dave deletes this comment, I would like to let the record show that he is lying about our visit with interview with Nabil Al-Kurd. As the timestamp shows, it was clearly, I'm matching the energy now, Nabil's idea to recreate the viral clip. You can't find my other comment already. Yep. You're going to want to delete the user info from the timestamp. What do you mean user info? What? It's just this, isn't it?
Stand here.
Strange, given to be so obviously dishonest, since he clearly if the truth is so obviously on his side. Professor Dave is exactly why Israel exists. Yes, Mossad, I'm very aware that that's a take that people can have. It turns out oppressed people also have a sense of humor sometimes. Okay. 10640. About here?
Includes palling around with IOF terrorists and even
44. Palling around with... I didn't even notice that bit. Palling around.
Enacting this, which beyond interviews includes palling around with IOF
We had no choice. We were detained, motherfucker. Because he's obviously watched the video. He's grabbed these clips from the videos.
Terrorists, and even reenacting the stealing
Might
of
as well tweet it at him.
Palestinian
Absolute
home.
coward.
We won't dive into all that content today, but that's his little Hasbro.
No, we won't. We'll just choose our favorite bits.
You can win against conspiracy
Oh,
believers.
fuck. God forbid we dive in. Newest. I got 22 likes. We're on fire. What the fuck? All right. Okay. Yeah, you can see he's watched these. Yeah, look at that. The fuck? Actual freak. Well. What a nasty bugger. Hassan talking about me. Nice. Oh, it's watching the Dave
He has
video.
long playlist.
It's just crazy because like they presented this as seeing both sides of the apartheid, and both sides are just Palestinian citizens of Israel that are now propagandists for the fucking apartheid state.
We went to the West Bank. You'll never go to the West Bank because you're scared. The fucking, it's unbelievable. The fact that like on the last tweet that I did in Israel Palestine, it was just fucking spammed with comments like, oh yeah, didn't you go to a paid trip to Israel to talk to Israel? Didn't you go a paid trip to Israel? Like you wouldn't, these people like they wouldn't even fucking know that we went to the West Bank with Palestinians, by the way. Like fucking hell. How did they get away with it, man? It's just fucking liars. Is he talking about Sev? Yeah, the Israeli Palestinian propagandist. Yeah. Unbelievable.
With way more content, which beyond interviews includes palling around with IOF terrorists.
We're being detained, my fucking dude. We're being detained. We can't move. We can't leave. Oh, we could leave and then, just take our chances with the guys with fucking guns, with the crazy hick criminal settler with a gun. You were invited by a Palestinian? Yeah, they don't give any fucks. No fucks given. Lance accused you of being paid but couldn't explain how. I mean, they just like, they don't care. They don't give any fucks. They give no shits. It's a fucking mess. Hassan Bonker. I don't care about JStock drama, but thank you. Thank you for the tags. So is this it? Yeah, now we know. Thank you.
Oh, is this real?
Big chatter.
JStock on Israel Palestine.
Big chatter.
Okay.
There's a
Who came in his chat and said this bullshit?
Darius wants to debate JStock on Israel Palestine. Okay.
Actually, I will.
Okay.
I will debate on Israel Palestine.
Palantir, co-founded by Peter Thiel and Alex Nino.
Oh, he wasn't actually going to do it. This was just stirring. I see. Some help.
Kremlin, who directly finances an overwhelming
Moving and
percentage.
shaking. So if you want some help, you can send him my way. What does he want to know?
All right, I'm gonna finish watching this video. Okay, FMJ, you have the power. Message JStock and tell him I want to debate him on Israel Palestine.
all right, nigga.
Dead
I think
ass.
He might
1
call
week
you a retard.
I don't give a fuck. 1 week from now, I'm gonna research. Tell him. Message him right now. I want to make sure this is. I want to make sure. 1 week, I'll have more information than him. Oh, is this real?
It's chatter.
This is how you make magic happen, right? If anyone just watch Spider's moves, okay? So no one was doing anything, and then he just told me that he told me Darius was going to debate JStock. And I said, okay, yeah, sure, fun. And then he sends the clip to Darius, and Darius learns for the first time that he's debating JStock, and then he just says yes. There you go. He conjured that out of nothing. Mover and a shaker. That's a real hustler, okay? That would be a terrible debate. It's all a terrible debate, okay? All of it. It's all a fucking shit show, disgusting wank debate, okay? Did Dave delete my comment? Wait, really? The second one?
For a field trip. Destiny was.
Well, it has 69 likes, but it's gone. We were doing good numbers there. What the fuck? How could he do this? It's gone. Are you serious? Is it on the too much traction? Okay, deleted detection. So it should be around here, right? It's new. It's 5 minutes ago. Is this chronological though? Maybe this doesn't update as quickly because this is a different site, right? Only deleted? Oh, there goes Rocky. That's one of ours. There's Rocky again. Man, Rocky's getting annihilated here. He must be banned, right? The fuck happened to my... That's so it's not going to get any more... He's killed it in the crib. He's killed it in the crib. And it's gone. Holy shit. Still getting the oppression bucks though, eh? Why not a tweet? He's not on Twitter though, is he? Three minutes ago, 61 likes. Nice targeted coordination to slide the comments. He should delete your comment. Least obvious Israeli Hasbara operation to fake info. I'm just watching this on fucking stream, you idiot. Jesus. Delete this comment. Vax this person. He got banned for anti-Semitism. That's crazy, bro. Hasbara is when streamers leave a YouTube comment live and get likes. 40 beheaded Lonerbox comments. Okay, I'm out of steam. It's too much. I've seen his October 7th tweets. They are unbelievable. Sans, thanks for $10. Dave will say that Israel behind the scenes told Nabil to do it and that you willingly went along with it. You can win against conspiracy believers. I'm guessing you meant to say you can't win against them, but okay. Whiffer Nubbin, thanks for $10. He cleansed all the pals from your footage. True. Queen of Astora, thanks for the 50 Swedish. The Professor Dave comment section is the graveyard of the occupier. Hey, Ref Top, thanks to $4.99. Happy you're streaming again. Hey, I'm happy you're happy I'm streaming again. Marcus, thanks to tier 3 sub. That's so generous of you. Tier 3, wow. Chat, do not brigade, don't be regarded. That's good advice. I would take it to heart, guys. Do not brigade, do not be regarded. Ooh. Okay. Get me the fuck out of here. Let's see. The stupid dono stayed up for too long. What? No, I like the red donos. Red donos are great. What's this? Uh-oh. Not good. Let's do another paid trip together. I will, Yobel. 100%. You've never seen so many donos in a video. It is quite crazy. Yeah, it's quite crazy. And apparently, but you, again, there, and it's all from the same people who say that like that people who don't do that kind of thing are part of the are chasing the money, right? People like me are following the money. Jesus. God damn it. Quite mad. Okay. Rasbar, thanks for $5. Thanks for debunking. As always, Lorna, I appreciate the rational mind. Dude, we debunked like 10 points or what, less than 10 minutes of it, and then gave up because it was too much shit. This all happened within like the space of 5 or 6 minutes, right? Of that video. Jesus. Okay. Dave replied to you. Yeah? It's a big achievement. Carlos, thanks for the $1.99. Mossad made me send this. Hey, let's go. Right. We're going to move. Huh? Okay. Ooh. Waltz, ream, throw, Phoenix, drill, loafer, boulevard, bundle, drill, sham, sheet, Jordan, comforter, bore, bale, Rolls Royce, countersink. Jordan's a river. I don't know if there's any other rivers there. Sham, isn't Sham a river? Maybe? I don't know. Is Phoenix a river? I don't know. Waltz, like you can waltz in. Are there any other dances here? Oh, couldn't a sham and a loafer like shoes? There's going to be a shoes thing here. I'm going to fuck it up because I don't know all the shoes. Oh no. Countersink. Comforter. Oh, blankets. Throw. Comforter. Sheet. And is it sham actually? Maybe it's this. Hey, betting. Let's go. All right. Ow. Bale, ream, bore, drill, bundle. Oh, a bundle or a bale, like a bundle of hay, a bale of hay. Are there two other things of hay? A fucking ream of hay or a bore of hay? Maybe. Fuck. Not even close. Shit. Well, Boulevard. Oh, this could be films, maybe. Sunset Boulevard. I think like Last Waltz. What are they got to do? They're films, but something Phoenix. Ream. I don't understand ream or bale or bore or bundle, drill. Loafer. Oh wait, is there like a? Oh wait, is this like a bread thing? Loaf, boule. No way. Roll? Is it? What's the other bread thing? A walt, no. Fuck, is it bund? Oh, bun. Oh, ho, ho, that's a fucking nasty one. Bun. Okay. Okay. For some reason, I'm thinking this. I don't know why. They just seem like fuck bits. Ream. Countersink. Drill, bore, bail. I don't know. I don't know. It could be. What the fuck? Waltz? What the fuck? I don't get it. What the hell? Waltz. Bale and bore. That seems like a tool thing, but I don't. Phoenix, Jordan, Waltz. What about I don't know why I'm guessing this one. Oh, for fuck's sake. So maybe it's not, maybe it is these three. I don't know. What the fuck? Jordan. Waltz. Phoenix. Are these names? Are these people's names? Oh! Actors! Christoph Waltz. Phoenix, the Joker guy. Bale. Wait! But what was the 3 out of 4? Was it 3 out of 4 when I said Bale, Bore? Oh, it could be Bale, Bore, Drill, and... Oh, yeah, that would make sense. That would make sense. Actors. Perform some whole machining operations. I'll whole machine your nuts, baby. Let's go. John Countersink. Yeah, my favorite. A terrifically talented cunt. Michael B. Jordan, yeah. Yeah, I'm aware. Don't worry. Yes, I appreciate the crazy tweet posting. Spydor. Bore love. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. That was a good stream. 6 hours, 40. Okay, okay. Not bad. Would you ever get a short back and sides? Nah, like a jarhead? No. Maybe one day, but no. I am fucking starving though. God damn it. Oh, we gained some subs today. That's crazy. It's been a while. Shit. Not bad. I feel so bad for my editor who has to go through that. We'll see. Where is my stream? I'm gonna go live. Holy shit. What a solid stream. Okay, shit. Okay, fuck. Get me out of here. All right. Will I raid out? I don't even know if I want to raid Vosh right now. I feel like he's there's probably just too much hostility from his audience towards me. Nah. Positive energy. Okay, fuck. I will see you guys maybe tomorrow, maybe not. Tomorrow is Sunday. I might take tomorrow off, but we'll see. If I can, I will. That's a promise. Okay. I was pointing. I wasn't Zeke-heiling. Shit. Fuck off. Fuck off. All right. Bye. Bye.